Good morning, everybody, and a very warm welcome to the county ground at Northampton, where we're here for the next 4 days watching county championship cricket between Northamptonshire and Surrey. This is in Division 2 of the LV County Championship. Straight away, let me tell you, it is a glorious morning here at Wantage Road, isn't it always? But beautiful sunshine and forecast set fair really for the next 4 days. So I don't think we're going to have any problems with the weather, which for those of us who were down for the Northamptonshire Championship match down at Bristol the last 4 days, where it was uniformly battleship grey until pretty much the final session, will be a great relief. Straight away, let me tell you that Surrey have won the toss and have decided to bat first. I'm Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton, delighted to welcome to Wantage Road the voice of Surrey cricket, Mark Church. Morning, Mark.
Good morning, Mr. Rad. How are you, sir?
Well, we're absolutely splendid. Very much looking forward to this first championship meeting between these two counties for 6 years. Last time they played was way back in 2015, and also sharing commentary duties over the next 4 days. The expert view of former Northamptonshire captain Alex Wakely. Morning, Wakers.
Morning, Rennes. Thanks for having me.
And you, of course, were captain when the last two occasions where these two sides met in the championship. 2 draws.
Yeah, about sums it up, that really, doesn't it?
both rain affected, that's fair to say. Right, let's go down the teams for you. Northamptonshire fairly straightforward, which means I'll hand over to Mark to go through Surrey's team in a second. Northamptonshire making just one change from the team that lost down at Bristol last week, with James Sales, son of David, 18 years old, and he's coming in to make his first-class debut. He was picked for the England under-19 squad last week, but he's been pulled out of that and he's going to be involved here instead. So he makes his first-class debut, becomes Northamptonshire's 531st first-class player, presented with his cap down on the field before the start. So that's the only change. He comes in for Jack White, who didn't look fully fit down at Bristol and indeed wasn't. Surrey's, for various reasons, Mark, just slightly more complicated.
Well, with Mr. Wakely here and saying it's 6 years since the championship games, it feels like 6 years since I've watched Surrey this season playing championship cricket. So there are a few changes. Their last game, just to remind you, was against Somerset months ago, it seems like. And obviously, from that side, Rory Burns is off with England, Ollie Pope's off with England. Ravi Ashwin's with India, but not playing. So the Surrey side for this one, Cameron Steele will make a Surrey debut in the championship, opening with Ryan Patel, then Hashim Amla the captain, Laurie Evans, Jamie Smith the keeper, Will Jacks, then the Clarks, Jordan Clark and Ricky Clark, Gus Atkinson, Reece Topley and Amar Verdi. So very good to see Reece Topley back, because he picked up an injury before the break and is back now, and great to see Gus Atkinson back as well. Only played the first championship game of the season, Gus Atkinson, but he's one of these lads that is rated very, very highly. So, yeah, few changes there, but good luck to Cameron Steele, as I say, making his championship debut, and good luck to James Sales on first-class debut as well.
Yeah, absolutely, and needless to say, if you want to get hold of us and offer your views on what's going on, then you can probably Twitter's as good a way as any. Mark is at Back and Across. I am at Old Man Rad with 2 Ds, and it's at Alex Wakely 1. So by all means, drop us a line. Very good to hear from you over the next 4 days. Just a word about the pitch. Well, Ben Sanderson's at the end of his mark and just about to bowl the first ball of the game. So perhaps just come on to that with Alex in a second. Just ask what his take on it is. It looks quite sort of straw-coloured, but here's Ben Sanderson to bowl the first ball of the match. It's outside the off stump to Cameron Steele, who shoulders arms and lets it go through to Adam Rossington. It looks fairly bleached, doesn't it, for here?
Yeah, it certainly does. Usually we're used to, even at this time of the year, we're used to having a tinge of green on there, but from here, this looks a good one. You never quite know what you're getting here at Wantage Road. Sometimes they can look like absolute belters and still have a bit in it. But from here, it's fair to say this looks a very good wicket.
4 slips in place as Ben Sanderson running away from us, bowling from this David Capel end. And he's in, bowls low down outside the off stump. And Steele just plays inside it. And it goes past the outside edge into the gloves of Adam Rossington. Not a great deal of pace and bounce, judging by the first couple of deliveries from Ben Sanderson. Northamptonshire, of course, needing to bounce back after what was a disappointing experience, a chastening experience down at Bristol, where they dominated the game for 3 days, really. 2 and a bit days, certainly 2 3/4 days, if you like, and then really lost the plot a bit thereafter. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Steele. Nicely in behind that, pushes it out into the offside, where it's fielded by Safe Zabe in there at backward point, and there's no run. Northamptonshire looking to enforce the follow-on the third day. And Gloucestershire finished up avoiding the follow-on. And then building up. Well, they've got to within 136, then got amongst Northamptonshire with the ball. 92 for 7 at the close, bowled out for 129. Left to score 266 and coasted it. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Steele. Just comes across his stumps, pushing it out into the onside, fielded by Harry Gouldston in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yeah, 266 and 85, which I must admit I thought might take a bit of getting on a fourth day pitch, but they played it very sensibly. Miles Hammond batting very much against type. 94 off 211 balls, and just left them in a situation where they needed 140 and 32 after tea. 7 wickets in hand. Got there pretty comfortably. Here's Sanderson running away from us. Bowls again to Cameron Steele. Forward defensive. Plays it out to the offside up to short extra cover. Fielded there by Rob Keogh.
Did the weather have much part to play in that? It looked like on the live stream.
It did, and that I think you probably have to say was a little bit of if you like, not excuse exactly, but I think Northamptonshire did have reason to feel just slightly miffed that for the first 3.5 days the sky, as I say, was leaden grey, and we were off for light early first 3 days. Come back to that in a second. Sanderson again, bowls on the leg stump, clipped up to mid-wicket where it's fielded there by Harry Gouldston, and that's the end of the first over. Maiden from Ben Sanderson, and Surrey won the toss, 0 for 0. And on the last day I was talking to David Ripley after the third day's play, and he was saying, well, the one thing we don't want tomorrow on the final day is for the sun to come out. Guess what? The sun came out. So in that respect, and batting was unquestionably, Gloucestershire had the best of conditions to bat. But that said, I thought in the last session, one hates to criticise, but Northamptonshire really did look as though they'd slightly lost the plot in the field. They fielded badly. David Ripley's adjective was scruffy, and I think that wasn't overplaying it. They were just lost it a little bit, but never mind. Today's another game, and they'll be hoping to get something more out of this one.
Interestingly, Gloucestershire, to make Northamptonshire listeners feel a bit better, did that to Surrey in the opening game of the season. And
on the same pitch.
Absolutely chased down 200 and something in no time. We finished 10 overs early on the last day. Tom Taylor coming round the wicket, and this one's left alone by the left-handed Ryan Patel coming in from the Lynn Wilson centre end. But yeah, I remember it was Graham Van Buren, who then, of course, poor chap, had to be an overseas, and just walked out and smashed it. And I think they needed 230 odd. And our first game of the season, cloud cover, and everyone was saying that's going to take some getting. They absolutely waltzed it. And same pitch, was it? That's
exactly
interesting,
the same pitch.
it?
Ryan Higgins pointed out the night before.
That is interesting. As Taylor, round the wicket he comes to Patel, who lets this one go very wide outside the off stump, and Rosington takes that one diving away to his left-hand side.
Yeah, exactly the same pitch. And the comment was made by Ryan Higgins when everyone was saying, 266 might take a bit of getting. He said, we've basically done it before on this exactly the same strip. And once again, the Graham Van Buren was a key figure on that. The winning partnership with Tom Lace played really well, and the opposition's allowed to play well, but their task was made a little easier, let's say.
Ryan Patel lets this one go outside his off stump, a little bit wide that from Tom Taylor. Doesn't have to play it, Ryan Patel.
I think Gloucester always tend to surprise teams. And I think they've got a good crop of youngsters that all play together. A little bit like I'd say with the Surrey youngsters as well. Yeah. You have this conveyor belt of constantly producing young players, and young players that are playing key roles in games. I think that's something other teams can look to do.
Yeah, it's that playing together thing, isn't it, really? As Taylor round the wicket, he comes again to Ryan Patel. It's down the leg side, and Ryan Patel gets absolutely nothing on it. As I sort of said this before, but it was no huge surprise when Surrey won the championship in 2018, because that core of players have played an awful lot of their cricket together, either academy or second team. And with a couple of additions on top, then 2018, it wasn't a huge surprise that although Mornay Morkel does help, obviously, having come through the academy himself, it does help. As round the wicket comes Taylor again. And, Ryan Patel turned around a touch here, hits the pad. Big shout for LBW, not given, but just got turned around, straightened on him a touch there. And Alex Wakely, nice bit of bowling, that.
Yeah, that was a good bit of bowling. I saw the gentleman in front of me straight away going for the DRS check down there. It looked like it straightened. I think from my early assessment of this, it looks like it's not going to do that for very long. I think we need to, from a Northamptonshire point of view, they need to keep the batsmen playing. There isn't much carry there. They've got to make the most of this hard seam. And so far, they're bowling okay, putting it in a decent area.
3 slips in there for Patel. That little look towards mid-wicket, and then he's looking to cut a very wide one, this, from Taylor. And again, Rosington diving away to his left.
Looks at the groundsman there in disgust as he has to pick it up from his ankles.
It was very wide outside that off stump, but that actually is a maiden over. Another maiden, so 2 maidens. And one delivery there that did straighten a touch on Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel opening in this game. He's been up and down the order, Ryan Patel, in terms of championship cricket, but it'll be fascinating to see the way he goes back in the championship, having had a brilliant 50-over competition where he sort of reinvented himself during that.
Confidence can count for a lot. It doesn't matter on the format either. Really.
Here's Ben Sanderson about to start the 3rd over, so he's still looking for the first runs, and he beats Steele outside the off stump, and that's Ben Sanderson doing what Ben Sanderson does, bowling it around about 4th stump, just doing enough with it to beat the outside edge. Fortunately for Cameron Steele, he didn't get a nick. And talking about the whole business of players playing with each other, and I think certainly there was a really good spirit in the Gloucestershire side down there. And so, certainly on the last day, it was a bit of a compare and contrast. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Steele, who's defensively forward, pushing that back down the pitch for Sanderson himself to field. And there's no run. Umpires today, Mark Newell and Russell Warren. Russell Warren, of course, well known in these parts, played for Northamptonshire about 14 years, I think, is coming through the 2nd team, and then eventually made the move up to Nottinghamshire, and now on the first-class umpires list. 4 slips in place. Sanderson from the David Capel end outside the off-stump. Steele lets it go through to Rossington, and there's no run. I'm just having a little scout around the ground to see if David Sales is in. I suspect he probably is, to see his 18-year-old son make his first-class debut in this match.
Do you think he's found somewhere quiet?
Yes.
Away from everybody?
I think, because he's not a great watcher, is he?
He'll be terrible. He'll be absolutely terrible. He'll be hiding away somewhere where no one can get hold of him.
Here's Ben Sanderson. Lovely morning here at Wantage Road. Bowling to Steele. Hits him high up on the pad. Appeal for LBW. Not out, says umpire Newell. May just have been a little bit high. Also possibly just got himself outside the line. I must say, incidentally, if you are watching on the stream, the Northamptonshire stream or the Surrey stream, I know there's apologies from the home club. They're having 1 or 2 technical problems this morning, so there's just like 1 static camera at the moment rather than the normal service. Obviously, they'll be hoping to restore that as soon as possible, but they do offer their apologies. But hopefully, you can just listen to us and find out exactly what's going on. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Steele. In behind that one, pushes it out on the offside, fielded by Rob Keogh, trotting in from extra cover, and there's no run. I was trying to think of, obviously, Wellingborough schoolboys, because James Sales was a pupil at Wellingborough School, just about 10 miles up the road from here. Made a double 100 for Wellingborough this year, and he is, I reckon, the first old Wellingburian to play championship cricket for Northamptonshire since 1948, I reckon. We'll come back to that in a second. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Steele again, solidly defensively forward up to Keogh at extra cover. To finish the over, still no runs on the board. It's a pretty tight start, certainly by Ben Sanderson. And Surrey, having won the toss and chosen to bat, 0 for 0 off 3. I reckon the last Wellingburian to play championship cricket for Northamptonshire, we've had plays from the school playing for other counties, but for Northamptonshire, I think it was Edmund White against Essex at Clacton in 1948. Paul Coverdale would be more your era, Wakers. Yep. Did play a first-class match for Northamptonshire against the University side, against Cambridge UCCE, but not a championship match. Okay. That was back in 2007. So
When you say you think, you definitely know.
Well, I'm reasonably confident, but as with all these things, I stand to be corrected.
Well, I won't be correcting you, I can assure you.
That's right.
Tom Taylor, around the wicket he comes to Ryan Patel. It's a good length delivery, which Patel pushes up towards mid-off. I'm feeling in a very privileged position here, gentlemen. I am slap bang behind the bowler's arm. And that was a lovely over from Sanderson. Went away, came back, went away, came back, and it started very nicely.
It is a
this
great
David
position,
Cable end. Yeah, amazing. I shouldn't be sat here. One of you two should be in this position. As I say, I feel like the king in the throne here. As Taylor, round the wicket he comes again to Ryan Patel. And again, Ryan Patel just straightens on him, looking to work round that front pad a touch. Half a shout. Just got to be a little bit careful here, Ryan Patel. That's 2 now, Alex Wakely. And just the umpire begins to get in the back of their mind a touch.
I suppose the downside to being right behind is everything that does hit the pad from here looks even closer.
Yeah, it does. Absolutely.
No, I think Northamptonshire have started well here. They're asking questions. I think that's the key. This does look like a good wicket.
It does.
So the key is to make the batsman play as much as we can early on.
Ryan Patel waits again. Taylor around the wicket to him. Lets this one go off a length outside his off stump again. No great carry there to Rosington. Yeah, as I say with Ryan Patel, he sort of reinvented himself in the 50 over. It was during a rain break at Guildford. And I think, I've mentioned it a couple of times now, I think he was 2 not out off 8 balls, went into the rain break as Ryan Patel and came out as Brian Lara and smashed 130 and never looked back. And literally played a shot of all for the rest of the competition and middled everything. As round the wicket once again comes Taylor. Oh, little outside edge from Ryan Patel. Has that carried just to the left. Diving away was Gay. At second slip, it was low down and just from the reaction, I think that might be a chance. Down low to his left.
It looked like it went down straight off the bat. If he had got anywhere near it, it would have been a seriously good catch, a one-handed specky to his left hand.
He had an interesting time in the slips down at Bristol, Emilio Gay. Caught 2 very good ones in the first innings and then dropped a couple in the second innings.
Yeah, just from his reaction, down low to his left, got a hand to it. Good ball from Taylor. Around the wicket he comes again to Patel, and Patel's letting this one go outside his off stump. There were no great sort of hands on heads or anything, just a couple of pats from Rosington to him.
Yeah, the way they're all standing looking around there, it may have just give him the benefit of the doubt
absolutely.
anyway.
I think it was a good stop, because I think where they're looking is just in front of him, so maybe on the half volley to his left-hand side, but a nice bit of ball. But again, sort of a bit lack of pace off the pitch really there as Taylor around the wicket he comes again, and that one's left alone by Ryan Patel. So we've had 4 overs this morning, 4 maidens. So Steele and Patel yet to get going. It means that Taylor is bowling at Patel and Sanderson is bowling at Cameron Steele at the moment.
It's like kids' quick cricket where you don't change ends.
Absolutely.
We're saying it's always good to hear your messages, and great to hear from you. So please feel free to drop us a line. And our friend William, who tweets us at 4th slip, has been on already, saying it's been a long time of grey skies, no real cricket, but now the championship back, and the sun is shining on the righteous, i.e. Northamptonshire, and of course us as well. So we don't actually get to see a lot of direct sunlight up here in the commentary box, but it is a beautiful scene out there at the moment. Barely a cloud in the sky. As Ben Sanderson starts the 5th over, outside the off stump again, just drawing Steele forward, and Sanderson probing away as he does.
You can't play that, really.
No.
He's done well not to chase that. Just played down the line and net the ball. And that's Ben Sanderson all over. One thing sitting up here is I'm so happy I never have to face him in the nets anymore. Because it's just, you see your name up on the board and you see Ben saying, oh, here we go. I'm going to be picking up my off stump from somewhere.
34 championship wickets this year so far, at just a touch over 30. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Steele, who turns that away in the onside, but only as far as Harry Gouldston, who's in there at mid-wicket and there's no run. Yeah, Sanderson 34 at 30.58, and if you consider, I mean, we said that at the start of the season he felt he was really struggling first couple of games. He felt out of sorts, he looked out of sorts, and then about 3 games in, as he said, it just clicked, and then of course he and Gareth Berg demolishing Sussex up here, sharing 19 wickets before Tom Taylor spoilt the party by getting the 20th. Here's Sanderson in again to steal. A big appeal for LBW, and this time he's gone. Just nipped back a touch, and well, you have to say Ben Sanderson probably deserved that. It's unlucky on Cameron Steele this time. Martin Newell sends Steele on his way. He goes for naught, and a good start for Northamptonshire. Surrey 0 for 1.
Yeah, I think that was fair. So that one looked pretty out, really. I think there's, I wouldn't say necessarily pressure. You can sometimes when you start a championship game, you get a couple of nicks that goes for 4, one off the inside edge, a couple of leg buys. But Northamptonshire have been pretty good here. They've been very good in the field. There's a bit of energy out there, and it looks like they've just created enough pressure for him just to not give them any release balls.
But you were behind the arm, Mark. What does umpire Church say?
Finger went straight up from here, I have to say. No, it's very good from Ben Sanderson, because the other thing to remember is that's Cameron Steele on his championship debut for Surrey. So he would have been desperate to try and find a run, but actually he's been given nothing from Sanderson to get away. The ball before that one, just a little tuck into the leg side off his hip, it's the first one he'd had to even work leg side at all. And then that one comes straight back, absolutely dead. So I think some very good bowling from Ben Sanderson, and I think probably it would have been mentioned possibly in the Northamptonshire camp that Cameron Steele's on his championship debut for Surrey. Don't give him anything, and that's exactly what Northamptonshire have done.
Yeah, definitely. I've always dealt with Ben. That's one of the best things. He strings deliveries together against batsmen because he doesn't give them anything, and that's one of the reasons why he gets so many wickets. If someone's constantly rotating the strike, you get 2 different batsmen that get the opportunity, but he doesn't do that, and he got his reward.
Well, it's the good stat that our colleague Phil Rove, Northampton's former assistant coach, who's done quite a lot of detailed study of comparison between Ben Sanderson and Ollie Robinson over the last 6 or 7 years in county cricket, and their figures. I haven't got them to hand, but they are extraordinarily similar in terms of overs bowled, wickets taken, and average as well. So Ben Sanderson, I know many will feel one of the most underrated bowlers around the circuit, but not underrated in this part of the world, believe me. Well, Hashim Amla is at the crease now. He can play a bit. 4 slips in place for him. And first ball from Ben Sanderson. He's very nicely, solidly in behind that, just dropping it down at his feet. And safe save comes in from backward point to field, and there's no run.
Yeah, Amla's averaging 52.84 this season.
Yeah, that's thick end of 700 runs, isn't it?
Yeah, 687. There's been 215 not out in there as well. And now captain. Don't think he was expecting that.
No. Here's Sanderson in, bowling to Amla, and he shoulders arms, lets that go through outside the off stump into the gloves of Adam Rossington, who takes it in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. Yes, Emilio Gay's experience down at Bristol was interesting. He took a couple of very good catches in the first innings. One of them had to sort of dive forward, and they're never easy at all. And then, say, second innings, one very early on that was sort of half chance, and then he did drop one that you would normally expect to see taken, and it was one of those matches really, and that beats Amla outside the off stump, and that was within a whisker of Amla going the same way as Cameron Steele back to the pavilion. Very nearly took the edge, but didn't. End of the over. Applause for Ben Sanderson, whose figures are showing 3 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for naught. We've had 5 overs, so he's still looking for their first run. Cameron Steele back in the pavilion, 0 for 1 off 5.
Yeah, terrific delivery that to Amla as well. Alongside the one with Cameron Steele earlier in the over where he didn't get anything on it. I think Amla there just played the line, but it was late again from Sanderson, that movement.
Just doing enough, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sometimes the ball almost does too much and it's flying past the outside edge all the time, but it's just doing enough here to keep both bowlers interested.
Slight delay as people running to their seats down there at the Lynn Wilson Centre end of the ground.
It's nice that we've got some spectators running to their seats.
Absolutely, it's terrific.
There's a few in.
There is. It's a good number in today on a lovely day for it. And Surrey still looking for their first run as Taylor round the wicket to Ryan Patel. Oh, and Ryan Patel, he gets a short wide one. Unsurprisingly, he has a cut. It's thick inside edge past his off stump. Oh, he's coming back for 2. And, well, the first runs are chaotic for Surrey in the fact that looked to cut a short wide one, bottom edge, just past his off stump, and then suddenly had to get his skates on for the second. But Surrey are off the mark.
And James Sales has touched the ball.
Absolutely. And good throw, but Ryan Patel he would have been for a second coming back for that second run. He'd have thought, oh no, Ryan Patel, but he's safely home.
Straight to the stumps.
Absolutely. Direct hit would have been interesting. 2 for 1 then, Surrey. Taylor's in and goodish length outside the off stump and left alone by Ryan Patel.
What's it been like watching Hashim? It must be a pleasure. Just when he's in full flow, it must
absolutely.
just be unbelievable.
Do you know, and I'm going to bore everybody again, Mr. Sales, Mr. Wakely. I've got Sales on my brain here today, but his extraordinary innings of 30-odd not out against Hampshire on the final day of 280-odd deliveries is in the top 3 days of my life,
really?
To be honest with you. It was unbelievable. As Taylor is in round the wicket once again, and Ryan Patel has a little nibble at this one, outside his off stump, and nicely bowled again by Taylor and taken by Rosington, moving away to his left-hand side. Yeah, I'll get the stats. But of all the innings, it was just, he didn't play a shot for an entire day.
Really?
Walked out their first ball of the day, left on the last ball of the day, having not played a shot.
Incredible.
The one shot he played was a full toss, which he swept for 4. Everything else was just off the edge down through third man. As round the wicket he comes again. Taylor driving his Patel in the air. All dropped at backward point. Almost as if it stopped on him a touch, Ryan Patel. And he was looking to drive. This has been an excellent start from Northamptonshire this morning. And I think Alex Wakely, that is a chance.
Definitely is a chance. It looked like he thought it wasn't going to carry. He was looking to dive forward, and then it almost hit him as he was diving forward. And I think he's completely misjudged that. I think that's young safe save there.
Yeah.
Nice bit of bowling, actually.
It was a lovely bit of bowling because, as I say, Ryan Patel looking to drive. Suddenly the ball wasn't there. Amla comes on to strike. Patel's moved on to 3. 3 for 1 as Taylor right arm over the wicket to Amla. It's way down the leg side. First time he's bowled at a right-hander today, and that would have been okay for the left-handed Ryan Patel, but that flew off down the leg side for 4 byes. But yes, I'll try and find. But it was the most remarkable innings from him, and he is a joy to watch. But the thing about that innings was he left every single shot in the locker, and he defended it. Just didn't, and they tried everything to him, Hampshire, everything.
To have the mental capability to do that.
But we were saying there aren't many that probably could do that.
No,
to be fair,
no.
We were saying A. Cook probably could still do it, but Taylor over the wicket he comes to Amla, and Amla's letting this one go outside his off stump.
Given what he's achieved within the game,
Yep.
to have the mental capacity to do that in a county game where he's played some of the biggest games on the world stage.
And
Incredible.
I think the other thing which was impressive with that was, and he's got no ego anyway, because why would he? He's a lovely man as well, and he just left any ego, and he hasn't really got one, in the dressing room. He wasn't going to play a shot, and that was it. For that day, he wasn't. And we were saying, we'd like to invent a competition, the old 100-ball competition, where you have to go out and you're not allowed to play a shot for 100 balls, and see how many players can actually do
I tell you
it.
what, I was a pretty rubbish cricketer, but I might have stood a chance in that.
Absolutely.
One thing, the only attribute I ever had as a batsman in club cricket was patience. I had no shots, no courage, but lots of patience. Here's Ben Sanderson, a man with patience, bowling to the left-handed Patel for the first time. 4 slips still in place, and again he just slips that past the outside edge. Goes through to Adam Rossington. Tough examination being set by Ben Sanderson, as is usually the case. As far as this pitch goes, Wake, as we were saying, we reckon if it's not the one that was used for the Somerset match last year, it's only 1 away from it. And there was probably more bounce on that pitch than we've seen for a long time here at Montague. That was in the Bob Willis Trophy last year. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Patel, nicely across his stumps, playing it up to Zabe at mid-wicket, and there's no run. It almost went, we were saying, like the old Sorbo rubber ball. It was like trampoline bounce, and the match was over in 2 days. Probably choosing to play Somerset on it when they had the likes of
smartest
Brooks and the Overtons and so on. It was
borderline. There was a couple that were borderline where it wasn't really safe, wasn't it? Yeah. Some shot of length at head height really is. This looks good. I think we're just making the most of the hard ball at the moment.
Here's Sanderson from this David Capel end, and again bowls to Patel, pushes it out into the offside. where it's fielded by Harry Gouldston. Now finds himself at backward point and there's no run. So, dear sir, is this a record? We have a couple of Northamptonshire players whose fathers also played for Northamptonshire, which makes me feel very old, as I commentated on both their fathers. Mark Gouldston, father of Harry, and of course David Sales, father of James. And we've had, with Ben Curran this year as well, son of Kevin. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Patel, watchful, leaving that outside the off stump. Just swing back, shake back a little bit after it had passed the stumps. And Adam Rossington finished up taking it around about the line of leg stump. You didn't play in that game against Somerset, did you, last year? Very, very wisely.
Oh, yeah, I was very selective. I looked at the wicket and thought, oh, I'll miss this one.
Yes.
No, I was there actually. I was here for 3 days to watch that, and it did look an interesting game of cricket. I know there was a bit of fear from both teams actually at one point, because it was a little bit scary at times.
21 wickets fell on the first day. Somerset were batting for a second time. Here's Sanderson outside the off stump again, left alone by Patel through to Rossington. Yes, it was poor Tom Lammonby, who admittedly has had plenty of success since, but he was out twice in the day in that match. Bowled Sanderson for 1 in the first innings, and LBW to Brandon Glover for 0 in the second innings, just before the close of play. It was Brandon Glover's one and only county championship appearance for Northamptonshire so far. I see he was named in the squad, but I don't think he was ever likely to play. He's got a bit of a heel injury, apparently, that was in evidence during the second team game last week. Here's Sanderson again. That's driven nicely by Patel, out away through extra cover. Runs for him here as it's chased down towards the boundary by Rob Keogh, but he can't stop it, and it crosses the rope. 4 nice runs for Patel.
That'll make him feel a bit better. Yeah, gorgeous
first
extra cover drive.
Boundary of the match, he goes up to 7, and Surrey to 11 for 1.
Yeah, he's got all the shots, Ryan Patel, but that was nice, wasn't it? Very controlled. Just pushed it away through the covers for 4.
I'd imagine you're going to get full value for your run today. Good wicket. The outfield is only going to get harder and harder as the sun's on it all day. That ball will race away.
Just to say that the Amler stats from Hampshire was 37 not out from 278 deliveries.
Marvellous, proper cricket.
And that, honestly, I've said it before, birth of my daughter, best day. Johnny Wilkinson's drop goal.
The day.
Australia 2003. Day 2, Hashim Amler's 37 not out of 278 balls. Day 3 for me is Amler is forward here to Taylor and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I can remember Rory Kleinveld telling us about Amler when he was at Derby, and we were all watching, and it was a rain-affected morning, and he was warming up, and he was out there in his 5 jumpers, and he was just whacking some cricket balls. It looked like he was just taking the mick, to be honest. But Rory is one of the best batsmen in the world. Surely he does more than that. And he says no. He's the most chilled-out, laid-back man you'd ever wish to meet.
The Zen Master has been mentioned. As forward he comes, Amler plays this one back up the pitch once more. Just loves batting. Just loves batting. Because when I interviewed him afterwards, poor fella has had to bat all day and then get me asking him stupid questions. But I said, did you actually enjoy that? And he said, I loved it.
Did he?
I absolutely loved it. He said, I just love batting. Whatever the situation, I just love batting. And you sort of sit there, this is the guy that got 300 in a test match back in London. And there he is, blocking everything for an entire day in a championship match. As Taylor over the wicket to him, forward he comes again. As always, playing it very late. Hashim Amler down towards backward point. And there is no run.
There is something massively satisfying, though, about watching an innings like that, isn't there? I think back to 1996 here when Mal Loy and Richard Montgomery put on about 372, I think, against Yorkshire opening partnership. And Mal got 200 in the way that he did, but Richard got 100, and he said, my intention was just to bore them to death. It was lovely. I thoroughly, and especially it being Yorkshire, it made it 10 times better.
So a little wider of the crease, and this time Amler's had a flash outside his off stump. Goes past his edge. Rosington moving away to his right to take that, the skipper. But actually Amler there saw that one a little bit wider and just threw everything at it.
There is something about it, though, Nev. Seeing someone block out for a draw, especially when there's those moments where it's really tense, the opposition doing everything they can to get that wicket. I totally agree with you.
It was wonderful. 57 maidens, I think there were. As over the wicket comes Taylor again. Forward goes Amler.
That's remarkable.
Playing this one up towards mid-off and there's no run. There was one point where Keith Barker's figures on the board were something like 17 overs, 15 maidens, 3 for 2. It was just... But the other great thing was all the Surrey younger players came in and they suddenly got into that groove as well.
Brilliant.
So there was dear Jamie Overton desperately trying not to whack one out the ground and pushing the ball back again. But yes, it was remarkable, really, as Taylor's over the wicket once more. Oh, bowls Amla! What a delivery that is, because it's nipped back. And Amla looking to let it go. It's at the top of his off stump. And if you're getting Hashim Amla like that, it's got to be a good delivery. And no shot offered, nipped it back Taylor and Alex Wakely. That's a lovely piece of bowling, and Surrey are 11 for 2.
That's brilliantly bowled. I think the last 2 deliveries were the one when he played and missed outside the off stump, the ball was taking away. It's something that Tom's developed, actually. He's trying to make the ball move both ways, as you sort of see James Anderson's done latterly in his career. Obviously, I'm not comparing him to James Anderson, but that was a fantastic delivery. And you know, sometimes as a batsman, you walk off, you're so frustrated that you haven't offered a shot. But actually, sometimes you've got to give a bit of credit to the bowler as well.
Absolutely. And I think you always know it's a really good bit of bowling when there's a bit of shock around the ground. And I think there was a little bit of shock that Amla going without playing any sort of shot and letting it go and it hitting the top of his off stump. So out comes Laurie Evans into the middle. And his second championship game of the summer for Laurie Evans. So this will be a tester for him. I can't think... Well, he'd have had a net, obviously, last couple of days. But
you hope so.
It's probably worth reminding everybody as well that obviously Surrey never actually got to Durham last week because of COVID. So Surrey didn't play last week. So they'd have had a few hits, but obviously a bit of self-isolation going on. And they'd have been up here yesterday having a hit. But Laurie Evans hasn't seen a red ball for a couple of months, actually. So this will be a tester because... Well, Sanderson and Taylor, Cameron still LBW without scoring in the 5th over, and now Hashim Amla gone without offering a shot. 11 for 2.
And Laurie Evans, interestingly, was played one championship match for Northamptonshire when he was a month's loan here in 2016, and boasted a Northamptonshire average of 73.5 because he made 74 and 73 in the match against Glamorgan down at Swansea. Coming here for a month's loan. Here's Sanderson bowling to Ryan Patel. Still 4 slips in place. Patel again across his stumps, playing that up to mid-on, fielded by Proctor. And there's no run. It's interesting to get your take on this, Wakers, because Tom Taylor, and I mean, I've made almost a career out of this year, of just saying that I think Tom Taylor has bowled better than his figures might suggest. I mean, coming into this match, he's taken 18 championship wickets at 34, which on the face of it is nothing particularly special. I just think consistently he's bowled better than that. I'm interested to get what you think. Just after this ball from Ben Sanderson, who's actually going to have to go back to his marks.
Yeah.
The batsman wasn't ready. What do you reckon?
I agree. I mean, since I've been up here with you, we must have said it 2 or 3 times. Often the wickets fall at the other end, but that is the great thing about bowling in partnerships. I do think I'd like to see the statistics on these 2 bowling together.
Yeah,
they don't give many freebies, and sometimes it works like that. Sometimes one bowler is the only one that gets rewards.
Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls very full, edged low into the slip cordon by Patel, and I think that bounced just in front of Vasconcelos at first. That was my first thought about that. Just went to him on the half volley, but again, Sanderson finding the edge.
I think it would change. I don't think that Tom's really doing a lot wrong.
No.
Every time I've seen him bowl, he's always there, especially with the white ball as well. He was often on the mark from the start, and I think that's probably the best attribute of both of these. Generally, they hit their straps straight away.
Well, something bowling partnerships is a big thing with the bowling coach Chris Liddell will always be talking about. Here's Sanderson to Patel, who lets that go outside the off stump. Didn't look a bad leave, but he got the inevitable oohs and ahs from the slip cordon. We were trying to make out that it was perhaps a bit closer than it was.
When we were doing our podcast with Kevin Howes at the start of the season on 5 Live, we always sort of had a player of the week. I remember Sanderson Berg got it one week because of this new Northamptonshire bowler who takes 19 wickets.
Like Lillian Thompson.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Patel, pushes it up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. Yeah, that was an extraordinary game. And when I interviewed the 2 of them after the match, they said they'd taken 19 wickets in the match, and Tom Taylor got the 20th. And I asked Ben Sanderson, who could be fairly lugubrious at the best of times, what he thought about it, and he just looked at me and he said, "Hadn't read the script, had he?" Which indeed he probably hadn't, but I think it would have been only about the 8th or 9th occurrence in Northamptonshire history. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling Patel, pushes it out the offside, thinks about a single, but James Sales is in there at backward point, and quickly to the ball and cuts off any possibility of a run. Not too many occasions when. So I think it would have been the 9th, I think, in first-class cricket where the same two bowlers had taken all 20 wickets in the match for Northamptonshire. What is rarer, of course, it could potentially have been 10-10, which hasn't happened very often. Still the 4 slips in. Sanderson from the David Capel end, bowling to Patel, pushing it up again towards mid-off. And Rob Keogh coming across from extra cover to cut off the possibility of a single. End of the over. Patel is on 7. Laurie Evans yet to get off the mark, and Surrey 11 for 2.
Wouldn't have been bad, that, because it would have been a combined age of about 70, wouldn't it, between Berg and Sanderson as well? So.
Well, we had it with a great one at the start of the season, of course, first match against Kent, when you got Darren Stevens there at 45 and being confronted by Gareth Berg, who just turned 40. And that's when Gareth Berg came up with a great comment, and I spoke to him at the end of the first day's play, and he bowled so well. He bowled 22 overs and just kept there or thereabouts all the day and given Adam Rossington control. And he said, I woke up this morning, start of a new season, and I was nervous. And he said, I'm 40, but I was nervous. He said, I think the time that you stop being nervous is the time probably that you pack up.
I actually remember him saying it to me on the field. He said, I don't understand, I'm so nervous.
Taylor coming in over the wicket. First ball for Laurie Evans, who's driving handsomely away through the covers. And that won't get to the rope. It's a good chase, and they'll get back for 3. And the throw comes in. So good chase, little flick back, and then the throw. The 2 without names and numbers out there. The 2 young men doing a good job there. But nice looking shot from Laurie Evans to get started. Confident start. He's a confidence player. Laurie Evans off the mark with 3. And Surrey, if you're just joining us here on BBC Radio Northamptonshire, BBC Radio London, Alex Wakely's alongside, which is an absolute joy. And the sun's shining, and Surrey are struggling. 14 for 2. As Taylor round the wicket, he comes to Ryan Patel, who's playing this away from his body. 1 bounce down to safe side there at backward point. Little uppish again, that Alex Wakely from Ryan Patel.
Yeah, just trying to force a couple now, isn't he? Northamptonshire have bowled well here. They haven't given the freebies that sometimes can be on offer at the start of a championship game. And I quite like the field as well. We haven't over-attacked. Often there are lots of gaps in the field, and often the extra cover region's left open. You can rotate with your singles, but they've clogged up the offside nicely as well as 3 slips.
Around the wicket once again comes Taylor. This one's left alone by Ryan Patel outside his off stump. Well, if you think 4 of this 14 were byes, and that was the first time that Taylor had to bowl at the right-hander, so just didn't get his line right, but then bowled Hashim Amla, not offering a shot. We've had a boundary from Ryan Patel through the covers and 3 there from Laurie Evans. So they have been watertight this morning of Sanderson and Taylor. Absolutely nothing for either, well, all 4 now. Cameron Steele, Ryan Patel, Laurie Evans and Hashim Amla. As round the wicket comes Taylor. Oh, my Lord. That's a good lead from Ryan Patel. That's got over the top of his off stump. Oh, dear. And as I say, I'm in the privileged position here of looking straight down at those stumps. That has gone straight over the top of his off stump.
Well, he'll be saying there's only 2 types of leave, and that was a good type.
That was a good leave in the end. But I'm pretty sure that Ryan Patel for a second would have been thinking, is that my off stump out the ground there? Because that came back. It's great bowling again from Taylor. And it's late movement at the moment. That's what did for Amla. As round the wicket he comes once again. And Ryan Patel punches off the back foot. Mayfield, he's just missed out a touch there as Keogh does the fielding, because he's had a chance there to get his hands through the ball. But good stop from Keogh. In there at cover, and there's no run.
I think that's my case in point there. I think this is a very good field from the Adam Rossington set. Often you feel that one's, that's 4. You're picking the ball up from the boundary board in the start of many championship games. But by keeping the offside as a ring field, but still keeping the attacking 3 slips in, it's sort of a compromise and a bit of both.
Waits again as Ryan Patel. Taylor is into him. This time he's cutting again. That comes straight off the toe end of his bat and rolls out towards Keogh. Still looking at his fingers, having done the They're fielding the previous delivery off the shot that was pretty well timed from Ryan Patel, and it's the end of the over. And Surrey 14 for 2 after winning the toss and batting first this morning.
Yeah, Northamptonshire have bowled very well here. It's quite hard to work out the pitch. There's not been a lot of carry on offer. I do feel that from a Surrey point of view, they've just got to try and ride this storm a little bit. I do think batting will become easier. It looks like the ball's still hard and it is still swinging and nipping at the same time. But I'm not convinced by looking at just from the shade of the pitch from up here, that's going to be the case for much longer.
James Sales is limbering up in his fielding position at mid-wicket, so it may not be long before we see him get his first bowl in County Championship cricket. Just 18 years old, turned 18 in February. So 18 and a half, I suppose you'd have to say. Here's Sanderson running away from us. Still the 4 slips in place and nibbled away outside the off stump. There's an appeal for a catch behind, as Evans had a little flirt at that one. Not out, says umpire Mark Newell. You got the sense of that one. I don't think Ben Sanderson was that interested. And usually, if there's anything on offer, Ben Sanderson will be very interested indeed. But there's plenty of interest behind the wicket.
The only thing I would say, sometimes Ben isn't the best appealer. Often because when I was captain, I was bowling him into his 30th over or something. But he often let the guys behind in the slips do.
He hadn't got enough breath to come up with enough puff. Well, he's just having a little look at the ball and having a comment or two to Luke Proctor, one of the highly experienced players in the side, who's there at mid-on. Bowls again to Evans, who's playing defensively out in the offside, where Save Zabe, who dropped the catch earlier on, offered by Ryan Patel when he'd made 2. He comes in and fields. What have you seen of James Sales, Wakers? He's just sort of come through into the picture this year, the first team picture, promising start in the Royal London Cup. Seen much of him?
Not masses of him. Over the last few years, I sort of saw a guy who had so much talent, had every shot when he batted, and can pretty much do everything on a cricket field.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Evans outside the off stump. Lets it go through to Rossington.
And then latterly, in the last sort of maybe over the winter, I just saw there was a sense of maturity there. It was like he'd worked it out. You know, everyone goes through that transitional period at some point. And you know, I haven't seen too much of him play this year, but obviously he's got some big runs. He's got some big runs for Wellingborough School, and I think scoring big runs at any level is a great attribute to have. It doesn't matter what the standard is, to have the mental capacity to do that. And from all accounts, he's the one that now everyone thinks, yeah, this guy could be the next one that can come through and do really well.
Yeah, got a double 100 this year for Wellingborough School. Here's Sanderson in, and with half an appeal, strangled appeal, because he got some bat on that. Laurie Evans, as it rolls out into the offside, Zabe to field, but this is tough. This is seriously tough.
This is a lovely spell from Sanderson. It really is.
Well, they always say, and it's become one of the sort of the truisms, that opening the batting, but batting top order in red ball cricket in England is not easy. It certainly has been anything but this morning, particularly for those having to face Ben Sanderson, operating from this David Capel end, as it's been for the last month or so. Here he is bowling again to Laurie Evans, who's in behind that one, pushing it up to Proctor at mid-on. And there's no run. Yes, I mean, James Sales came into the side, Northamptonshire side, had an opportunity in the Royal London Cup. And with bat and ball, I have to say, he didn't look remotely out of his depth, which for somebody to say is just 18 is a pretty good effort, really. Still the 4 slips in. There's Ben Sanderson running in away from us, bowling to Evans, who drives, and he's going to get a single as it bisects Zabe at backward point, and Keogh out there in the covers. It's Zabe who completes the fielding, and Laurie Evans gets a single and nicks the bowling. He goes up to 4, Patel is 7, and at the end of 11 overs for 2, Ben Sanderson 6 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 5.
Don't know what you think, but it looks like quite a few balls hitting the toe of the bat. Probably more than you'd like early on if you're sitting over there as one of the groundsmen. but it is hard to predict. You know, when the ball gets soft, it might be easy to score on. But I do think at the moment it's looking like the spinners might have quite a big part to play, quite a few overs to bowl.
Yeah. At the moment it's looking like a good toss to lose. 15 for 2 as Taylor comes over the wicket to Laurie Evans, and he's got that one to nip back as Evans lets it go outside his off stump. And again, that will just make Laurie Evans think, how close was that to my off stump? Busy old morning at Chelmsford. Gloucestershire, 28 for 5. Yes, there you are.
Now,
So-
why couldn't they have done that
yes,
on Thursday?
absolutely. So, yes, 28 for 5. And it looks like it might just be nipping around a bit with Porter and Cook having taken all 5 this morning. So, yes, busy morning at Chelmsford. As over the wicket again goes Taylor. Oh, and Laurie Evans looks to drive one that just goes on, beats the edge again. Laurie Evans will look to be positive. That's his way. He may offer an opportunity, but he'll look to be positive. It's nicely bowled by Taylor. Washington taking that one, moving away to his right-hand side.
Oh, I've just seen that Worcestershire are 18 for 4 as well.
Down at Canterbury,
Here we
yeah.
go.
Milne's just taken all of those.
Oh, lovely. It's the first day the sun's come out as well.
Yeah.
As running towards us is Taylor. Comes into Laurie Evans, who lets this one go outside his off stump.
Yeah, September's supposed to be the time for
I
batsmen.
think, well, it's a lovely day. It's actually warm, no cloud cover whatsoever. Although, yes, I must admit, I was lucky enough to get to the test match yesterday, and everybody arrived, cloud cover, it will swing all day. Nothing happened. Nothing happened until that second new ball. And India 278 for 3 will start. Oh, they're all underway, aren't they? 15 minutes in now. As over the wicket goes Taylor, goes wider of the crease this time and pushes it wider. Laurie Evans having absolutely nothing to do with that one whatsoever. And
Just on this over, maybe the swing has slightly gone there. Just nipped a bit there. There was some extravagant movement, wasn't there, from Tom Taylor? I mean, we're in that very privileged position where we're right behind the bowler's arm. Not quite swinging as much as it was early on.
I was also thinking, with your captain's hat on, good time for Sales to come in and have a bowl now, actually, on debut, isn't it? As over the wicket comes Taylor again. Oh, bowls Laurie Evans with one that just comes back. Lovely bit of bowling because he's looked to drive, hands have gone after it, he's nipped back and hit the top of his off stump. And again, it's just a lovely piece of bowling, and said that Laurie Evans will look to be positive, but he just went for the drive, it's nipped back, hit the top of his off stump, and Surrey are 15 for 3, Alex Wakely.
Yeah, that is a really good bit of bowling, actually. I've just said it stopped swinging, and that one's actually swung back. Well, I mean, that's really good control. It's the dream dismissal as a seam bowler. If you're trying to take the ball away from the right-hander, bring one back, big drive. Probably, from here, it maybe wasn't there to drive. But as we knew, Laurie was always going to play his shots. That's the way he's played. That's the way he's been successful. But a lovely bit of bowling, and Surrey are under pressure here.
They are, and it's been very good from Northamptonshire this morning. It's been one of the, and you said something very, very pertinent, Alex Wakely, earlier. It hasn't done too much. It's just done enough. Because sometimes, where were we this summer? Surrey went to Taunton, and Josh Davey was bowling the balls of the century, but no one could hit any of them. Couldn't get near them. He was swinging, starting out outside leg stump, and it was going back across, and they were missing it by 1.5 foot.
Yeah.
And he didn't pick up a wicket. And, but he afterwards, he just did too much. Whereas this morning, it's done enough, hasn't it? Just enough.
I remember Rory Kleinveld, one of our previous overseas, who was here for a long time. He used to talk about he wanted the ball to move no more than the width of a bat, because obviously that was what if a batsman was trying to hit it out the middle of the bat, the bowlers wanted the edge. And any time it did more than that, it was often a bit of luck as to whether the batsman was going to be able to nick it or not.
Because with that Davies spell, we were saying on a highlights package, it would have looked unbelievable. But he walked
great
off
to watch.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant to watch. But he walked off with no wickets whatsoever. So Jamie Smith is out there now, 5 for Surrey, and a bit of work to do here. 15 for 3. Surrey won the toss, batted. It swung, it's nipped, and Taylor and Sanderson have bowled beautifully together. They really have. As waiting is Jamie Smith, and he's letting the first one go that just comes back a touch at him, the right-handed Smith. Lovely over again from Taylor, the wicket of Laurie Evans for 4, and Surrey are 15 for 3.
Yeah, you just said it. Going back to your previous comment about great time for James Sales to come on the board, you couldn't really ask for a better time. Hopefully, as a captain, you're dreaming of these positions where you don't want to bring the youngster on when the opposition are on top, and you've got a chance now, hopefully, at some point whenever his time is to bowl. Well, whenever they can get it out of these two hands, I think might be more to the point.
That's going to be the other thing here, because Saunderson ain't going to give the ball to him at the moment, is he? I don't think Taylor will.
The amount of conversations we used to have with him, Ben, today's the game, we're going to manage you carefully. Just 3 or 4 up front maybe, and then we'll switch you around. 12 overs later. It happened every game.
Well, Ben Sanderson is just about to bowl his 7th over. 4 maidens, 1 for 5 so far. Here's Sanderson in again and beats Patel outside the off stump. Again, doesn't bounce a lot. The bounce is pretty low. It goes through to Adam Rossington.
It was interesting you're saying about with Ollie Robinson as well, with these two, because we were having a natter about it yesterday, and we were saying that Ollie Robinson, very reminiscent of sort of Angus Fraser, that type of, but England haven't had one of those for. I know they got Jimmy, obviously, but that sort of just go ball after ball after ball with enough, just enough.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Patel, who again is beaten outside the off stump. Slightly more carry there through to Adam Rossington, but slighted again past the outside edge. Great to hear from you this morning. Andy Threlfall's been in touch on Twitter, so please you're enjoying the commentary, and from a Northamptonshire point of view at least, a bit more to cheer about than down at Bristol last week. But also Mark Bowler makes the point, which is an interesting one, about James Sales, obviously making his championship debut in this match. We'll come back to that in a second, as Sanderson jogging away from us in bowls to Patel, who's negotiates that one well, comes across his stumps, pushes it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Saying that obviously with Sales, it's not just a question of coming through the academy, he's actually come through Northamptonshire's age group system from under 10s, and he was wondering who the last player to do that was. I suspect probably David Willey, which was his suggestion, that actually came through all of the age groups. I think Harry Goulston, though, must have been in the system for quite a long time as well. Here's Sanderson in again to Patel. He's pushing it up to Proctor to Keogh, rather, at mid-off, and there's no run. Yeah, I would have thought he would have, Harry Goulston would have come through certainly most of the...
I'd imagine so,
He'd come in the system
I'm not aware of
fairly young.
Anything else?
You did pretty much, didn't you?
Yeah, I was 12 or 13 around that time. Yeah. Bedfordshire down the road. That's similar, isn't it? You know,
well, I see.
Closely linked.
So I remember you playing for the under-19s when you were about 13 or something at Findon against Warwickshire. Here's Sanderson in again. His runs here for Patel as he steers that nicely wide of the slip cord, and he's only going to get a single. In fact, it's chased back towards the third man area by James Sales. Cuts it off, sends in his return, and Patel goes to 8 and Surrey to 16 for 3.
One of the things I do know about James, which I've been really impressed with, is obviously his dad's, in David Sales, is one of the greatest cricketers that's played for Northamptonshire, and one of my favourite batsmen to watch. He was so talented, and it can be quite hard to live in the shadow of someone like that. And he's always wanted to forge his own identity. He's always wanted to be his own person. And he said that to me right from the time I remember playing golf with him and David years ago. And it's one of the things he said, and I thought that's a pretty mature thing to say as a youngster.
Yes, it's not an easy thing to do, is it necessarily, especially playing for the same club. Here's Sanderson in bowling to English batsman Jamie Smith. Plays that up to the aforementioned James Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run. And that's the end of another tidy over from Ben Sanderson. 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6. We've had 13 overs bowled. Smith yet to get off the mark. Patel is 8, and Surrey on a bright sunny morning here at Wantage Road are 16 for 3. And we talk about bright sunny morning. We're mentioning that match against Kent early on with the Darren Stevens Gareth Berg matchup. Compare and contrast the temperature, because that, I think, because you were playing in that match, I think that was the coldest.
Oh, it was unbearable.
I think I've ever been here on this ground.
Cricket should not be allowed to play in that.
It was perishing.
So I'm just because the opening game for Surrey at Bristol in the tent. Oh, God. Taylor continues coming round the wicket to Patel, who lets this one go outside his off stump. Actually, I was looking, so Amler always wears his white floppy sun hat, but under that he had a woolly hat on under that, and every jumper. I don't think we saw Hashim's sort of arms, if that makes sense, until at least June. Every time he went out there, he had 20. When he got the double 100, it was like you knew they were in trouble when he took the long sleeve sweater off, because it was the first time he'd done it also, but it was perishing. As Taylor, round the wicket he comes once again to Ryan Patel, and this one's tucked away by Ryan Patel into the leg side, and there's no run. What's been interesting this morning is watching the slip cordon, because I'm not sure they're 100% convinced where they should be at the moment, because Kerrigan in that last over was sort of looking with his hands on his hips as if, where do I stand here? That one hasn't got through to me either.
No, I mean, they are very close. It's one thing I stood in the slips for the last few years of my career, and you never quite know where to stand here. The coaches are always telling you to stand closer, but as a player, you're not confident.
Around the wicket once again is Taylor. Forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays this one up to mid-on. There's no run.
You see, if you're standing there at second slip and you're on the same eye line as the keeper, and one goes through and he takes it above his head, and then the next one goes round by your ankles. Yeah. Naturally, the coaches at the side are like, "Well, you've got to make sure you're there for the one that's low." But it's quite scary. You've still got bowlers bowling at sort of mid-80s. The closer you go, the less chance, the less time you've got, the less reaction time you've got, and it makes it much harder. I mean, Simon Kerrigan there at third slip, he's very close.
As round the wicket once again comes Taylor to Ryan Patel, and lets this one go again on the angle, coming back a touch at Ryan Patel. But there's been a couple of times I've seen it where they've worn helmets. Did you ever do that?
I've done it once actually.
Yeah.
Generally tried to get one of the younger lads to do it if I got the opportunity. I remember playing a game here where against Worcester, where Mo and Ali came out to bat, and I was at second slip, someone was at third slip, and Mo decided to take, the wickets were falling all over the place, and Mo decided to have a slash at everything, and he must have nicked 2 or 3 through the slips, and we had no chance. The reaction time just wasn't there.
Round the wicket again comes Taylor, and forward goes Ryan Patel. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. That's his 43rd delivery, Ryan Patel. He's on 8. If this had been the 50 overs, he'd probably be on about 70 by now, the way he was playing in that. But here, he's really having to get his head down. He's doing a pretty good job so far. So 1 life on 2. Ryan Patel, he wanders off towards square leg. What a day that there actually genuinely isn't a cloud in the sky now.
It's always like this here, Mark.
Gorgeous,
you know that.
gorgeous. What a day. That's round the wicket once more. Goes Taylor. Oh, and Patel plays this one as if it keeps a little bit low on him, in fact, and he's pushing it straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. It's another very tidy over from Taylor. Bowling figures at the moment, well, Sanderson 7 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 6. I think that's now Taylor 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 6. So, as a captain, Alex Wakely, you'd settle that for your opening pair, wouldn't you?
I'd certainly take that. It will be really interesting because we haven't really seen many shots in anger here. It will be interesting to see if it is actually going to be very difficult to score. We haven't seen many sort of full-blooded cover drives or cut shots and things yet. So that might be the case. There are a lot of balls hitting the toe of the bat, which mean it may be quite difficult to actually score. Especially when you start setting a ring field, especially, to forge it through there.
Sanderson at the start of his 8th over, running in bowling to Jamie Smith, who's solidly in behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields, and there's no run. The Isle of Man has been in touch with us. Wake is the Isle of Man branch of the Northamptonshire Supporters Club. You were out there recently, weren't you?
I was. Me and Richard Levy went over to do something with my testimonial year. Ollie Helfrich is actually an old, went to Wellingborough School.
Right.
Massive supporter of Northampton cricket. And
here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, who's playing that back down, just on the onside of the pitch, runs up to mid-on where Proctor fields, and there's no run.
And he hosted, him and his wife kindly hosted me and Rich for a few days, and we got stuck into some coaching over there, bit of drinking in the evening, and just really getting stuck into cricket on the island. And I tell you what, it's incredible. There was so much enthusiasm for cricket that it's one of those places you'd never really have thought of. And it was only a matter of time really before one of the counties can tap into them and try and poach some talent.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Smith outside the off stump, lets it go through to Rossington. Well, Northamptonshire did have a player from the Isle of Man a few years ago, a lad called Jamie Tomlinson, who was on the staff around about 93, 94. Seam bowler, had, I think, I'll have to look this up, but maybe 1-2 years on the staff. Still in touch with him on social media, and still living. I think he's policeman out there on the Isle of Man. But yeah, Jamie was a good bowler for a couple of years. Not quite sure how we got hold of him here, but we did. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Smith again, solidly in behind that, playing it back down the pitch for Sanderson himself to field, and there's no run. How many clubs would they have out on the Isle of Man?
Good question. I'm not entirely sure. Cronkbourne CC was where me and Rich spent our time, and honestly, we were really impressed. We weren't quite sure what to expect, and it was just like being in any other cricket club around here. And there were 3 or 4 players that really stood out. And we thought, wow, these guys are good. No, it was a really, really, really good trip actually.
Sanderson running away from us in again, bowls to Smith, who on drives, but only as far as Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, my wife went to school on the Isle of Man, but I've never been there.
I would highly recommend it. I'd highly recommend flying around on a trike as well around the TT course as well, because that was great fun.
Do you still get the ferry over there?
Yep.
Yeah.
We got the
Isle of Man Steam Packet Company.
Yep. Me and Rich drove up to Liverpool docks, jumped on there, about 2 hours, 15 minutes across, and it was beautiful. We did some sea kayaking while we were there, saw some seals, incredible coastline, absolutely amazing.
Well, morning to all our supporters and listeners up there on the Isle of Man. Very good to have you with us. Here's Sanderson running in again, bowling to Smith, plays that up to Keogh at extra cover. The end of the over, is that going to be it, do you reckon? Sanderson 8 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 6. Surrey 16 for 3. Are they going to have to prize the ball out of his hand?
I mean, I'm looking at the way he's walking now, and it's getting more and more gingerly.
Yeah, I think he may possibly be ready for a blow.
Yeah, he was almost on tiptoes there going to get that drink, wasn't he? What a great
He does
spell.
this though. It is the tough thing with Ben. He generally tends to get better the longer he gets into a spell.
Yeah.
And we're going to have some James Sales.
Yeah, he's coming in for a first bowl in first-class cricket. So Taylor outstanding there. 7 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 6. And now James Sales. But what a good time to come into the attack. 16 for 3 after an hour of play on this first day, and a nice round of applause. It's interesting. I read David Nash's book this week. He was talking about David Sales in that and just saying the best player he ever saw, basically.
I still say the same thing.
I was lucky enough to see him as well. An unbelievable player, but fascinating what you're saying about James sort of forging his own career. Because, of course, Josh De Cares is now opening up for Middlesex, Mike Atherton's son.
Yeah.
So, Sales with his first delivery. Good luck to him on first-class debut. 3 slips in there. Ryan Patel, the man on strike. Right arm over the wicket he comes, and Patel's up on his toes, pushing off the back foot straight out into the covers. And there is no run. It does, at the moment, though, look like a tough pitch to score runs on.
Nothing's really come off the middle of the bat, even when Surrey have tried to do. It's very hard. It has been over the last sort of decade here, since the days where it used to be a Bunsen. It's very hard to predict. Even when you look at the colour of a wicket, it's hard to predict what's actually going to happen.
Waits again. Does Ryan Patel as Sails over the wicket he comes, and Patel's letting this one go outside his off stump, and taken by Rosington low down to his left. Because you'd think after an hour now, okay, new ball, little bit of movement, 16 for 3 after an hour, and we've only had 1 boundary off the bat, and that was Ryan Patel. Now, Northamptonshire have been exceptional with the ball so far, but run scoring has not been straightforward, and you would have thought after an hour it might have got a bit easier as Sales is in, and that's short and hops a touch on Ryan Patel. He's looking to cut through the offside, and that's taken by Keogh again, just wandering around at extra cover.
Yeah, generally I always like to see a bit of grass on the wickets here at Wantage Road. There's a little bit in it for the bowlers that way, but also it carries. So as a batsman, you know that the ball is coming onto the bat, so you can play those forcing shots. And often the games I've played, the best games of cricket I've played in, is where they have a much more of a greener tinge to it.
It's a light-looking pitch, this one, and with the sun out as well today. I think Ryan Patel there, that reverberated up his arms, that shot, because he didn't time it, so he's...
Great word.
Thank you very much. I was quite pleased with that.
Yeah, I like that one.
If we could get back to the BBC to find that bit of commentary. As over the wicket once again is Sales, left alone by Ryan Patel outside his off stump. But that horrible feeling when it shudders up your arms when you haven't timed it properly, and he was wringing his hands there, was Ryan Patel trying to get some feeling back. The old pins and needles in the fingers.
It's a good job it's not in April.
Yeah, oh God.
Like thinning a 3-iron on the golf course when it's freezing.
Well, the other thing for you guys then as well was standing in the slips. I just thought, this is horrible. As Sales is in again. This one's left alone outside the off stump by Ryan Patel. Be honest as well. When it's like that, you're praying, aren't you? Please don't edge it. Please don't let that come anywhere near us.
You are. You often can't feel your hands. And for me, that's where cricket in England can sometimes let itself down. You know, we know we probably play a little bit too much cricket, and we don't want the standard of the cricket to decrease because of the weather.
Sales is in again. This one's tucked away by Ryan Patel off his hip, down towards fine leg, and he'll pick up a run. They've been few and far between, but tidy first over that from Sales. Single off the last ball of the over. 17 for 3, Surrey.
Yeah, it's very rarely happens. There might be 1 or 2 games a year where you think, oh, I'd rather be inside here with a cup of tea. But it is those times. I remember watching a game up at. I was 12th man for a 50-over game up at Scarborough, and Rob White, one of our old players, currently who's now an umpire, he had dropped a catch at deep square leg where he actually thought he caught it. So he put his hands up with a reverse cup, went to throw the ball back in, but it gone straight through his hands for a boundary. And no word of a lie, he genuinely thought he got. And then from the boundary, the panic of, oh, where is it? Where is it?
Unbelievable.
And that shouldn't be the case.
No.
In other sports, there are certain things that have to be in play for the game to play. And we never in Australia, when it gets to 40 degrees, they cancel club cricket. I think over here, if it's -2, we should be cancelling it.
That Kent match, I think, was just about, and it wasn't helped from our point of view because we were commentating outside for that one, and our colleague Matt Coles from BBC Radio Kent got his ski trousers on, and I don't blame him. Change of bowling from this end, and Luke Proctor coming into the attack, bowling round the wicket to the left-handed Patel, first ball.
Yes,
lets it go through.
Pre-season game down at the Ageas Bowl, I remember seeing Michael Lum in salopettes coming out to field, and he stood at mid-off, literally in salopette, those big skiing trousers, big jacket with his jumpers over the top, bobble hat with those big ski gloves on, and just stood at mid-off, didn't move. And if the ball went to him, he just sort of stuck a foot out.
Well, it was the first time I've ever done a player interview in a snow flurry. Here's Proctor again, round the wicket, bowls to Patel, comes up, plays it up to mid-on, and there's no run.
It's actually snowed. I remember that right at the end of the game when you were doing the interview.
I was doing Ricardo Vasconcelos, bless him, had got 150, whatever it was, and had to go and do downstairs and do the interview with him, and it was absolutely perishing. And it was particularly, of course, with COVID regulations, we had to do the interviews outside, and neither of us were enjoying the experience hugely, I think it's probably fair to say. Here's Proctor, in again bowling to Patel, pushes up towards mid-off, fielded there by Sanderson, and there's no run. No ball called by umpire Newell, so 2 more onto the total. It was interesting with Luke Proctor because he obviously bowled very little this year, and obviously with Sanderson, Berg, Parnell and Taylor accounting for most of the seam bowling overs, he hasn't had a lot of opportunities. And I know David Ripley has said, the head coach, a number of times they'd like to get him into the attack more. Well, he proved what he could do down at Bristol. Picked up a 5-for in the first innings down there. There's Patel in again, bowls, and that's worked away for runs by Ryan Patel. It's going out through mid-wicket. It's chased up there by Rob Keogh, who pulls it in front of the white seats down by the signal box, and they come through for a couple, 2 to Patel. He goes up to 11, and Surrey to 21 for 3. Yeah, first innings, Proctor 18 overs, 5 for 42. Picks up another wicket in the second innings, which means he's now taken, 9 championship wickets this year at 24. But it was only his second 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire, first for 4 years, I think. But again, he just hasn't had a lot of opportunities. Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Patel. Pushing that up to extra cover fielded by Zay, but there's no run.
He's almost been a luxury for us because you can slot him into any position in the batting order. Sometimes his bowling gets forgotten about, and he'd often be picked as the 4th/5th seamer. But every time he gets the ball, he always does the job. I think he's very underrated, and it'd be really interesting on here because he's a skiddy bowler, bowling from a low trajectory, and the ball's not bouncing much. So if I was Adam here, you want Luke to be bowling at the stumps. You want him to make the batsman play as much as possible. And if there is any uneven bounce, then he's probably the person to exploit it.
Here's Proctor again, round the wicket bowls, and that's not entirely convincing stroke from Patel. He was looking to drive that away through sort of extra cover. It finished up going off a thick inside edge, but ran away for 4 in front of the west stand. So Patel goes up to 15, and Surrey up to 25 for 3. Yeah, and that was exactly what he was looking to exploit down at Bristol. The pitch was a little bit up and down, a bit too paced. Bounce was a little bit erratic, certainly in the early stages of the match, and he exploited that very well. And he also, I think, talking to Ben Sanderson after the first day, I think we're all a bit surprised by the pace of his bouncer. He's actually got quite a slippery bouncer. He's Proctoring in, bowling very full. That's driven away nicely through backward point. I think he's going to pick up 4 more runs, much more authentic stroke. Nicely played there by Ryan Patel, and he does indeed pick up 4 runs. Goes up to 16, and the total up to 26 for 3. A couple of boundaries in that over. As I say, one of them not a particularly convincing stroke, but that second one, last ball of the over, beautifully played. And Surrey move up to 26 for 3. We've had 17 overs, and Luke Proctor conceding 9 runs from his first over.
Yeah, I can remember seeing Luke Proctor bowl really well at Surrey when he was playing for Lancashire at Egbert. Years ago now. Probably 2011 that would have been, or 2012 maybe. Last game of the season, and bowled superbly well. I remember then.
I've seen him bowl some quick spells as well, going back to what we talk about there about pace with the bouncer. Again, I remember playing him under lights up at Old Trafford when he was playing for Lancashire, and he bowled really quick. He can do that. When he fires up, as you say, when he's got the bit between his teeth, he can bowl a heavy ball.
Well, Jamie Smith's on strike here, and it's Sales to bowl his second over from the Lynn Wilson centre end of the ground. Forward comes Jamie Smith, pushes this one out towards cover point, and there's no run. I don't want to put the hex on Jamie Smith here. How much have you seen of Jamie Smith?
Only through some of the clips.
Right.
You know, when there was an innings where everyone was talking about earlier in the season from memory.
Yeah, he got 100 against Leicestershire, but there was... Oh, no, I think he's played a few of them this season, actually. As over the wicket once again comes Sales, and Smith is in behind a short ball,
but
plays
mainly
this one
just
back
all
up the pitch.
the conversations and all the hype that you see on social media and everything. I mean, obviously, a player that people think very highly
Yeah,
of.
absolutely. And ended up captaining Surrey in the 50-over comp, keeping wicket and scoring runs in that. But no, it's always good to have you guys alongside when you see him properly for the first time, just to get a little look at him as he waits again for Sales, and that one's going across him, and he lets it go outside his off stump. He's averaging 32 this summer in the Championship, 388 Championship runs, and he's talent, there's no doubt about that, but he's going to have to get his head down this morning, which he can do. He can do that, Jamie Smith.
Looks like he plays the ball very late from what I've seen here.
Waits again with that bat raised as Sales is into him, and he's pushing off the back foot down into the backward point region, and there is no run. Just talking about the weather again, I always remember, I've said this a couple of times, there was a Mr. Rudd will be appalled by this statement from me and confession. I was on the roof at the Grange and it was so cold, and I was doing it on my own, that I almost got to the point of pretending that the ISDN kit had gone down. As in over the wicket once again comes Sales, Yorker, dug out by Smith, and it's up towards mid-on, and there's no run. But genuinely, I was going to ring in and say, the battery's gone. I've run out of, or the power's gone. I've never been so cold in my life, I don't think. Shivering away, sat on the roof of the Grange in Edinburgh. That was, yeah.
Beautiful ground, but I would
Gorgeous
imagine,
ground,
I'd imagine it's a bit fresh.
Deary me. As over the wicket once again is Sales to Smith, and that one's just coming back. Thick inside edge from Jamie Smith. Nicely bowled by Sales. And Jamie Smith's first runs
Got a
through
good
the
bat
leg
there.
side, he did.
looks like a good bat there on the inside edge. That flew off.
But nicely bowled as well by Sales. Couple of runs for Jamie Smith. End of the over. And Surrey, I think it's 31 for 3 now. We'll go up on the board, and hand sanitisation breaks going on, and drinks breaks. Just quick look at the test match as well. India 296 for 3 now, so piling them on already.
Also been reported this morning that the Indian coach Ravi Shastri has tested positive for COVID-19.
Has he?
So
Really?
he's had to go into isolation, and obviously everyone has had to do the various testing that we have to do as well. But I think that he was. I think so far it's the only case that's been detected in the Indian camp, thankfully. But yeah, he's gone into isolation. Yeah, it's interesting start from James Sales. The sort of thing that you have at the back of your mind was whether James Sales would emulate Charles Bedford Thornycroft and Tony Penberthy in the Northamptonshire record books. Any ideas on that one, Wakers?
No, I'm looking at you blank at the moment.
The two bowlers who've taken a wicket with their first ball in first-class cricket for Northamptonshire. One I saw, Tony Penberthy dismissing Mark Taylor, Australian captain, 1989. Caught behind by Wayne Noon.
About the only person to get Taylor out that song.
Absolutely, yeah. Here's Proctor starting a fresh over to the left-handed. Patel drives crisply up to mid-off, fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run. 31 for 3 it stays. The other one I didn't see, unfortunately, because Thornycroft did it against Kent in 1907. So I was there in spirit, but not in body.
Couldn't get on air, no Wi-Fi.
No,
Couldn't find the Wi-Fi
no, couldn't get the connection.
Yeah.
But he's dismissed one. Alfred Day caught in the covers, I think. Here's Proctor in again outside the off stump, and Patel letting that go through to Adam Rossington, and there's no run. The risk of labouring the point, it is an absolutely glorious morning. There is not a cloud in the sky here now, and it is. I mean, we say about the English weather, don't you? If you don't like it, hang on for half an hour and it will have changed. The strange thing down at Bristol was, particularly on the first day, it just did not change. The colour of the sky did not change from when I got to the ground at 9 o'clock till they came off for the light. Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Patel, who drives just wide of mid-off, and he's able to come through for a single because Ben Sanderson has to make some ground round to his right to field. One more to Patel, goes up to 20, and Surrey to 32 for 3. It's just that uniformly battleship gunmetal grey. It didn't change at all and stayed that way for the first 3 days, and you have to feel sympathy for the umpires. It was Ian Ramage and Steve O'Shaughnessy down there, because you knew what was going to happen, and the crowd got on their backs because they were fed up with all the consultations about the light. And here's Patel over the wicket, Proctor over the wicket, bowling to the right-hander Jamie Smith, drives up to mid-off where Keogh fields, and there's no run. And we had the great little bit of commentary extract on the first evening when they came off for the light with the floodlights on, and one of the members down below us, it was picked up on our effects mic, said it was farcical. And I was glad that's all he said. We had we thought we'd better turn the mic down after that, but the natives were getting decidedly restless. Here's Proctor in again. Bowles to Smith, drives it on the bounce back to Proctor, fields in his follow through, and there's no run. But yeah, it was all a bit frustrating, and particularly so for Northamptonshire. One thing we were talking about down there, Wakers, and I'd be interested to get your take on it, as obviously having captained the side fairly recently. Northamptonshire do have this propensity to go very flat and very quiet in the field, and that was certainly the case down at Bristol. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls lovely on drive by Jamie Smith for 4. Probably shot of the morning so far. Beautifully timed, lovely balance. Raced away for 4 runs. Smith to 6 and Surrey to 36 for 3, and that's the end of the over. And I know we've commented on it on our broadcast this year with you and with Phil Rowe as well, that it does seem as though if things are not quite going right, and I know it happens with other counties, but you perhaps notice it more, that Northamptonshire do go very, very flat. The body language looks poor. People are trying to avoid looking at each other. They're looking at the floor. Was that something that was an issue when you were captain?
I think there are always times when that happens. It's inevitable. You play so much cricket, and you can get tired, and there are moments when that happens. But it has become a little bit of a theme, and I think you are in a transitional stage here at the club at the moment. You've got a lot of young players playing. A lot of senior figures over the last few years have disappeared, and generally they're the kind of people that you turn to when you need a bit of an uplift. Obviously, lots of players coming in, coming out, lots of changes. It can be quite hard to form that bond.
James Sales coming in over the wicket to Ryan Patel. Late cut from Ryan Patel, brilliantly fielded in there at backward point. Dropped him earlier. That was a wonderful bit of work because, again, Ryan Patel's timed that one. We haven't seen too many timed this morning, but on that occasion, he's just waited, played it late and timed it beautifully. Didn't go after it at all, wasn't sort of trying to cut that, just let it hit the bat, but safe side made a very, very good stop at backward point as Sales is in again, and forward goes Ryan Patel, plays this one off a length out into the offside, and Simon Kerrigan comes around to do the fielding.
Feels like everything's sort of calmed down slightly, doesn't it? There's not as much exaggerated movement. It's not really swinging too much in the air anymore. Northamptonshire is still bowling fairly well, but a few more balls starting to hit the middle of the bat from a Surrey point of view. And this is the time now. It's get through this next stage, get the bowlers back into their second spells. And it does look like you can score the runs.
In over the wicket once again comes Sales. That's nipping back a touch at Ryan Patel as he looks to work into the leg side, hits the thigh guard. Potters down into the slip corner. There's a good crowd in today. I suppose with the weather as well, on a Sunday, a lot of people, I think quite a few Surrey supporters have made the trip as well, because I can see a sort of a block of them away to our left, draped a couple of their flags over the hoardings there as Sales in once again, and Ryan Patel waits for this, pushes out into the offside. Kerrigan comes round to his left to do the fielding, and there's no run.
It's a real sun trap at the far end of the ground in front of the Lynn Wilson Indoor Centre. There's quite a few people sitting just with the backs to the white, the thing that obviously doubles as a sight screen. And it really, you do catch the sun there. You can get very, very toasty at that far end
I
of the
might
ground.
nip down there during the lunch break.
Okay. You see a few red torsos at the end of the day over there.
Yeah, I might go and have 30 minutes down there during lunch.
I'll come for you.
In over the wicket once again comes Sales, and that's hitting the pads, just drifting onto the pads of Ryan Patel, and he's actually got bat on that. There's Ryan Patel, just nicely tucked away by Ryan Patel, clipped it off down to the boundary rope for 4, and just runs beginning to not flow, but beginning to come now. Patel's on to 24, and Surrey are 40 for 3.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying we've as we've been nattering away, I think James Sales has settled in quite nicely here. You know, been very nervous in his first game involved in first class cricket. I think he's bowled nicely. That's probably the first sort of bad ball as such that he's bowled. But I think the difference is now, like we're saying, the batsmen are in, they're getting to grips with the pace of the wicket, and those ones that were hitting the toe of the bat are tending to hit the middle of the bat now.
Sales right arm over the wicket he comes to Patel, fuller of length. Patel pushes this one out into the offside. Again, doesn't really time it, but picks up a single. Solid looking shot. He moves on to 25 at the end of Sales' over. So he's bowled 3 now, none for 8. He'll fill in it now. Well, young Mr. Sales down there marching to get his cap. Lovely presentation this morning as well. Getting a cap. What a moment that must be as well.
One of the still a moment I'll never forget. And David Sales actually gave me my first cap.
Did David Sales give you your first cap?
Yeah, he was captain when I first played. I owe a lot to him. Like I said, he's one of the best players I've ever played with. I've seen him play some innings that you just think, wow, this guy. How did this guy not play for England? But it's getting things like that, they mean them. I remember back in the day, when he got given your locker, when he got given a hat, when he got. Nowadays, everything is a little bit easier.
Yeah.
You know, you get everything. Really, it's the way sport's gone.
Yeah.
Whereas, especially when I played, it meant everything.
Yeah.
You know, that cap's pride and joy for me. The original one, not necessarily the capped cap. The first one you got when you're a kid and that's all you dream of doing.
Yeah.
They mean so much.
Well, for old blokes like me, I think I just love stuff like that,
Yeah,
and
no, it's
still
terrific.
it dream in my head. Well, there's still dream.
There's a bit of a delay because Northamptonshire are not happy with the ball. It's obviously stopped swinging, so they've decided they want. They've decided they want the umpires to have a little look at it, which they are. This happened. The ball was certainly changed in a couple of the innings down at Bristol. So whether they just got a bit of a bad box down there, I don't know. But
you certainly try as a captain.
Of course you do.
If things go a little bit dead for a few overs and nothing else is happening, well, let's have a look, see what happens. But it looks like they've said, get on with it.
Yeah.
Which is probably the right call at this time of the day, and the first day after 20 overs.
we saw the rings out quite a few times, almost as often as the light meter down at Bristol, and that is saying something. In fact, it prompted one of our correspondents and regular listeners to message down and say, are the umpires on some sort of commercial deal with the makers of the light meter, because they seem to get it out, and obviously they balance it on top of the stumps, and they were wondering if they were on commission. Anyway, we've got the old ball still in use. Here's Luke Proctor rolling around the wicket and just hurries Patel a little bit, which he can do. We've talked about how skiddy he is, and definitely down at Bristol, the odd short ball that he bowled, I think, took everybody by surprise, including, I suspect, Adam Rossington once or twice behind the stumps. But Patel playing that nicely. 2 slips in place now. If a backward point, an extra cover, then a man sort of short in on the drive there on the offside, then a mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and long leg down in front of the Surrey supporters down to our left. Proctor round the wicket, bowls to Patel, pushes forward, mixture of bat and pad, rolls into the offside. It's fielded by Emilio Gay just on the drive there, and there's no run. James Sales becoming Northamptonshire's 531st first-class cricketer. His father, number 386, made his debut 25 years ago, almost to the month, July 1996, Kidderminster. Here's Proctor in again, bowling Patel very solidly, soundly in behind that, pushing it up on the onside. Fielded by Simon Kerrigan, who has a look at the ball as though it was something that he found on the bottom of his shoe. He was just trying to convey to the umpire that this ball is not fit for purpose, but the umpire so far disagreeing with him.
Well, I think he might be bowling with it soon. I have a feeling it might be time, just the way the game's gone in the last few overs, it might be time just to try something a little bit different.
Here's Proctor for now, running in round the wicket, bowling to Patel, who drives on the bounce up to short extra, nicely fielded there by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Yes, because David Sales making one of the more remarkable first-class debuts at Kidderminster in July 1996. 0 in the first innings, 210 in the second. Double century on first-class debut, and I've repeated before the story of the late, great Brian Reynolds, one great man of Northamptonshire cricket, 50 years as player and coach here. Went to watch David Sales play when he was about 15 years old, I think. Here's Proctor in. Outside the off stump, good leave by Patel. It looked to swing, as it often does here, seem to do, quite appreciably after it had gone past the stumps. And Adam Rossington finished up taking that wide outside the leg stump. Obviously the angle around the wicket taking in that direction, but that just looked to swing a little bit after it had gone past. Yeah, I remember talking to Brian Reynolds. I think he'd seen it might have been the Bunbury Festival at under-15s, and saying that this was the best young player he'd seen since Peter May.
Really?
Which is highish praise. Here's Proctor in again outside the off stump again. Good leave by Patel. Goes into the gloves of Rossington. End of the over. Patel stays on 25. Smith on 6. And Surrey 41 for 3. So, yes, and I think the other thing that is worth saying, and we're talking about the David Capel end, and this has now been named as of David Capel Memorial Day here on August the 8th. How proud would Capes have been to see James Sales out there? Because, of course, he worked... James Sales' club is Overston Park, where David Sales is now sort of coach, groundsman and general factotum, and David Capel, of course, did that same role there after leaving Northamptonshire. And he would have been involved, I'm sure, with James as a youngster, and just how hugely proud and chuffed to bits would he be to see Mini Jumble out there at the moment.
Mr. Northampton, would he be Mini Jumble? He'd be so proud of it.
Mini Jumble. Well, here he comes, running towards us over the wicket to Jamie Smith. Forward he goes, plays this one to backward point, and there's no. Really looking forward to watching Kerrigan bowl. I think you played in the game. 2000. It was either 2010, 2011. Praggy and Odger here.
Yes.
In the second innings.
Oh.
And he just...
Incredible.
We couldn't score a run against him. As over the wicket once again comes Sales. And this one looking to turn into the leg side was Jamie Smith. Rolls out there to Simon Kerrigan.
I think if I remember, first innings, nothing really happened for him. And we weren't... And then it was just...
Second
couldn't get a bat on it.
No, absolutely.
Couldn't do anything.
I'll see if I can find them. But his figures at the end of that second innings were ridiculous, to be honest with you.
This side of the square
That's
from them
right.
to the right as we look here.
I think Mika got wickets in the first innings as Sales is in. Driving is Jamie Smith. Doesn't really time this. Here we are. Found the scorecard now. So Surrey 269, and then Northamptonshire Wakely caught behind off Mika for 29. Rob Newton 80. 194, but in that second innings, Odger's figures, in the second innings as Sales is in. Forward goes Jamie Smith, pushes this one out into the offside and there's a run. Yeah, 16.2 overs, 10 maidens, 6 for 8.
Yeah, ridiculous.
And but I can remember.
I can remember that really well,
yeah,
actually.
but it was just almost impossible to
really
to score a
innocuous
run.
the way he sort of bowled, just didn't look too much. It was spinning, it was
Yeah.
bouncing. And he had, what do you remember? He had brilliant fields.
Yeah.
You just couldn't get it away.
Over the wicket once again goes Sales. A Yorker, that's well bowled, very well played by Jamie Smith. Good stuff this from Sales. Getting it right up there on the toes of Jamie Smith. Played it pretty well. Kerrigan's getting warmed up now in there at mid-wicket. But of course, Odger was left-arm spin as well. And that would have been 2011, yes, because that's when Surrey went up. It was a masterstroke from Surrey getting him for 3 games at the end of that season. As in over the wicket once again, Sales and short delivery. Up on his toes goes Jamie Smith. Plays that one out into the offside. Good over. Maiden over from Sales. 41 for 3, Surrey. Got half an hour till lunch. Smith has 6 and Ryan Patel is on 25.
Yeah, we've always struggled to get enough players for the last 3 games of the season. Get one player in for it.
Typical Surrey. Typical Surrey.
England have struck a couple of blows in the Test match. Chris Wokes has dismissed Jadeja and Rahane in quite quick succession. 296 for 5. India now, so effectively 197 for 5. That's boiling up.
Good Test match.
Very, very nicely indeed. Well, it's been a cracking series, hasn't it? Yeah.
I have to admit, I did when I was there. I went on the first day, and after 2 hours, I thought the poor old finance director at the Oval will be head on the table, thinking this is never going to Sunday. But I think it's going to obviously go to tomorrow now. So it's perfect, perfect Test match.
Could go deep into tomorrow. 2 slips in place. Left-handed Ryan Patel facing Proctor round the wicket, and Patel in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. Fielded by Proctor. Tom Taylor just going through a little bit of a warming up routine, so maybe he's going to come back for a second spell at some point in the not too distant future. We'll just have a quick canter through what's happening elsewhere in the country in the county championship, the Division 1 games. A late start at Edgbaston. They're an hour late starting. Didn't get underway until 11:30 there. Hampshire put into bat by Warwickshire as 16 for 1. Here's Proctor in again, bowling to Patel. Pushes it up to short extra where Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run. Up at Scarborough, Somerset 64 for 2 after winning the toss and choosing to bat against Yorkshire. And in the other Division 1 game at Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire going nicely, 76 for 1 against Lancashire. The wickets have been clattering at 1 or 2 other places around the country, not least down at Chelmsford, where Gloucestershire are 61 for 7 against Essex in Division 2. Proctor in again, bowls to Patel, drives up to mid-off, where Sanderson fields, and there's no run. At Chesterley Street, Glamorgan are 73 for 4 after being put into bat by Durham. And in Division 3, at Derby, Leicestershire 66 for 1 against Derbyshire. Worcestershire struggling still against Kent at Canterbury. Worcestershire 54 for 5 down there. So there's a few wickets going down. Here's Proctor again, round the wicket, bowls to Patel, covers up, pushes up to Keogh at mid-on, and there's no run. So generally, quite hard work for the batsman this morning. In the other, I know that's it, isn't it? That's all the matches that are being played at the moment. So, especially down at Chelmsford, crikey, in Northamptonshire, when they see that, they'll be thinking, why did they save that for Chelmsford? Here's Proctor in again. It comes Patel right across his stumps, pushes it up to Kerrigan at mid-wicket, but there's a bit of interest from behind the stumps. If he hadn't managed to get a bit of a bat on that, I think they may have been giving voice behind the stumps in particular. You say a decent crowd in for this first day. The weather undoubtedly helping. It was so disappointing down at Bristol because it was a good contest and crowds were very, very sparse, but it was not pleasant cricket watching weather. He's Proctor on, and it's on driven by Patel. Well fielded, diving across by Rob Keogh, sprawling away there at mid-on and manages to keep it to a single. One more to Patel, who nicks the bowling. He goes up to 26, and sorry, at the end of the over, 42 for 3. Proctor's bowled 4 overs no wicket for 18. And James Sales, very tidy so far. 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 8. And he's about to continue bowling from the far end. But yes, it was just not nice conditions for watching cricket in.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because sort of you look at the weather today and you think, we all love cricket anyway, but on a day like today, it's like the best sport in the world, isn't it?
Yeah.
But we're in September, and it sort of suddenly dawns on you, we're in the last month of the season.
I know.
It's really, really annoying.
One more away trip for Northamptonshire. Finish off down at Chelmsford after having Durham here next week, and then that's it.
Yeah.
Then it's the winter.
Yeah. Anyway, here's Sales coming in over the wicket to Ryan Patel, and Patel lets this one go outside his off stump, taken by Rosington, moving away to his left-hand side.
I've always said we should start a bit later, finish later, because generally September is always pretty good.
Even October's pretty good.
Yeah, exactly.
Normally,
Early
isn't it?
September. I mean, obviously, I know the time then obviously it's getting dark early, and you may have to start slightly early, and then you get the dew factor and things. But when we start in April, every year we say the same thing: it's too cold, it's too wet. Whereas September, October, generally they're pretty good.
Well, absolutely, and especially sort of the last few years, they have been, and the temperature's been pleasant, and it's been very nice. September, October. Sales over the wicket he comes, and this one's left alone by Ryan Patel outside the off stump, just nipping away a touch and taken by Rosington, low down to his left.
You see the players' Instagram and Twitter accounts from early October, and everyone's on the golf course and it's sunny and
yeah. In Torremolinos or somewhere like that.
on the PCA golf trip. That's what most of the players are trying to do.
Absolutely. That's waiting again is Patel. So 3 slips, deepish backward point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. And the fine leg for Sales as he's in. And Ryan Patel's picked this one up off his toes, clips it uppishly down towards deep backward square. I'll get a couple here as Sanderson has to come round to do the fielding. Ryan Patel moves on to 28 to 44 now. 44 for 3. You were mentioning about the umpires there with their... I was saying, and hopefully this never does happen, but if I ever got lost in the jungle, I'd like to bump into an umpire because they've got so much stuff in their pockets now, haven't they? That you'd probably get yourself out. They have a compass in there. But they've got everything, it seems, haven't they? They have utility, everything.
Like Batman's utility belt.
Yeah, absolutely. As Sales in once again, and this one's wider outside the off stump. Rosington again has to dive because it's not going to get through to Vasconcelos there at first slip. And Rosington's fingers are going to be hurting this morning.
Well, it's interesting you say that, Mark, because he's had so many problems this season. In fact, the last couple of years with his fingers and his hands, and he got a couple during the game down at Bristol, just on the end of the fingers, and immediately you think, oh no, not again.
Yeah, they're tough breed keepers. Sails in again. Oh, that's well bowled. He's done him there. Full length delivery, Yorker length, just outside the off stump, and I think it's toe end of the bat into the turf and up again. But Ryan Patel was a little late on that. That looked like a quicker delivery, an effort ball, perhaps from Sales. Nicely bowled.
Didn't it? Just one of those you wish, from the bowling point of view, you wish was straight. A little bit of swing there as well, so there is enough there. Again, I just look at how close they are in the slips, and Adam is so close there. If anything does bounce and they get a nick, it's going to be luck of the draw as to whether they got any time to react.
Patel, little look towards mid-wicket, Burns-esque, and then allows this one to go outside his off stump. Good over again from Sales, keeping it pretty tight.
Been very impressed with young Sales actually here.
He's got nice action, hasn't he? It's a very bustly action.
Radis, has he got a bit of capes in his action?
Yeah.
I was actually, as you said it, I was thinking that.
There is. And I tell you what else. The first time I think I'd watched him bat for Northamptonshire, I think you were up here actually. It was the game against Bedfordshire, the warm-up game, 50-over warm-up match. Yeah, you myself, and Phil Rowe were on, and he went into bat, I think, with about 3 or 4 overs to go at the end of the Northamptonshire innings, and he played one on drive, batting at the far end, drove it up here. And I was commentating at the time, and I couldn't help myself. I said that was his dad. It was just the follow through and the little flourish at the end of that Andre. The shape, it was just pure jumble. Brilliant. And he's
not a bad combo.
Well, I was going to say capable. Yeah, well, it is Tom Taylor back in the attack, as we thought might be the case. And greeted with a beautiful drive by Jamie Smith, and it goes through Rob Keogh at extra cover and races away for 4.
Which
You don't see that very often, and it will please the bowler very little. It takes Jamie Smith into double figures. He's up to 10 and Surrey up to 48 for 3. First ball was the L word that Phil Rowe hates so much. A little bit of a loosener from Tom Taylor. Bowling coaches hate looseners, don't they?
Did Rolly Robinson yesterday?
They usually hate them with a passion, but it was a lovely shot by Jamie Smith, but you very rarely see anything get through Rob Keogh, but that one did.
It was very organised, Jamie Smith. Very organised.
He's into double figures, and here's Taylor in again outside the off stump. Smith leaves well alone, goes through to Brossington, and there's no run. Taylor having picked up 2 for 6 in his opening spell of 7 overs. Cameron Steele for naught, Hashim Amla for naught, Amla for naught, and Laurie Evans for naught, and Cameron Steele out to Ben Sanderson for naught at that stage. Surrey in a spotted bother at 15 for 3. These two have done well to repair the damage. Hasn't been easy. Here's Taylor in again outside the off stump, and Smith playing inside that. Goes through to Rossington. And there's no run.
I think that one of the things why Tom is quite hard to line up is he bowls from an awkward angle. You generally feel like he bowls wide of the crease. He angles the ball in and he tries to take it away. So it's trying to work out which ones actually carry on with an angle and come back in at you as a right-hander, and which one hold their line and go away. And it's when he's on fire, he's up there. It's very tough to play.
Here's Taylor running away from us on the David Capel end. Bowls to Smith again. Smith judging that one well, leaving it go through outside the off stump.
Well,
decent carry into the gloves of Rossington.
You talk about David Capel there. I remember his action, and I remember him being very neat and tidy, everything. And he used to wear, when he was playing for England, he used to wear that wristband, sweatband, the old sweatbands and that they used to wear in those days.
The big chain, gold chain.
Yeah.
I just wonder also, like, it's a good move to give Taylor a run from this end, because he bowled at the other end early on. That's outside the off stump, left alone by Smith. Goes through to Adam Rossington. He bowled from the indoor centre end at the start, and now giving him a go from this end, which is probably not a bad move. Yeah, Dave, it was interesting when David Capel first came into the Northamptonshire side. I think the club and he had different interpretations of what his role in the side should be. I think Capes really wanted to be a batsman who bowled, and I think the club wanted him to be a bowler who batted in the end, and he was extremely good at both, of course, as his record would show. Here's Taylor, edged low to third slip, just in front of Simon Kerrigan.
No, I think
You
that
think they carried?
Yeah.
I thought it may just have gone in the half volley. Well, we'll have a little look, because it's going to be drinks and sanitisation break. We'll have a look on the replay. Either way,
judging by his reaction there, I think.
Either way, Smith survives. He's 10, Patel 28, 48 for 3. I'm just going to have a little look on the replay and see if we can pick that up. I thought it may just have bounced in front of him, but
either way, that's my point. Third slip there, you're so close.
Yeah.
That's a full-blooded drive, and it's still only gone at ankle height. It's a very, very tough.
You're right. It carried.
Did it?
Yeah, it did. Yeah.
It's a tough. Second in any of the slips, being in the slip cordon and as a keeper on a wicket like this, where the bowlers obviously are still bowling at 80, 85 mile an hour, but you're standing probably 2 or 3 yards closer than you would be normally, and sometimes that can be quite scary.
Northamptonshire slip catching this year has been so streaky that they've had the first slip, and then they've had days where they couldn't catch a cold.
It's massive. Obviously, from a Surrey point of view, you've been blessed to have Ricky Clark in there as of late, and he doesn't drop anything. And to have someone in there that you just know you can rely on, you can then build around, and something we Northamptonshire have struggled with over the last, probably, since David Sales retired. Actually, we used to have Andrew Hall and David Sales were the slips, and they've been there for a decade really. Since then, we've had an ever-changing slip cordon, and that can be quite tough. You have your best 2 catches at first and second slip. The third slip can rotate in and out, and often that's dependent on who's playing. But it's such a massive position. The slip catches in the county game, you get a lot of them, given the nature of the wickets we play on. And as Rada said there, Northampton have definitely struggled with inconsistency.
Well, but I think today's difficult because I'm not sure where you stand, really, because Jamie Smith absolutely went after that. And even though it was a chance, it was very low down. And Kerrigan is very close in there at third slip anyway. Ricky Clark, how about a fellow testimonially? Is
Yes.
that testimonially?
I don't know what it
person?
is. Yeah.
Yes, this season. As over the wicket is Sales after that little break. And driving is Ryan Patel down towards backward point. He'll get a run this time. And one more to Ryan Patel. He moves on to 29 and 49 for 3. And Jamie Smith comes back onto strike once more.
I used to love watching Ricky catch at slip.
Oh,
It just looks so
ridiculous.
easy. Just these huge hands just swallowing the ball. I don't think I ever saw him drop one.
What? Interestingly, he has put a couple down.
Has
this
he?
Yes, he has this season. But he said the one I do remember was at Leicestershire off Jamie Overton. And he afterwards is over the wicket once more. Comes Sales. That's a little short, a little wide, but beautifully put away by Jamie Smith. So the first one that Sales has really sort of dropped in, and Jamie Smith making sure he found the gap. Nicely put away by Jamie Smith. He's on to 14. The 50 is up for Surrey. It's been hard work. 53 for 3. But yeah, so he dropped. What was it he dropped? I can't quite remember anyway. It was early on, Jamie Overton. He said, typical. I did a slip catching masterclass yesterday for Sky, I think it was. And he said, it always happens. You do one of them, and the next day drop an absolute goober at first slip. But he doesn't drop a lot, to be fair to him, over the years. And waiting again is Smith, knees bent, and that's down the leg side by Sales. Smith gets nothing on it as he looks to just help it down towards fine leg.
I remember, again, actually, it was David Sales. He said, you've got to be prepared to drop them in the slips because you will. And you've got to, it's the mindset of just if you drop it, throw it back, catch the next one. I think the hard thing for a lot of younger players is they almost put too much pressure on themselves. They drop a couple, then they're so tense. And slip catching, it's all about being relaxed.
Yep.
The more relaxed you are, it's natural. You don't want to be grabbing the ball.
And over the wicket comes Sales, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. Do you remember Mark Waugh in the slips? He was ridiculous. And
Hands
he
on
used
knees,
to, just used to just look like he wasn't even watching.
Yeah. Shane Warne was saying recently on listening to him commentating one of the Test matches, and he said that Mark Waugh was the best all-round
Interesting,
fielder
isn't it?
that he'd ever seen anywhere. Catch him in the slips, brilliant in the outfield, great in the ring.
Well, he was like it with all his whatever he did as short ball from Sales, and Jamie Smith did quite well there because just as Sales bowled that, a gentleman was ducking underneath the advertising hoardings right behind the bowler's arm. He just dived for cover. And Jamie Smith playing that one to backward point. But when he batted...
He was a bit of a throwback, wasn't he, Mark?
Oh.
You thought he should have been an Edwardian.
Absolutely. Then he'd come on and bowl his little medium pacers. Then he'd bowl his off spin. And then he'd just be picking catches up left, right and centre. It was amazing. As in again goes Sales. This one's left alone outside the off stump. They say as well, Brad, is that Michael Colin Cowdery in the slip cord. Wasn't there was one very famous one where he caught it and so quick he put the ball in his pocket and nobody knew where the ball had gone. And he had it in his pocket, it was just walking. But yeah, Kipper was meant to be an absolute gun in the slip corner as well.
If you were picking your sort of aesthetically pleasing 11, Mark Waugh would unquestionably be in it. And I hesitate to mention who would be in your aesthetically unpleasing 11, but I think we can probably all think of one or two batsmen who you probably wouldn't pay an awful lot of money to go to. What effective they may well have been. I remember seeing Colin Cowdery play here, obviously towards the end of his career in the mid-70s, and playing a couple of shots that I can picture still, pulling Sarfraz. He was bowling pretty quick in those days. Sarfraz Nawaz bowling from that far end, pulling him down in front of the West Stand. Here's Tom Taylor, starting a fresh over from round the wicket from this David Capel end to the left-handed Patel, who steers that down to backward point, Zabe Fields.
I love that story about him when he was called up. What was it? He's in his 40s. Was it
74-5?
Yeah. and walked out to bat and walked past Jeff Thompson and said, shook him, put his hand out and said, I don't believe we've met before.
Brilliant.
Amazing stuff.
Just imagine that happening in professional sport
Amazing
now.
now. Getting a phone call and saying,
Yeah.
can you come out, please?
Amazing.
Strolling out, having not seen a ball for coming out of retirement.
42 years old. Went out
Unbelievable.
and finished up opening the batting at Perth, didn't he, with Bumble. Here's Taylor outside the off stump. No ball called by umpire Mark Newell. 2 more onto the total. Surrey up to 55 for 3. So, I mean, I can remember listening to it as you did in those days on the wireless in the morning, and I think it was around about the time where you used to get the little Subbuteo scoreboard out and score the match yourself and put the runs up as they came. Unfortunately for England in that series, there weren't many runs to be had. But
Well, imagine not only, but Lillian Thompson as well. It's like...
Can you imagine Steve-O getting a call up this winter and walking out and shaking Cummings' hand on the way out?
Don't believe we've met.
not beyond the realms of possibility. Here's Taylor in again. Short, pulled away by Ryan Patel, who's obviously gone into Guildford 50 over mode, and it's running away for 4 to the front of the new pavilion, signalled by umpire Newell. 4 to Patel, 29 to him, 59 for 3. It wasn't a short ball as such, a little bit short of a length. And he pulled it powerfully away over the head of Luke Proctor, ran away 2 or 3 bounces into the rope. 59 for 3. Good intent from Ryan Patel, who's earned the right, if you like, having battled away so hard when it's been very, very difficult. Opened the batting, seen 3 go at the other end. Perhaps this is his time now. Is Taylor in and beats him outside the off stump. Good ball. Done, I think, partly on the angle. Just doing enough off the pitch still. And it's so often the case here, Wakers, isn't it? Where if you're going to get anything out of a Northampton pitch, you tend to have to do it first session, maybe first session and a half. And after that, they do tend to go sometimes a little bit flat.
Yeah, they do. And second day, historically, is always the best time to bat him. I think these two have played really well. Since young Jamie came out to bat, I think as a partnership, they've batted really well together, because Northamptonshire is still bowling pretty well.
Patel facing this ball, again, just short of a length, tries to pull it again, doesn't time it at all this time, and it just runs out to mid-wicket where Rob Keogh fields, and there's no run. Rob Keogh, of course, just signed a new 2-year contract to extend his stay at Northamptonshire. One club man. He's been here ages, hasn't he, Wake? He's been here nearly as long as you were.
Yeah, he has. He deserves it as well. He's had a fantastic year. He's probably his best season across all formats.
Yes.
I'd probably say he's been one of the best. Well, he certainly has been one of, if not the best player across all of the formats so far.
Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Patel, round off stump, pushes out in the offside, fielded there by James Sales, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean, in white ball and red ball, it's really been Keogh and Vasconcelos, and others have chipped in occasionally. The very good 100 by Emilio Gay down at Canterbury, but Adam Rossington has had his moments, deserved 100, I think, down at Bristol. It's very good to see Harry Gouldston as well, who saved the match at Cardiff, batted 4 hours for 67 not out, also got some runs down at Bristol. Here's Taylor in again, that's played down to backward point by Patel, who's able to come through for a single, fielded there by Zabe. One more to Ryan Patel, who again has nicked the bowling, 34 to him, 60 for 3. That was the end of the over. Taylor's bowled now 9 overs, 5 maidens, 2 for 17. Yeah, but apart from, as I say, a few others have chipped in from time to time, but it's been very much Vasconcelos and Keogh for Northamptonshire this year. And their wickets, I'm sure, are the two that are prized by opposing sides this summer.
Oh, we're going to get Kerrigan into the attack. So Sales, his first spell, 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. Tidy first spell of bowling. Impressive.
Yeah,
first spell, wasn't it?
Didn't
Yeah, absolutely. And now Simon Kerrigan in his sunglasses into the attack from the Lynn Wilson centre end of the ground. Well, when Surrey played Somerset in the T20 this year, it was Hildreth's 200th T20 game.
Yeah, I saw that.
And he's played all of them for Somerset, obviously, because it's unbelievable.
What a servant to I suppose, the county game, but to cricket in general, he's just been phenomenal, and such a lovely guy as well. Such a lovely bloke.
Just to watch as well. But in this wonderful franchise era, you look at 200 games, you think, well, they've probably played for about 15 sides. He's played every single one for Somerset.
Incredible. He must have played 600 odd 600 games, or
absolutely.
at least 650.
Absolutely. So Kerrigan will be bowling to Ryan Patel, slipping a short leg in there for the left-handed Patel, as Simon Kerrigan goes over the wicket to him. And the first one, forward goes Patel, plays it back up the pitch. Kerrigan bends down, picks up, and there's no run. Mid-off, mid-on. It's cover. It's got a man on that cover point boundary.
Not sure about that, actually.
Yeah, in comes Kerrigan again. And we runs here. It's just a quick single taken up to mid-on. He's pretty deep there. And Ryan Patel picks up a single. But yeah, as I said that, I thought, early to have sweeper on the cover point.
A few minutes before lunch as well. I wasn't sure. He does like to do that in general. He likes to have the fielders out to start with and then bring them in. I know Shane Moore needs to speak about that as well. Just at the time, it seems a bit funny.
Kerrigan round the wicket to the right-handed Smith, who allows this one to go. Rosington takes that moving away to
a bit of spin
right.
there,
Yeah, a little bit of turn. This will be interesting as well to see whether there is anything there for Kerrigan, as he's in again. Played off the back foot by Jamie Smith. Playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 61 for 3, sorry. When these two came together, they were 15 for 3 in the 12th over. We're in the 28th now. Kerrigan, again, is looking to give this a little bit of air, but Smith generally either goes onto the back foot, or if he's going to come onto the front foot, he comes down the pitch and goes inside out or down the ground. He's forward and playing this one back up the pitch and just checking where his stumps are. And it's a tidy first over from Kerrigan, just a single off it. 61 for 3, then Smith 14, Patel 35.
Rad, as always say, you don't get much time to talk when Kerrigan's bowling. They always tend to fly past.
I think it was during the Yorkshire match here when Jonathan Doidge obviously was with us in commentary, and I think we reckoned he'd done a couple of sub-minute overs in that match when they were just looking to play him out, when they weren't actually looking to score. I think towards the end of the second day, and we reckon he bowled some sub-minute overs, just extraordinary. Well, he does rattle through. Not a lot of time to expand on your wisdom on the days.
Interesting though, within bowling, can I do a book recommendation?
Go on,
Mr. Ed. Felix White's new book. Have you?
I've heard of it. I haven't read it yet.
It's absolutely brilliant, and there's a whole chapter with Simon Kerrigan in the book as well.
Right, okay.
That'd be well worth a read. Here's Taylor round the wicket, and he's gone caught behind, and Taylor picks up his third wicket. Bowling round the wicket to the left-hander, outside the off stump, pushed at it. He showed really good judgment so far today, but getting the edge there, goes through to Rossington. Taylor picks up his third wicket, and a big, timely breakthrough for Northamptonshire just before lunch, 61 for 4.
It's a good bit of bowling from Taylor. I think Ryan Patel will be a little annoyed, having done all that work, just had a little push at that, but well bowled by Taylor, because he bowled him a couple of short balls in the last over. That one much fuller. Just a little push, thick outside edge, and gone for 35.
Yeah, he did play very nicely there. Probably the first one he's really sort of played with no conviction. Just a little prod, good bit of bowling around the wicket. Actually managed to shake the ball away from the left-hander there. And from a Northamptonshire point of view, a wicket at a good time there, because Surrey were just starting to get themselves back into the game.
Absolutely.
It's going to be a tough start after lunch now.
And the players are leaving the field for lunch, and Tom Taylor's leading him off. And rightly so. He's had a terrific morning. 9 overs and 1 ball, 5 maidens, 3 for 17, 61 for 4 it is. Surrey winning the toss, choosing to bat, have lost the wickets of Cameron Steele, LBW to Sanderson for naught. That was 0 for 1 in the 5th over. Then Hashim Amla, big wicket, bowled by Taylor for naught. That was 11 for 2 in the 8th. Laurie Evans bowled by Taylor for 4, 15 for 3 in the 12th, and then that partnership worth 46 for the 4th wicket between Ryan Patel and Jamie Smith, broken just on the stroke of lunch, with Patel caught behind by Rossington off Taylor for 35. Taylor 3 for 17, and he really has had a terrific morning, one of his best mornings in a red ball shirt, certainly for Northamptonshire. So there it is, lunch on the first day, 61 for 4. We're going to go off and enjoy our lunch. Hopefully you'll do the same, and you'll rejoin us here at Wantage Road in around about 35 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon and welcome back to the county ground at Northampton, where we've lunched well, trust you have as well, and we're just about to resume on this opening day of the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Morning session undoubtedly belonging to Northamptonshire, reducing Surrey to 61 for 4 at lunch, and Tom Taylor took a wicket with the first ball of his 10th over. He's going to continue that over now because with that first ball he dismissed Ryan Patel on the stroke of lunch, caught behind. And the new batsman is Will Jacks, and he strokes his first ball out into the covers, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh. Taylor having picked up 3 of the 4 wickets to fall. Hashim Amla for 0, Laurie Evans for 4, and Ryan Patel for 35. And that after Cameron Steele was trapped LBW by Ben Sanderson for 0 without a run on the board. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Jacks, who's pushing that up into the covers. Fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. I'm Andrew Rowd from BBC Radio Northampton, sharing commentary for the whole of the match, Mark Church and Alex Wakely. And gentlemen, say Northamptonshire pretty much having the best of the first session, having picked up a wicket at the start, 3 early on, bit of a partnership, and then a wicket right on the stroke of lunch. Get your thoughts in a second. This is Taylor bowling outside the off stump. Jacks lets it go through to Rossington.
Yeah, well, I thought Northamptonshire were outstanding this morning with the ball, and I think that wicket of Ryan Patel just before lunch sort of changed the complexion, not of the whole morning, because obviously Northamptonshire had a good morning, but there was a partnership beginning to develop. Patel had scored most of the runs, so now with Will Jacks, he's attacking by nature. That's the other thing. Will Jacks won't want to hang around, so I think it'll be a fascinating afternoon.
And still not a cloud in the sky as Taylor running away from us at this David Capel end. Bowls to Jacks, who gets his first runs, just steers it away to the left of Safe Zabe at backward point and comes through for a couple of runs down towards third man, chased down to the boundary by Zabe, sends it his return, and Will Jacks is away with a couple, and Surrey up to 63 for 4.
I guess 2 of Surrey's most promising youngsters together at the crease.
Absolutely.
I mean, like you said there, someone coming in and actually playing some shots might be just the thing we need. It can change the complexion of the game very quickly.
Absolutely.
Here's Taylor to complete his 10th over, 3 for 19 so far. Bowls very full to Jacks, who on drives up to Sanderson at mid-on. End of the over, 63 for 4. Taylor 10 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 19. Will Jacks is on 2. Jamie Smith is 14. Surrey 63 for 4.
Yeah, and I think absolutely what Mr. Wakely says there with Will Jack, if he plays his natural game and gets in for 2 hours, that whole scoreboard changes very, very rapidly. But again, he hasn't seen a red ball for a while, like a lot of people, so he's going to have to just take a little bit of time to get back into it.
Well, it's been interesting to see his approach to Simon Kerrigan.
Absolutely. Well, same with Jamie Smith, who sort of mentioned it just before the break. He either goes onto the back foot, plays it very, very late, but does like also feet inside out over the top with mid-off and mid-on up. So it'll be a good battle, this. It really will. We've got someone who's sat right behind the bowler's arm.
Oh, yes.
It always baffles me. How can he do that?
Well, there was that lovely moment just before lunch when the gentleman dived head first behind the advertising hoarding as he was trying to get to his seat. 63 for 4 then. Kerrigan coming round the wicket and then tosses the first one up to the right-handed Jamie Smith, who pushes this one back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Apart from obviously the obvious that you're in the way, do you not think that there's a reason why no one is sitting in any of these seats anywhere near me?
Absolutely. As in round the wicket once again comes Kerrigan, forward goes Smith, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run. It's like the sort of premier seats at the cinema, isn't it? And you just duck in there when you've got a normal
Maybe
one.
they'll deliver my white wine for me.
Absolutely. As round the wicket again goes Kerrigan. Forward goes Smith once more. Plays this one back up the pitch. Thank you to Northamptonshire County Cricket Club as well for the most magnificent Sunday lunch. Whoa.
It's very nice.
Yeah, it's done me
Very
proud,
nice,
that. Thank you very much indeed. As Kerrigan's in again, and onto the back foot goes Jamie Smith and just caresses this one out towards the man who's back there on that cover point boundary rope. First run off Kerrigan after lunch, first run for Smith. He moves on to 15.
It's nice as well being up here and having that. You can enjoy those potatoes in the Yorkshires rather than have to worry about running them off for the first 10 minutes after lunch.
And very nice indeed. I went for a quick wander outside during lunch as well. It's warm out there. It's a lovely day. As Kerrigan's into Jacks, who's picked him up on the full, looks to whip him leg side. Doesn't really time this at all, Will Jacks. But yeah, it'd be very interesting to see how Will Jacks goes about this afternoon.
Interesting move, actually, starting with spin here.
Kerrigan in. Forward goes Jacks, plays this one out towards cover, and there's no run. End of the over, and 64 for 4, sorry.
Unless there's maybe a way of switching ends. Is that what they're doing, by the looks of it? Maybe.
It's interesting because, I mean, if usually you look at a banker for Northamptonshire and for Adam Rossington, it's that Kerrigan is going to block up an end and he's going to give you a bit of control. And down at Bristol, it was noticeable that, particularly in that final session, because he bowled in the first innings, 13 overs, 2 for 14. I've gone for a profligate 1.01 and over or whatever it was. And in the second innings, particularly in that final session, Tom Lace and Graham Van Buren really targeted him, and he went round the park. And that, in a sense, completely shattered Northamptonshire's plan, which was basically to use him, block up an end, rotate the seamers. It didn't happen. Well, Ben Sanderson is back into the attack to bowl from the David Capel end. 3 slips in place, and immediately... Well, it's just sort of rewind and start again, and he beats Jamie Smith outside the off stump again, just plonking it there on 4th stump.
That makes sense, though, doesn't it?
Yes,
To bowl Kerrigan probably just for that one over, just to allow Taylor and Sanderson to bowl in combination again after lunch.
So they're now back at the ends that they started from, because Tom Taylor just had that little go from this end, from the David Capel end, and he's now going to be switching back, presumably, to the Lynn Wilson indoor centre end, which is where he took his first 2 wickets from this morning. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Smith, a little bit short of a length, and Smith getting on top of the bounce, playing it out into the covers, fielded by Kerrigan. I think Simon Kerrigan's obviously inherited the team sun hat today, because usually when Charlie Thurston's playing, he's the one who always wears a sun hat, no matter what the weather. He wasn't playing down at Bristol, so Jack White had got it on. And Jack White's obviously not. Neither of them are playing in this match, so Simon Kerrigan has got. Is this some sort of superstition that somebody has to wear the sun hat? Everyone else has got their crimson caps on. Here's Sanderson again outside the off stump, shouldered arms.
I remember in my England under-19 days when we were first introduced to anti-corruption, and we would use an example of some underground bookies in India who would bet on the amount of players that would wear either caps or sun hats. And this was, though I thought obviously it was a joke, but people do. People, in the international game, really. People actually bet on things like that. It's crazy.
Well, at the moment, we've got 9 Northampton caps, 1 sun hat, and Ben Sanderson, who's bowling, not being Geoffrey Boycott, bowling without headgear. And this ball again on off stump, pushed back up towards mid-off by Jamie Smith, and there's no run fielded out there by Rob Keogh.
Well, something to keep an eye out for when Surrey are in the field is Hashim Amla and his sun hat, because I mentioned it earlier, he had a bobble hat on. But since he's taken the bobble hat off, every time he runs after it, his sun hat falls off because it's one size too big. But for some reason, nobody's found him a size smaller. So every time Hashim runs after the ball, his sun hat blows off because he hasn't got the woolly hat anymore.
Well, if the forecast's right, he won't need the bobble hat here anyway. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, plays it out the onside this time. James Sales is in there at mid-wicket fields, and there's no run. Sales on first-class debut, of course. Yes, it's... I do like, and I know this, I think, was something that came in, I would imagine, during your spell as captain, Wakers, the braided caps for cap players. I do like those. I think they look very, very smart.
Very traditionally British, don't they? Quintessentially British.
Yes, they look very, very nice. Braided caps for capped players, just ordinary crimson ones for the rest. Here's Sanderson bowling to Smith, drives out into the covers. Good diving stop away to his right by Kerrigan at extra cover. To end the over, maiden from Sanderson, who's now bowled 9 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 6. Gone round the park, hasn't he? Or gone round the square at any rate. Smith is 15, Jacks is 2, and Surrey is 64 for 4.
It was just metronomic again, wasn't it? It was back on exactly where he left about an hour and a half ago. He just does. He's done the same thing for us ever since I was in charge. When Ben first came here, he just runs in. He's very simple. You know, he sometimes doesn't actually know which way it's going to go, which actually, that's hard for the batter. We talk about it in the nets and we say, what are you trying to do with it? And he just tries to do the simple things. He's obviously, over the years, he is very skilled. He knows what he's doing, but there are often times he just tries to hit the seam just outside off stump, and it nibbles both ways. And as a batsman, you don't know which way it's going.
And I would have thought as a captain, he's your dream, isn't he? Because he can just go for hours, and you know what you're going to get.
All the time, and even when he's really tired and you look at him in the field and you think there's no chance I can wind him up again, I need to change those Duracells, but he finds a way of doing it every time. And because he's not quick, never has been. His pace is always very similar all the way through.
It's fascinating, isn't it? As Taylor switches ends, then coming over the wicket now to Will Jacks from Wilson Cricket Centre end, and forward goes Jacks, plays this one out into the offside. Because I'm sitting here watching Sanderson bowl like this, and the name that springs straight to mind for me when it's the other way around is Ricky Clark, because he'll do exactly that. Just run in, hit line, hit length, just do enough with it.
We used to have nightmares about Ricky Clark in white ball cricket, because when he was at Warwickshire, especially in 2020, he just run in and bowl his overs at the start, and he'd just do the same simple things, and he more often than not was successful doing it.
As Taylor, over the wicket he comes to Jacks. Jacks forward, plays this one off a goodish length out into the offside, and there's no run. No good opportunity this as well for Will Jacks this afternoon. Just because of the nature of the season, he hasn't had a huge amount of first-class cricket. So his fourth game, didn't get a bat against Somerset, and then has played a couple more since then. So he's obviously been off doing one-day stuff and the 100, but an opportunity here for Will Jacks this afternoon.
I like the way he started with his intent.
Yeah, he's positive.
Really positive.
As Taylor over the wicket to him, and that one he's playing from the crease, just nipping back at him. Plays it up towards mid-off. 3 slips again. There's the backward point. There's the cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg. But yet there's a good number of people in as well. When I went down into the car park to make a phone call, good number of people having a wander around in the sun.
Good crowd.
And saw a couple of Surrey supporters who were sat over there in the sun, said it's lovely by the flags away to our left-hand side. Absolute picture today. Taylor in once again to Jacks. Jacks beaten. Beautiful delivery that from Taylor. Will Jacks has played that and it's just come back at him. Beat the outside edge, and Rosington taking that one, moving away to his left. And interesting this, because we're into the 32nd over, if my eyesight hasn't let me down.
Yep.
And it's still something there.
Yeah, just doing enough,
easy,
like we said.
has it?
Not at all. I'm really struggling to work out the wicket actually, because in between, when we've seen a few glorious shots in the last couple of hours, but in between it looks like it's hard going for the batsman.
Over the wicket again comes Taylor. And this one, Jacks flashes down to backward point. Good half stop. Diving away to his left by Saif Zayed in net. And that's nicely fielded. They'll pick up a single. One more to Will Jacks. He moves on to 3.
I suppose that's one thing with two relatively young sides. We'll see some very good dynamic fielding, I guess. Gone off the eras of sort of the last decade where that was 4 runs really, wasn't it?
Yes.
Chase it down to the boundary.
Yes. Shepherd the ball over the boundary and then throw it back. As Taylor comes in over the wicket once more to Smith, and Smith is up on his toes to a short ball, playing this one straight back up the pitch. So tidy over again from Taylor. 65 for 4 then, Surrey. Just a reminder, Surrey winning the toss and batting this morning, and it has been hard work. And I often nick phrases I hear from you pros for commentary, but one is never quite felt in on that wicket, and it feels a bit like that at the moment, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. I'm struggling to work it out here, and we're not involved in the game, just looking at it. The scoreboard obviously dictates now that they're going to have there's a period of rebuilding here regardless. There's not going to be too many strokes. But it's doing less and less, isn't it? It's not swinging as much anymore. But like you just alluded to, there is still enough there for the bowlers to keep them interested.
It's going to be Sanderson with 3 slips in place. Vasconcelos at first, Taylor at second, Gay at third. He comes in, bowls outside the off stump, and Will Jacks lets it go through to Adam Rossington. Looking at Ben Sanderson's figures since coming to Northamptonshire, this is his 6th full season. Came in 2016. Played a few games back into 2015. He's taken 272 wickets at a touch under 21 since then.
Wow.
15 fifers, 310 in a match. It's a pretty solid record. Best 8 for 73.
Be interesting to look back at the last 6 years of everybody. I thought he's right up there with that.
You would think so. Here's Sanderson in again, outside the off stump again, just shaping away from Jacks, but plays it well, just lets it go through to Rossington.
Just trying to think of the time. I mean, Steve-O will be up there probably over the last few years.
Yeah,
with
absolutely.
Robinson. Rushworth's always going to be there or thereabouts, isn't he?
Well, and Ollie Robinson, I suppose. But as I say, when in case you're just joining us, we were talking before lunch that our colleague Phil Rowe has done a sort of bit of comparative stats of Ben Sanderson and Ollie Robinson, and their record in the last few seasons is incredibly similar in terms of wickets taken, overs bowled and average. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Jacks, just pushing forward. A little bit of bat and pad, I think, runs down to third slip.
Whenever I've seen Sanderson bowl as well, it reminds me a lot of Hilfenhaus with the action as well. That sort of bowler, if you can remember him for Australia. But he's just been metronomic today. Really, it's just sort of normal service resumed after lunch.
Well, it makes you wonder what his record would have been had he not missed, obviously, such a lot of seasons when he basically didn't play any first-class cricket. Here he is again, running away from us, bowls to Jacks, who's defensively forward, plays it down the pitch. Sanderson fields off his own bowling. When you think, 2016 when he came to Northamptonshire was his first really fullish season of county cricket. Took 55 wickets then, 40 in 2017, 60 in 2018, 61 in 2019, 11, but obviously in just the 5 games last year. And then so far this season, 35. And what's been 10 years since he was released by Yorkshire. Here he is again, bowling down the leg side, and there was half an appeal as it struck Jacks on the pad, but it was clearly slanting down the leg side. There was not very little support from behind the stumps, and didn't give Mark Newell a huge amount to think about there, I don't think.
It was very strange how he did get released, actually. I mean, there was a lot of competition at the time, but I played my under-19 stuff with Ben, and he was just as good then.
Yeah.
And you could see this guy was a seriously good bowler and was going to maintain that. But obviously Yorkshire's loss was our gain as a Northamptonshire player.
What a gain he's been as well. Here he is, running in away from us, bowls to Jacks, who's watchfully, carefully forward, pushing it up to Rob Keogh at mid-off. End of the over. Jacks has made 3. Smith is 15. Surrey are 65 for 4. Sanderson 10 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 6.
Outstanding. Another one I used to love watching bowl was Ryan Harris, who played a couple of games for Surrey, actually, a few years ago now. But again, his control of the ball when he was on song was unbelievable.
At a lively pace
At
as
a
well.
lively pace,
He could bowl a
quick ball. But he was when he was very a bit like Sanderson, really. Didn't give you a lot, and had all the skills and knew exactly what he was up to. And he was a fantastic. But Hilfenhaus as well. There's a little bit of both of them really about Sanderson down there, deep backward square now as Taylor is coming in to Jamie Smith, who lets this one go off a goodish length outside his off stump, taken by Rossington, moving away to his left hand side.
The thing about Sanderson, so he was released in 2011 by Yorkshire, played Yorkshire Premier League, played a bit for Shropshire, worked as a builder, didn't he, Wake?
Yeah, he did.
I remember rightly.
Yeah, he did. He at one point he wasn't really playing much at all. Incredible, really. And that's a tough skill as well, to go away from the professional game and come back into it with a break. That's tough on your body.
Over the wicket again comes Taylor, and forward goes Jamie Smith. Playing this one down to backward point, so he does the fielding, and there's no run.
And playing county cricket, especially as a bowler, can be a bit of a slog. You know, it's about trying to condition your body to be able to wake up every day with the bruising and the pain and everything, and get back on and keep doing it. And when you have an extended break away from that, your body must suffer.
Yeah.
You know, just bowling on a Saturday isn't the same. No. Trying to have to do that every other day. I don't know how these bowlers do it, to be honest.
Over the wicket again comes Taylor, forward. Again goes Jamie Smith. Playing very watchfully at the moment is Jamie Smith. Just wanders off towards square leg, trying to play it as late as possible. Jamie Smith. Well, Ian Ward did that, though. Not that Ian Ward was a bowler, but he got released by Surrey and went clean planes at Heathrow.
Did he?
For a while, yeah. And then came back and then got himself in the England team. So,
I didn't know that.
Yeah. He sort of had a second coming. As Taylor goes wider of the crease, this time driving is Smith. Nicely played. A little away from his body, but all along the carpet. And away for 4 runs. As always with Jamie Smith, it looks very elegant. And it whistles off to the boundary rope for our first boundary after lunch. They've been few and far between today, boundaries. But that was nicely played by Jamie Smith. All along the floor and away for 4. He's on to 19 and Surrey 69 for 4.
They'll be very watchful after lunch. I think Northamptonshire have bowled very well, but so far the Surrey bats moving up to the task. These two look very impressive. I've been, like I said earlier, I've been very... The way they're moving, you can tell a lot by the way someone comes to the crease at the start, the kind of mood that they're in. And they've been very positive. That doesn't mean trying to hit the ball to the boundary every time. It's just their movements.
Taylor in again and forward goes Jamie Smith. Rock solid looking defensive shot. Even when Will Jackson's let the ball go, he's looked positive. I know it sounds a strange thing to say, but letting the ball go.
No, I don't think it is a strange thing to say. I think some people might think that being positive means scoring runs quickly, but it isn't. It's the way you do everything. There are times where the ball's going all over the place. You go out there and you're a bit timid as a batsman, and that's when you're a fraction of a second off the pace, and that's when you get the nick or you get bowled, and that's when you get out.
In again goes Taylor. It's left alone by Jamie Smith. Not the movement that Taylor had this morning, because a couple of those, he bowled Ashley Mambler with one that nipped back and took his off stump, and bowled Laurie Evans with one where he looked to drive and it nipped back and hit the top of his off stump. So good leave that from Jamie Smith. End of the over, 69 for 4. Sorry. Bradders, did they still do the books sale?
Yes.
Right.
Yes, they do. Yes. It reopened, I think I'm right in saying, the first time this season during one of the Royal London Cup matches here. Been closed, obviously, since the end of 2019. But yeah, the supporters club, I think they've still got the book sale down there. So it's worth having
definitely have a little nip down there.
If your titles are in, they'll be very highly priced, of course, if they're there, Mark. But here's Sanderson starting a fresh over and bowls outside the off stump. Jacks lets it go through to Rossington. Sanderson starting his 11th over, 1 for 6.
As I was saying, Mr. Wakely's testimonial.
Yes.
Ricky Clark's testimonial this year. You always know when your book hasn't sold that well when I found 200 copies of my diary of an award-winning season of 2018 in the gents' toilet in boxes.
Sometimes, though, that can be where the most readings are.
Absolutely. But they were still in the box. No one had even got them out 3 years later.
Under the bed was the traditional place to...
Clarkey got those on the... Give those out.
Yes, Sanderson in again, bowling to Jacks, who's, again, solidly forward, playing it out to the covers, fielded by the sun-hatted Simon Kerrigan, and there's no run. Yes, there'll be some interesting stuff down there. Actually, we're saying about bowlers, and you said Wakers not being a bowler, because when I was doing a little bit of research for a little piece I did for your testimonial brochure, and I noticed, I mean, it just goes to show what I know about anything, that I think the first piece I wrote about you when you first came on the academy, I said, he's an impressive looking bowler as well, and, all-rounder. Well, let's say, shows what I know. Here's Sanderson, and that's nibbled outside the off stump by Jacks. Could so easily have got a little nick on it, but didn't. But still with this ball, in its 35th over, Ben Sanderson still making it talk. Still setting some tough problems for the batsman to solve. Although I do remember you bowling, I think, didn't you go through a phase of off spin as well for a while?
I started as a junior as a bowler who batted.
Yeah.
And Capes actually made me make a bit of a choice at the time. These days now you get juniors to do everything.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Jacks, drives straight back down the pitch where Sanderson does well, just drop down a left hand, cut off any chance of a run.
Yeah, I went away. I had my 21st birthday. I was in Australia, and I was actually playing for Prospect, and I was a bowler. Even at 21, I opened the bowling for them and batted 4. And after that season, I never really bowled again, bowling seam.
Well,
I bowled a few off spin, got a few wickets, and then it actually all went downhill against Surrey, actually, in the quarter-final.
Yeah.
A certain Kumar Sangakkara.
I wasn't going to mention that. I was not going to mention that at all. Oh, it wasn't quite such an outlandish comment then at the time. Here's Sanderson running in again. Definitely is a bowler outside the off stump. Jacks lets it go through. Yes, I think that was. I'm trying to think when he came on the academy about 2003, something like that.
Yes, would
Right,
have been around there. Yeah, 14.
14, yeah.
Yeah, amazing how the academy systems have changed. Back then, there was sort of 20 people on the academy / I don't know what they were called, but they were those intermediate contracts between the academy and the playing staff, and you learn everything about professional cricket in the academy. Whereas now that's changed.
Well, certainly when the academy started here in Northampton in 2001, so 20 years old this year. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Jacks, plays it again watchfully, solidly into the offside. Kerrigan Fields end of the over. 3 to Jacks, 19 to Smith, 69 for 4. We've had 35 overs in the innings after Surrey won the toss and chose to bat. And then they had a junior academy and a senior academy for obviously the older players. And it's the numbers fluctuated, but yeah, I mean around about that time when you were coming on, they would have had, even at Northampton, which was again I suppose one of the smaller academies, we probably had about 14, 15 on there, didn't we, at that time?
Yeah, we did. I mean, whenever we played as an academy, especially in the Northamptonshire leagues, we had a very competitive side. We probably had 3 or 4 players that had first class experience, and you learn a lot from them. Whereas I can only really speak for Northamptonshire's academy systems now, but the academy systems now are much younger, and they're sort of grooming the players to have at some point transfer into the first class arena, but not necessarily making you ready to play first class cricket. You only really get that experience now from playing first team cricket.
Well, I think it was our friend Kieran from the Opta man who's pointed out at lunchtime that actually 5 of this Northamptonshire side have come through the academy, which is good to see.
It's interesting. I just had it 6 of this Surrey side.
Yeah.
Come through the Surrey Academy as well. These 2 together out there in the middle came through the academy system as well. Oh, they do it very well now. They really do. And I think the proof's in the pudding with the players that are coming out.
And as we were saying earlier, I genuinely do think it helps with that team dynamic. If you've got your home produced youngsters playing together that know each other so well, that generally over time is going to breed success.
I think they even did media training, didn't they, in your day, Wakers?
They did. Mine didn't go very well.
Taylor comes in over the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's forward, play this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
You're my star pupil.
I remember those days. I came in with the camera.
Yeah, that's right.
You were asking the questions and
tried to ask you difficult questions to incriminate members. Incriminate members of your team and all the rest of it. That's good fun.
I remember those days.
I do remember. I sort of did the same thing. Sorry, I'm not going to say who it was, the name, but one of them, to say that they put their fellow player in an awkward position would be an understatement. As over the wicket, Taylor, forward goes Smith, plays this one out into the offside, and their answer was, but you're always saying to be honest. Yes, but there's a time and a place for complete honesty. No, but the other thing with that is, you're playing with your mates as well, aren't you? There was that great photo, and it was, I'll probably get all 4 wrong. Verdi, Sam Curran, Ollie Pope and Ryan Patel. The 4 of them on academy tour, watching a rugby match at Newlands, and 4 years later, the 4 of them sat in the Surrey dressing room.
Brilliant.
Playing for the first team. As forward goes Jamie Smith and plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
And that's how we produce England players as well, with players that have come all the way through the systems. There's been loads of talk about that at the moment, hasn't there? And Northampton, I can speak for Northampton's point. We up until this year really, we were stunted on the players that were coming through. We just had that bit of a gap. About 6 or 7 years ago, we sort of had quite a few that came through all together.
Coming through.
And that's naturally going to happen, isn't it? Natural ebbs and flows of academy systems.
Taylor over the wicket to Jamie Smith, and he's letting this one go outside his off stump.
But purely from a business point of view as well, I remember when I was captain and sat in some of the meetings with some of the board members, and for Northampton to be successful, we have to continue to produce homegrown players because we can't afford to go off and keep buying every year to bring in. We have to produce our own. And if that means that, unfortunately, that some players have to leave, like the Ben Ducketts, the David Willies, that's just where we are currently within the model of the professional game as a cricket club. And I think we've got to accept that sometimes.
I think most are now. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor, and that's beating the outside edge of Jamie Smith's bat. And look, I know typical Surrey. Ashford pops in for a game, and some of the names that they've signed over the years. But now, as I just said, in this team, 6 of them come through the academy system. Sam's off, Ollie's off with England, Rory's off with England. So there's that whole core group now, and then the add-ons round it.
Yep.
But they're all mates as well. That's the other thing. They all get on really well, and they're suddenly playing first-team cricket together, and it's terrific. As Taylor's in again to Smith, and Smith forward, just probing away at the moment is Taylor. Patient stuff.
You were talking about that successful Surrey side in 2018, and you said you could see how together they were. I mean, togetherness or whatever you call it is an overused word in sport, but when I look back on the Northampton success we had, 2013, we were in the same position. That group of players, we did everything together. We were friends on and off the field. And that doesn't mean everything. That doesn't necessarily going to mean you're going to be successful, but I do think it helps.
And I think as well on the pitch, you back each other up, don't you?
You enjoy each other's success.
Absolutely. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor. And Jamie Smith's had a flash at a wide-ish one that kept going wide and goes past his edge and taken by Rosington away to his right-hand side. Nice over that again from Taylor, just probing away, and then that one just a bit wider, kept going wide, and Jamie Smith's eyes lit up, almost got a little edge on that. But end of the over, 71 for 4. And Radha, you know this better than anybody, I think, as well, from a sort of spectator media point of view. If you see these lads come through and then suddenly they go on and have success and do it for the county, and it's wonderful, isn't it?
There's nothing to beat it, and I think. I know there's always a danger when you get accused of being, and I've certainly over the years been accused of being somewhat parochial, which I'll come back to in a second. Probably true. Here's Sanderson in starting a fresh over, and again he just bowls an absolute jaffer to Will Jackson. Again, I don't. We said earlier, because I don't know how you played. They were talking about earlier. I don't know how you play that.
It's an 80-mile-an-hour leg spinner.
It's just beat the outside edge. This is it's a real Sanderson masterclass today. He's in his 12th over, 1 for 6. The sort of figures you expected to see going back in the old days, like Tommy Cartwright and Derek Shackleton and people like that, who just plonked it on a sixpence all day, as somebody once said, until they banned the use of coins on the field of play and he couldn't land it on a sixpence anymore. But it's been a joy to watch, but not necessarily a joy to face, notwithstanding the fact it is a glorious sunny afternoon here in Northampton. Here's Sanderson, 3 slips in place, bowling again to Will Jacks. He pushes that one up to Keogh at mid-off and there's no run. But I say that the whole parochial thing, but small county like Northamptonshire, when you do get local or localish, and I mean, people like Wakers obviously come up from Bedfordshire, Rob Keogh from Bedfordshire, Lloyd Monty Pandasar was involved, or the likes of Harry Gouldston and James Sells, who are actually born in the county. People really do love it, and already I've had messages today saying, James Sells, I played against him earlier this season when he was playing for Overston. You've got that point of contact then with the professional game, driven by Jacks down the pitch, fielded by Sanderson on the bounce off his own bowling, another dot ball, and it really does make a big difference, and people feel invested in the whole thing, and they don't feel it's something remote and out of reach. And it was, you made an interesting point earlier, Wakers, talking about when the academy side played in the Northamptonshire League, and I know there were lots of arguments for and against why they in the end they pulled out, but people did enjoy playing against either players on the way up or first team players who maybe needed a knock. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Jacks, pushes out the covers, Kerrigan fields, and there's no run. I can think of occasions like when Wayne Larkins was playing when it was the county Colt side rather than the academy. And if Ned had an injury and he had to come in and you club bowl and you find yourself bowling against Wayne Larkins or David Sales or somebody like that, and you dine if you bowled a couple of dot balls even, so you dine out on it for a month. And I think the league actually lost something when the academy went out of it. Here's Sanderson bowling short, pulled away by Jacks nicely. He's running out towards the boundary. I think he's going to pick up 4 runs. He is. Harry Gouldston was trying to race around from fine leg but couldn't get there, and that hasn't seen very much short stuff from Ben Sanderson, but that was pulled away by Jacks nicely for 4 runs. He goes to 7, and Surrey to 75 for 4.
Anyone else remember another bouncer?
No, that's the first one.
I can't think of another one.
I know it's slow and low, but Chris Liddell and Phil Rowe, our old bowling coach, used to get so annoyed at the underuse of the bouncer. You know, you don't have to use it for anything else other than to let the batsman know that you've got it. And even if you get it high so he can't hit it, you only have to do it once.
I say Luke Proctor used it with very good effect down at Bristol when he got his 5 wickets. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling much more Sanderson-like length, fuller length too. Jacks pushes it up to mid-off, fielded by Keogh, end of the over. Jacks is 7, Smith's 19, and Surrey 75 for 4. Sanderson 12 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 10. His figures have been ruined.
That said, though, I mean, Jacks played that with relative ease, didn't he? It was right on the badge, and he just missed it.
Well, I think it was probably the other thing there was the last delivery Will Jacks was expecting from Sanderson, a bouncer. And actually, I thought he played it really well because he waited and then rolled his wrists on it.
Full control of it.
Absolutely.
Having said they bowled to me after that when he might not bowl so many more passes.
Well, it was a good shot from Will Jacks. He's 7 not out here. Sorry, 75 for 4 then after lunch. We've added 14 since the lunch break. 3 slips in there for Taylor, continuing, coming over the wicket to Jamie Smith. And Smith pushes this one off the back foot, rolls out there towards cover, and there's no run. But they've sort of predominantly been facing one bowler each, these two, after lunch. That's one thing we haven't seen a huge amount of. There's no great pace in the pitch, obviously, but it's just singles and sort of rotating the strike. But it's not been a day for that, in a way.
No, like we said earlier, having the extra covers been in from the start, and that blocks up that offside field where often can be the easy place to rotate.
Goes wider of the crease again, Taylor up on his toes goes Jamie Smith, just trying to get it to the left of cover, but there's no run there. But yes, I'll definitely nip down and have a look in the bookshop and see what they've got down there. I remember last time I came, what did I buy last time I was here? It was a few years ago now. I think I might have bought myself a newish copy of Mike Brearley's The Art of Captaincy.
Oh, right.
Yes. I had an oldish copy and then I brought myself, I don't know why, really, but it was excellent to read it again.
Close to being one of my Desert Island books.
Yeah,
that
it's
I have
great.
to say.
It's
a
not
wonderful read.
Not just for cricket either.
No,
it's
right.
life in general. Was over the wicket again goes Taylor, and that's nicely played by Jamie Smith. Just lets it hit the face of the bat, runs it off down towards third man. Will get a couple of runs. So 2 more to Jamie Smith. He moves on to 21. Round of applause for Saif Saib, who sprinted down, slid, picked the ball up and winged it back in over the top of the stumps.
Yeah, I haven't read it, but I've heard that from a few people actually,
Yeah,
that it's not just about cricket.
no.
It's a great book to read in general.
It is
And the
really
thing is,
good.
it's although it is about captaincy, it is by no means a textbook as well.
No.
It's so much anecdote, so much from his own career. It's a wonderful read. It's one of my very, very favourite cricket books.
Over the wicket once again. Taylor driving is Smith again, just to the right. Backward point, Zaib, who's after it, but it's over the rope and away for 4. A couple of times he's done that now. Taylor's gone wider of the crease. Jamie Smith has seen it and just gone away from his body, but it's all along the floor. And it's Jamie Smith moving on to 25 and Surrey move on to 81 for 4. So nicely played by Jamie Smith.
I think if you're looking from a Surrey point of view as well, they've just got to get through this spell from these two, because what have they bowled between them? Best part of 26 overs? 25, yeah. So they're going to be coming back into their third spells later. The other bowlers haven't bowled that much. These are Northamptonshire's best 2 bowlers, especially at the moment. They can get through this. The spinner's got to come on from one end. If you play positively against him and he can't just settle from one end, suddenly they have to have more change, and you've got tired bowlers coming back.
Taylor is in. Forward goes Jamie Smith. Plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, and that's the other thing with Jamie Smith. I think it's his cricket brain as well. I actually said to him, he's the wisest 21-year-old I've ever met. I wish at 47 I was as wise as he was. It's just nothing flutters him, nothing phases him, and he's just on the money straight away with what the situation is. So he's there with that bat raised once again on 25. Taylor's into him, looks to drive, threw it a little early, and it rolls up towards mid-on. There's no run. End of the over. Will Jacks having a breather, just taking his helmet off for a second. And Jamie Smith, 25. Jacks on 7. Surrey 81 for 4 on an absolutely perfect day. And I think it's meant to be here this weather for about a week.
It is.
Saying
I think
excellent.
They were saying by Tuesday, Wednesday, we were up at sort of high 20s, I think.
Excellent.
So,
very good. Glad I brought my woolly jumper for this.
It's nice at least we've got a very large picture window here in our commentary box, which we are able on days like this to throw open fully, which gives us all the required ventilation, and is actually very pleasant on a day like this. Sometimes we do it anyway because it's the sort of the safe thing to do, but it could be a little bit fresh, and you still need a jumper on in here. But it is absolutely glorious, flawless late summer's day here at Northampton. And here's Sanderson with 3 slips in place, bowling to Jacks, pushes it up to mid-off, and there's no run. If it's been tough for Surrey today, it's been an awful lot tougher for others. Looking around the country, wickets really have been falling. In the Division 1 match at Edgbaston, where, bearing in mind it was a late start, Hampshire already bowled out for 89 in the 29th over. Worcestershire 121 for 8 against Kent down at Canterbury. Fun and games at Chelmsford, which I'll tell you about in a second, as Sanderson comes in, worked away nicely through mid-wicket, bowling just a little bit straight there to Will Jacks, who's worked it away through mid-wicket for 4, chased down towards the boundary by both Proctor and James Sales. And it ran away over this quick outfield, and Jacks goes up to 11 into double figures, and Surrey up to 85 for 4. At Chelmsford, Gloucestershire, 76 all out. Essex already 22 for 2 in reply, so it's been falling there. And up at Chesterley Street, Glamorgan bowled out for 97 by Durham, who have just started their reply. They're 2 for no wicket. So if it's been hard going for Surrey, others have been faring a good deal worse around the country. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Jacks, who's pushing that out into the covers.
Well, there's a couple there that if you were thinking of going on Monday, Tuesday, I mean, you might not bother, to be fair.
No. Elsewhere at Scarborough, Somerset, well, here you go. Somerset are 117 for 9 against Yorkshire. So there's another game that's nearly a quarter of the way through, if you like, in terms of the number of innings. Bit more normal at Trent Bridge in Division 1, where Nottinghamshire are 117 for 2 against Lancashire. You're not missing any cricket because it looks as though Adam Rossington is going to stand up to Ben Sanderson, which he does fairly frequently. And so there's just a bit of a...
Sure, he's going to love that on the first day of a championship game.
Yeah, so he's just getting the helmet on, brought on the field by, I think, Gus Miller down there.
Just bowled his first bouncer as well.
Yeah. He's already got his popping on fingers anyway, as I call him.
So sow the seeds of doubt. Here's Sanderson in the game. Keeper standing up, and Jakes is defensively up to mid-off. Keogh Fields, no run. At Derby, Leicestershire, this is in Division 3, Leicestershire 109 for 1 against Derbyshire. And obviously we know what's happening here, but elsewhere in the country, the wickets really have been falling. And in the Test match, India are now 344 for 6, so leading by 245. England needing, you would feel, to polish that innings off fairly swiftly. Here's Sanderson. In bowls to Jacks, again defensively out into the covers, fielded this time by Simon Kerrigan at extra cover. It's extraordinary though on a day where the weather's pretty good around the whole country. I think they was talking about maybe a little bit of rain up in the northwest later, but it's been very much a bowler's day so far.
Maybe the groundsman had a bit of time off during the 100.
Yeah,
a bit late back in, maybe.
I say it's been a long break for a lot of counties, including Northamptonshire. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls short of a length, punched away behind square through backward point for 4. Nice shot by Will Jacks, well controlled, runs away for 4. 15 to him, and that ends the over. 15 to Jacks. Surrey up to 89 for 4. Sanderson 13 overs, 1 for 18, and almost for the first time today, Sanderson's conceded more runs than he's bowled overs, so something must be going horribly awry. 89 for 4, Jacks is 15, Smith is 25.
Yeah, the wicket's starting to look a little bit different now, isn't it? I think it doesn't look like there's much margin for error. And I think what Northamptonshire did very well early on is the amount of forward defences they made the Surrey batsmen play. Whereas we've just gone away from that a little bit in the last few overs. There's been a bit more width on offer.
And it's starting to look very much like one of these sort of fairly typical Northampton pitches where it'll do a little bit in the first couple of hours, maybe a little bit after lunch, and then they do tend to go a bit flatter. And it's amazing, I mean, you all know this way because I've seen captaining the side for as many years as you did, that opposition captains in particular often completely misread surfaces here and think it's going to do everything and put the opposition in, and then you see all of a sudden they're saying once the hardness has gone off the ball, it's very, very flat and very difficult to bowl a side out on.
Yeah, I think since the days where it was a bunting and it turned square, they have struggled with maintaining enough moisture in the square.
Well, Kerrigan's into the attack from the Lynn Wilson Cricket Centre end of the ground, and first ball is driven away by Jamie Smith out towards extra cover, and there's no run.
Yeah, we won't have any time now to talk about anything with Kerrigan's overs.
He's in again and tosses this one up and plays this one straight back up the pitch as Jamie Smith. I'll mention Felix's book again now that Kerrigan's back in, because Kerrigan does get, but he interviews Kerrigan in the book as Kerrigan round the wicket. Here goes Jamie Smith. First time we've seen him really use his feet at all to Kerrigan, and just dancing down the pitch. As I say, he does like to, even against the left arm spinners, and go inside out over the covers. As Kerrigan's in, tosses this one up, turned nicely by Jamie Smith out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up another single, one more to the total. 90 for 4, Smith 26, Jacks comes back onto strike on 15, so these two now have added 29 runs. Deep mid-wicket goes out for Will Jacks, who again against the spinner will look to be positive. This is natural game. Kerrigan goes a little wider of the crease, forward goes Jacks, pushes this one straight back up the pitch. And
where does he like to go? Is his strength straight?
Yeah, well, he can go anywhere he wants to, really, but straight is his strength against the spinner. I always worry slightly when he sort of goes leg side against the spinner. He's much better when he's he's such a good timer of the ball and such a strong boy anyway, that if he even half hits it, it's normally going for 6 anyway, straight back down the pitch. 90 for 4, but yeah, Felix's book is It's Always Summer Somewhere, A Matter of Life and Cricket. For anyone who doesn't know, Felix White is obviously tail enders now, but was the lead singer of the band The Maccabees. And basically the book is about his absolute love in life is cricket, and how cricket got him through some bad times with the Maccabees and everything. But he chats, there's a whole chapter with Kerrigan, and everybody knows the Kerrigan Test match story, and how he's come back. But in that, he says that actually he never really marked out a run-up. He just used to just walk back and then bowl. And he said, I just love bowling.
Here's Sanderson starting a fresh over. Keeper standing back now with Jamie Smith on strike. He plays that out to the covers Kerrigan Fields. And there's no run. Am I not also right in the same way? Because, I mean, you talk about cricket badges and people who absolutely love it. Simon Kerrigan's one of those. I think it was Rob Keir was telling me that if there's any cricket streaming from anywhere in the world, he will be watching it.
He'll know everything.
Yeah.
He'll know everybody's statistics from around the world, from all aspects of cricket. And he loves cricket. He loves bowling.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's neatly nudged away down towards third man by Jamie Smith. There's a chase back down there for safe save, who pulls it in just inside the rope, and they come through for a couple of runs. 2 more to Swift, 28 to him, 92 for 4.
And he loves talking about cricket. He's one of those players where he'll have bowled 50 overs in the game, and you'll come out first to have a net in the morning, and he'll still want to bowl at you.
The story, I mean, the case of a point of that was at Hove this year, when he bowled beautifully to take 5 wickets on the Saturday against Sussex. So Northamptonshire were batting last. He wasn't going to have to bowl again in the game. Got into the ground as usual early on the Sunday morning. Who was first in the nets? Yeah. Simon Kerrigan.
Yep.
And he bowled 30 overs, I think, in the previous innings. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Smith, who's playing that down again to backward point this time. So he cuts off any possibility.
I think
of
I'm
a
right in
run.
saying the final line in the chapter with Simon Kerrigan is him saying, "I am a cricket badger."
Really?
And that's under the photo of him bowling as well. So that's why Felix and him got on so well, I think, is that Felix is an absolute cricket badger. And then Kerrigan said, "I just want to bowl. I just bowl and bowl and bowl, bowl anywhere for anyone at any time."
Well, I think he's just absolutely loved the fact that he's back in the county game now and enjoying himself. He's in bowling to Sanderson to Smith, who drives it up, pushes it really up to mid-on where it's fielded by Proctor. I think we talk about sort of emotional moments of the season, and I think that one of the ones that will stick with me for a long time was the interview I did with him after the opening day at Old Trafford, second match of the season, when he'd obviously gone up there to the ground that it almost sort of broken his heart really, and he'd had a terrific day, bowled beautifully, got runs, and he said, I never thought I'd play here again. It was a bit special. It was a good moment. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, again pushes out into the covers. Kerrigan fields right on cue, and there's no run.
He's a great guy to have in the dressing room as well, because he says it as it is. Sometimes we had a lot of players that have been together for such a long time. Things generally get slightly more comfortable. You get someone in who's an ex-test cricketer who's gone through what he's gone through. He's had to toughen up, and he's had some serious battles to get back to where he is. And now he's just loving the game again. He's not afraid to say what he really thinks. So for this group of players, he's been great.
Here's Ben Sanderson running away from us. Still the three slips in place. Bowls to Jacks, defensively up to Kerrigan again at extra cover. It'd be nice if somebody else had a chance. Three players involved only through much of that over. End of it, 92 for 4. Smith is 28. Jacks is 15. I think they're going to have a brief break for drinks and sanitisation. You were saying, Wakers, about the fact that it's very easy for people to misread this pitches on this ground. I was just trying to find a game which I uncovered, one that always sticks in my mind. Back in 1994, Derbyshire were here, and Kim Barnett was captaining Derbyshire. And at the start of the day's play, it looked as green as you like. It looked, it looked as though nobody had cut it. It was sort of spot the pitch. And I know we had a box full of correspondents up here. A lot of them obviously with Derbyshire allegiance. He's going to. If anybody's going to win the toss here, he's going to bowl first. And Kim Barnett did win the toss. And just looking at the bowling attack he had, he had some good seeing. Devon Malcolm, Dominic Cork, Simon Bass, won the toss, stuck Northamptonshire in. Everyone was expecting 100 for 6 at lunch or something. Just the scorecard here: Northamptonshire 529 all out, 409 for 4 at the close of the first day's play. Richard Montgomery got 151, Rob Bailey 93, Mal Loy 79, Kevin Curran 69, and finished up winning by 10 wickets with a day to spare after Curtly Ambrose ran through them in the first innings. So it is very easy to misjudge pitches here.
The one I remember the most was when Sussex first game of the season, Ben Duckett, when Ben got 208. What was it? He ended up with 200.
Nearly 282.
Nearly 300.
Yeah, 282, I think.
Kerrigan comes round the wicket to Will Jacks, and Jacks is forward, playing this one out into the offside.
And it was just green. Yeah. It was
Amazing
100% bowl, and it didn't do anything at all, and they had full attack out.
Kerrigan in again, gives this one a bit more air, and forward goes Jacks, just turns it leg side.
I think the one thing we can say about this week, I think there's going to be quite a lot of overs of spin bowl.
There will be.
That's the one thing I can
Amar
say.
Verdi and Cameron Steele, from a Surrey point of view, might have some bowling to do. As Kerrigan's in again, and paddle sweep from Will Jacks, nicely played. Takes it down towards Sanderson, who comes round to do the fielding. They'll pick up a couple more. Controlled shot from Will Jacks.
I'm looking forward to seeing Verdi, actually. I haven't seen him bowl.
Have you not?
No, not properly. I've obviously seen the video clips and things, and he looks a very good bowler.
He's
a lot of revolutions
very,
on it.
very good bowler. Gives it a proper spin as well. I just wondered whether they were tempted, with Cameron Steele in the side now, to go with Moriarty and Verdi. As in goes Kerrigan, and driving is Will Jacks down towards long off. They'll pick up another single. Well, of course, Amar was a big part of that 2018 championship winning side, and Batty couldn't get a game then he's been sort of in England camps and during COVID and in the bubbles and things, so he's bowled pretty well this year as well. But I think, this is it sounds a daft thing to say, doesn't it? But with the sun out and we're in September, this is almost the time where you think for a spinner, this could be it. As it's normally August, but looking to drive is Smith, and that one tossed up a touch from Kerrigan. But there were other things going on. Plus, the weather wasn't great, actually.
No.
During August, was it? It wasn't exactly like blue skies and sun cracking
Not many
down.
games are going 4 days, are
No, absolutely. As Kerrigan's in again, quicker this time. James Smith jumps onto the lap, but crunches this one out towards cover point. And there is no run. End of the Kerrigan over. 95 for 4. Smith 28, Jacks 18. So, again, Felix's book I would recommend to anybody who loves their cricket. Fascinating. But the chapter with Simon Kerrigan is really worth the read. It really is.
I can only back that up from what I know of Simon. Anything that he says generally is worth listening to.
No, definitely. Fascinating.
He's a fascinating character.
Yeah.
And the two of them together actually would be really good.
Yeah,
they'd be good duo on stage actually.
Well, absolutely. The interesting thing with Felix as well is the rock star lifestyle, and in the middle of all of that is one place he could go and find any peace and quiet. He said was at the Oval, and he used to go to a championship game and go sort of 10 minutes before lunch and just sit with the same sort of 10 old blokes who were there that day.
Brilliant.
And he said it was his place where he could be quiet and get away. And then he said he'd leave the Oval and go straight back into a rock and roll madness. So it's just fascinating, really.
Which band was that, Mark?
The Maccabees. Right. The Maccabees,
Popular beat combo.
Well, they were actually. I didn't realise quite how successful they were until I read the book.
Change of bowling. James Sales coming into the attack to replace Ben Sanderson, and immediately
that's a good shot.
Good bit of fielding there by Luke Proctor. Worked it. Will Jacks into the onside, up towards wideish mid-on. Luke Proctor making good ground, though, anticipating, and what looks though should be at least a single. Turns out to be a dot ball, 95 for 4. It stays. I wonder if James Sales a year ago would have imagined him coming on to replace Ben Sanderson here at the David Capel end at Northampton. That's punched away off the back foot by Jacks. Beautiful stroke, but doesn't manage to pierce the field. Rob Keogh's fairly deep there at extra cover. They've got a deep extra cover, which is about halfway back, Rob Keogh, and then they've got Kerrigan in there on the drive. A sort of short extra cover. Backward point, 2 slips in place. Mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket. And a man down there
not the easiest
on the long leg
pierce,
boundary.
is it?
No, it's not. It's well set. Here's Sales, in again, bowls. That's worked away through mid-wicket, a little bit uppishly, but it's run away for 4 to Will Jacks, who goes into the 20s, 22 to him, and Surrey up to 99 for 4.
Get the feeling you can go. He's just twitching a little bit here, Jacks. He's trying to force the ball. It's not a wicket you can stand there and time it. I think that he's actually played through really nice shots in a row there. That was a little bit uppish, but he's had to really hit them to get it through. And it's that period in the game now where this can go one or two ways. And you don't want him just to throw a wicket away here and gift it back to Northampton. But at the same point, he does this for a few overs and the game can turn pretty quickly. 99 for 4. James Sales in again. Bowls to Jacks. Drives up to again Rob Keogh in that deepish extra cover position, and there's no run. That Gus Miller on, I think, at mid wicket. Yes, it is.
Augustus Horatio Miller. Very splendid name.
It's fantastic.
Brilliant name.
What a great
redolent
name,
of a greater time. Augustus Horatio, Gus for short. Bedford schoolboy. Here's Sales outside the off stump, and Jacks a beautiful square drive by Will Jacks. That's a sumptuous stroke, and it's raced away just behind square on the offside down to the front of the West Stand for 4. Brings up the 100 for Surrey, 103 for 4. Jacks 26, and without doubt one of the shots of the day.
Yeah, fascinating. Mr. Wakely spot on here with Will Jacks. He fancies this at the moment, Will Jacks. He really does. But seen enough of young Mr. Jacks over 3 years that if he could stick around for another hour, wow. But he really, really looks like he's beginning to enjoy himself now.
Jacks 26 faces this ball from James Sales. Good recovery, good response from Sales on the line of off stump, middle and off maybe, and he just plays it up into the covers where Kerrigan fields, who then dispenses with his sun hat, and he's going to resume bowling duties. 103 for 4. Smith 28, Jacks 26.
Yeah, I guess it looks like one of those players where everything's very easy for him. He's very natural. He doesn't need to try. It reminds me of a player I played with for years, with Ricky Vessels.
Oh, yeah.
Ricky's had a phenomenal career, but Ricky used to literally make batting look so easy. But then you could see when he was ticking, you could see when he wanted to show everybody all these shots that he could play. And suddenly he'd have 30 off 40 balls, but suddenly he'd be out. I'm not saying it's anything like that, but just the way he plays, the natural talent he's got there. Very similar.
Kerrigan is round the wicket to Jamie Smith, who drives nicely up towards mid-off. They'll pick up a single, and that will be one more to the total. He's got all the shots as well, Jackson. And, you know, you think if he batted for 4 hours in a championship game, how many would he have in his back pocket? Yeah. But he gets into this sort of tempo as Kerrigan round the wicket to him. Jacks is playing this one off the back foot into the leg side, and there's no run.
I remember when I did some England skill set stuff, and Graham Thorpe used to talk about batting for 200 balls. Generally, if you bat for 200 balls, you'd be around about 100. Someone like Will, he bats for 200 balls, he's going to be up near 200.
As Kerrigan's in again, forward goes Will Jacks, pushes this one down to backward point. The other nice thing here is it just enables Jamie Smith just to keep doing what Jamie Smith is doing as well, and that scoreboard's still ticking round. So very nicely so far, Jamie Smith. Kerrigan in the sun with his sunglasses on is in, and Jack's up on his toes, pushing this one out towards the sweeper on the Currabird boundary. Right, they'll pick up another single. But just on Felix's book as well, Radders and Alex, I solved a mystery reading Felix's book. There's a musician called Florence Welsh from Florence and the Machines, who is just like done Glastonbury and I was sure I'd seen her at the Oval watching Championship cricket. As in round the wicket comes Kerrigan, forward goes Jamie Smith and pushes this one out into the offside. But I thought it was just my imagination, genuinely. And then in the book, Felix went out with her, and she used to come with him to watch Surrey. As in round the wicket goes Kerrigan. That's nicely played by Jamie Smith. Tucks this one into the leg side, and he'll pick up a couple of runs. So 2 more to Jamie Smith.
He's a romantic as well. Take us to the Oval for lunch.
Again, I think it was one of those where because he said when she was cute, you couldn't walk up the street because everyone would be wanting photos or whatever. But actually, a county championship match, she was absolutely fine. So she was just walking around the outfield. But it did solve a little mystery because I'm absolutely convinced I'd seen her there before.
Brilliant. But I've heard county cricket have lots of uses, but never have I heard it described as a celebrity hideaway.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I could sit quite happily just in the crowd there, and nobody knows, and you know.
I think I can see that, you know, sitting at the back of the West Stand or something like that on a sort of cold Tuesday in April.
Yeah.
I don't think you'd be bothered too much.
No, and you're in that mad rock and roll world going on outside, and just get a bit of a break, go and sit quietly and watch. But yeah, there's even a photo in the book of her out there during a lunch break, out in the middle with her arms up in the air. It's fantastic, absolutely brilliant.
We joke, but I bet you there'd be more celebrities, especially from a rock and roll lifestyle or someone that lives a completely mad life. That there would be a similar story. I'm sure there would. I'm sure there are people that.
And musicians tend to love cricket as well,
don't
don't
need
they?
to publicise everything all the time.
There is a picture, isn't there, of Sir Mick Jagger, or playing Mick Jagger as he was then, I think, at the Oval, coming back from the bar with a couple of pints
just to watch Test match
in the 60s or 70s. And obviously, loved his cricket. Just a slip in now as James Sales starts another over to Will Jacks, plays that up to mid-on, Proctor Fields, and there's no run.
Well, Eric Clapton loved his cricket, didn't he?
Yeah. Well, didn't it?
Bill Wyman played a lot.
Well, they used to have the sort of David English and his teams, but they used to. It was always the insurance for Clapton's fingers, and he wasn't meant to play.
No, he had to bowl. I played in a game actually where he played, and he had to bowl 1 or 2 balls.
Yeah, and then that was
disappear.
it. Yeah.
Here's James Sales running in bowls, a little bit short of a length, and Jack's looking to pull that away over the mid-wicket boundary. Just strikes him high up on the pad and balloons out on the offside for Emilio Gay to field at backward point. I was trying to think that the first time I saw Will Jacks bat, and I think it would have been when he got 50 right at the end of the 2018 season, the match against Essex at the Oval. And he got 53 odd out of over 500, didn't they? And I think Ollie Pope got 100. Jason Roy got 100 as well. Yeah. That's outside the off stump from Sales, and Jacks lets it go through to Adam Rossington. And he looked, come out of nowhere as far as I was concerned, and you thought, crikey, this lad's got a lot of time.
Yeah, that was it. That was the game where Surrey had already won the championship, and then it was the last game of the season live on telly, and I think Surrey were all out for 80, and then I think Essex got 300 and something, and then Jason went out there and played one of the great knocks of all time.
Very full toss, in fact, driven up to mid-on and beautifully fielded there by Luke Proctor. Saved 4 runs, diving away to his right. Jack's hitting that very crisply indeed, but well fielded by Proctor. Stays at 107 for 4.
I think Surrey got a lead of 150 odd. They got 600 or something, and then Essex got there with 1 wicket, Mr. Tenduscarter right at the end, and sort of last over of the season.
Here's Sales again, bowling to Jacks just outside off stump, pushes it out to short extra, fielded there by Kerrigan, no run.
I can remember that actually. I remember Sky were very happy for that.
Yeah, because it went on and on and on.
Through,
and then for the sort of the trophy presentation for Surrey, it was perfect because the sun was shining and everyone was still in the ground. But I'd forgotten that Will got good 50 in that second innings, didn't he?
So that was I think he would have been 19, something like that then, and looked a class act. His Sales bowling very straight, played back down the pitch. Good fielding off his own bowling by James Sales, who certainly has liked the cut of his jib today. I say he's played really well. He hasn't looked remotely out of his depth in the matches he's played in the Royal London Cup, and he's adapted very well here. He's bowled very tidily, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 23, age just 18. And at the end of that over, Smith is 31, Jacks 27. Surrey 107 for 4 as a drink comes out for the batsman.
It's exactly it's great, these three. Again, we've got an 18-year-old, you've got a 21-year-old, you've got a 24-year-old, and it's just great to see these young lads doing their stuff, isn't it? And getting a go. And
definitely. I think it's been the one thing, obviously, these COVID times that we live in now, it's been horrendous. But in terms of the county game, I don't know, I'm making assumptions here, but I'm sure there have been more players played, more caps given this year than ever before. Well, you're seeing lots of talent that in other circumstances might not have been unearthed.
Had that remarkable stat from the last round of matches with Sussex playing 6 teenagers, first time in championship history.
Yeah. I think I'm right in saying there were 100 list A debuts during the 50 over comp as well. As Kerrigan, left arm round the wicket he comes to Jamie Smith, who drives nicely away through extra cover. We'll get 2. That's nicely played by Jamie Smith. 2 more to him. He moves on to 33. 109 for 4. I loved the 50 over competition this year. I absolutely adored it. It was
very good games. Northamptonshire involved. A couple of last over finishes.
Some great stories as well. But then sort of the youngsters and then the slightly more mature cricketers still doing their stuff. As this one's turned leg side by Jamie.
Delicately put that, the slightly more mature cricketers.
Thank you very much. Pick up a single, one more to the top. Well, I have to say that one of the games, I think it was the Nottinghamshire game, and there was me babbling on as always before the start of play about this is wonderful to see so many youngsters. As Amler and Trigo went out to toss up, and it was like, actually. Round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan, and sweeping is Will Jacks, controlled again. It's a lovely sweep shot that from Will Jacks, almost just going down on the ball to get it as fine as he can. Trying to go in front of square. Will Jacks very controlled, and then actually races away for 4 more. He's on to 31. So these two now, I think that brings up the 50 partnership as well between these two. That boundary, I think they've put on 53 now since lunch, so done it very nicely.
They have. They've played really nicely. They soaked up a bit of pressure early on, and like I said, this was going to be a big time. Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor were bowling brilliant, and they have from the moment they've had the ball in their hand. And I'll come back to that.
As around the wicket again goes Kerrigan to Jacks, who's forward. Just pushes this one away.
And you get through that spell. They've already bowled a significant amount of overs. They're going to, if they to come back again, Northants can't keep doing it. They can't keep turning to them. That'll be their 3rd spell. They can cash in against the other bowlers.
In again. He's Kerrigan, and a single. That's nicely played as well by Will Jacks, just pushing it into the gap, taking his single. He moves on to 32, 115 for 4. Jamie Smith comes back onto strike once again on 34. Lady to our right reading her book. Not that engrossed in the cricket at the moment.
It's one of yours, Mark.
I've only got one.
on the toilet.
This one's punched off the back foot by Jamie Smith. He'll pick up a single out there towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total. 116 for
She's
four.
just opened up that box in the toilet.
Absolutely.
Did we put them in our toilet?
Yeah. I basically went around every ground, just dumping boxes of ones that nobody wanted in the toilets. Yeah. And there, she's engrossed in whatever it is she's reading there.
I was saying, incidentally, Mark, we're talking about the Oval and the Test match. 5th day sellout tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm not surprised.
I was just seeing two of our colleagues reporting on that. 125,000 people over 5 days at the Test match.
It's fantastic, isn't it?
And as our colleague George DeBell has pointed out, every ball will matter.
Mm. See the Surrey hierarchy doing a lambard around the ground at the moment, celebrating that fact.
It's James Sales starting a fresh over to Jamie Smith, who turns that into the onside, and Will Jackson was keen to get down the business end, thinking about a single, but Tom Taylor in there at mid-wicket, cutting off the possibility of a single.
Just thinking for the Surrey marketing team, their dream, of course, would be that Burns and Pope bat out of their skins tomorrow and are both 100 and odd outs at the end.
That'd be wonderful.
Just for the photos and the...
Here's Sales in again, bowls to Smith, who runs that one away, just opens the face. There's only one slip in there, and he picks up 4 runs down to third man. Cleverly played.
That
by
was very well played.
Jamie Smith, who goes up to 39 and Surrey up to 120 for 4. Skillful batting, good cricket awareness. It's interesting, we talk about, very interesting hearing what you say, Mark, about him being a very sort of composed and very together 21-year-old. Watching Harry Gouldston bat down at Bristol, and obviously having had the pleasure of watching him about 4.5 hours to save the game at Cardiff. Whether it's something in the genes in his case, but he bats like an old pro, and he's only, 20? But there's so much cricket in his family. He plays shots that just look like an old pro. I'll come back onto that in a second. Now that one is p-rolled along the floor from James Sales. And that's going to make everyone sit up and take notice, because that's gone, fortunately for Jamie Smith, outside the off stump, and that's gone straight along the floor. What do you reckon to that, Wakers?
I'm trying to work out what really happened there. It came back as well by where Adam took it. He took it sort of down the leg side. So if it has kept that, though, it's done very well not to hit the stumps.
Very, very well.
We got used to not seeing many plays and misses over the last few overs. And
that really did grub. Here's James Sales in again. Bowls to Jamie Smith, and he just shapes that one away and opens Smith up a little bit. He plays it out into the covers. Not quite off a leading edge, but off the outer portion of the bat, fielded by Kerrigan in that position at short extra, and there's no run.
It's a funny one, this. If you walked into the ground right now and didn't know the score, and you looked out there at the field, you think, wow, Surrey must be completely dominating this game by the fact we've got one slip in, deep cover.
Here's Sales in again, bowls to Smith, who plays that nicely away through mid-on. It's chased down towards the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion by Luke Proctor, who has to give it up. And it crosses the rope, and again, they say that's the sign of the good player, the on drive, the sign of the class act with the bat. And Jamie Smith playing that beautifully. 43 to him now, and Surrey up to 124 for 4.
These two are certainly getting their team back into a strong position. Actually, we did say, didn't we? So you've got 2 young, talented batsmen. They're going to play their shots. The game can change very quickly.
Well, that was a beautiful stroke. Again, it's all about balance and timing. His Sales in again, bowls down the leg side. And Jamie will probably feel he's missed out a bit there. If he got anything on it, it would have run away for 4, because long leg is very wide. He didn't. It's the end of the over. 124 for 4, with 43 to Jamie Smith, 32 to Will Jackson. These two have doubled the score now. They came together at 61 for 4. Now 124 for 4. Yeah, just to come back to the point about Harry Gouldston, he played a couple of little turns off the hip, off the spinner, and it put me in mind of DS Steele or somebody like that, or the old days when the talent money, when Philip Mead for Hampshire used to say just wrist one away through the short legs for a single. That's 50. That's another ton of coal for the winter. The sort of the business shot of the pro. And I mean, obviously Harry's father played for Northamptonshire. His great grandfather played for Northamptonshire and for Bedfordshire for many, many years. His uncle has played first class cricket for Warwickshire. So there's something there in the family, and It just seemed as though I just watch him sometimes and you think this can't be a 20-year-old batting.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because the first time I saw Jamie Smith was Surrey 2019 season, went out to Abu Dhabi to play that season opener. And I'd heard about this kid and everyone was saying, good player, good. And you think, yeah, all right, fair enough. And Ollie Pope was out there as well. So we'd had all the Ollie Pope, played for England in 2018, and Jamie walked out there with Ollie Pope and sort of came in at a 5, I think. And his first scoring shot, it was only Peter Drigo, all right, fair enough, running in bowling. And he's just stood there, first ball, and just driven him straight back down the ground for 4. And then Parry came on to bowl his left-arm spin. And the first ball we faced from Parry stuck straight over the side screen for 6. And we sat there and went, hang about.
Yeah.
And then I think he got 130 and Ollie got 200 and something. But actually, the biggest compliment we could give him that day was if you'd walked into the ground and said, which one's Ollie Pope, you'd have pointed straight at Jamie Smith, really? I think. So it was then that you did actually think, wow, actually this boy's got a bit about him. As Kerrigan comes left arm round the wicket, forward goes Jacks, pushes this one into the offside. That was also the tour where Will Jacks in a warm-up 2020 game got a 25-ball 100 in a warm-up game as well, which he was on suddenly on Sky Sports News. As round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan, forward goes Jacks, pushes this one back up the pitch and there's no run. But he got himself on the yellow ticker tape, as we were saying, on a Surrey pre-season tour. That's a good effort, that, isn't it? As in round the wicket goes Kerrigan again, and this one's flashed away by Will Jacks down towards backward point. It's a good half stop. And they're at backward point, they'll get a single. Will Jacks moves on to 33, 125 for 4.
I mean, again, it's just over the last. I mean, Surrey have always had a strong pedigree of producing top quality batsmen, haven't they? But over the last few years, the young talent coming through is phenomenal.
And again, it goes back to what we were talking about with the academy as well. To keep churning them out, really. And again goes Kerrigan, forward goes Jamie Smith.
Our old player Matt Spreagle, he's still heavily involved.
Yeah, absolutely.
We'll give Spreagle a bit of credit there.
Ah, what a great man. Yeah, he's doing a great job there. His golf's come on as well.
Oh, yeah. 120. He's El Bandito now.
Well, he's got all the gear. 125 for 4 as this is punched off the back foot by Jamie Smith out there towards the sweeper on the cover road. But yet, even with sort of Spriggs' generation in there, Jade Dernbach was coming through then, Chris Jordan, all those boys were coming through as well. Great bloke, great cricketer actually, Matt Spreagle, terrific cricketer.
Very much so.
As, again, Kerrigan is in, forward goes Jacks, drives this one in towards short extra cover. And there is no run. I do remember, though, when you beat Surrey in the final of the 2020 and Mr. Spreagle was playing, but I think I'm right in saying he didn't bat and he didn't bowl in the final. I think I'm right in saying no. And I can just remember sort of going back to the hotel, keeping my head down, as Gary Wilson looked at him and said, they're giving winners' medals out there for fielding, are they? It was just a great line at that moment, Get a winners' medal for fielding, do you now, Spriggs? But
it was great to have around for us then, because you had someone that came from one of the big test match counties, just to impart their knowledge. We've grown up being the small underdogs. That's all we've known, and we've tried to thrive on that. But when you get players that come from a totally different outlook, they're great to integrate into the dressing room.
And also just a really nice bloke as well.
Bloke. You couldn't ask for a better bloke.
Absolutely.
I think that does count for a lot. It doesn't mean being a good bloke doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be a good cricketer. But I think from a team dynamic, if you surround yourself with the right people, it does make a big difference. And you get people all trying to achieve one common goal, which in a sport where it's individual, based in a team, that can be difficult to get the right balance. And Spriggs was a big part of that for us.
Long consultation between James Sales and Adam Rossington, at the end of which the man, Rob Keir, was sweeping on the cover boundary in front of the West Stand, has been brought into the ring, and they've dropped third man back. So here's Sales in, bowling to Jamie Smith, who didn't quite time that bottom of the bat by the sound of it. Didn't sound very good. Indeed, he's just having a little quizzical look at the bottom of his bat now. It went out to mid-wicket, fielded by Tom Taylor, because he's having a chat with Will Jacks at the non-striker's end. So he's slip in place, then a third man down there in front of the white seats, in front of the Old County Hotel. Backward point, short extra, still the man at deepish extra cover, mid-on, mid-off, mid-wicket, and a long leg, and that's steered down to third man. So they'd obviously got the man precisely in the right place. Emilio Gay comes in off the boundary of the field and just a single to Jamie Smith, who goes up to 45. And Surrey up to 126, 127 for 4.
They're doing this tough at the moment, Smith and Jacks, since lunch. Northamptonshire again have bowled well at them, but they've sort of got through that period now. Now I suppose it's a case of you've done the hard work, cash in.
Yeah, they've put on 66 in 18 overs, so going along at nearly 4 and over. His sails in again, bowls, and that's just turned away beautifully through mid-wicket by Will Jacks. Runs for him here. Is he going to get 4? It's a good chase down towards the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion by Luke Proctor, who does manage to flick the ball back inside the rope and keeps them down to 3. But lovely shot from
that is the
Will
shot
Jacks.
of a high class player, to stand up tall on the back foot and whip it between mid-wicket and mid-on, especially with the power he generated there. That is a shot of a player who is a seriously good cricketer.
Jacks to 36, Surrey to 130 for 4. This is really good stuff. We've got 2 young batsmen who are having to dig in, but still giving the odd glimpse of their huge stroke playing ability. He pushes that out into the covers. Smith goes up to safe Zabe, and there's no run.
I think the thing is as well, even when they're grafting, these two, especially Jacks, he will still tick along 4 and over. There's no doubt about that whatsoever. So that's the way it goes with him.
I mean, it's always slightly surprising when you look and say that they have been going at 4s since lunch, because they've done a really fine job. Good ball from James Sales. Again, just opens up Jamie Smith a little bit. He plays it up to Sanderson at mid-off, and there's no run.
Sign of good batting, though, isn't it? Really, that where we were talking about it. Look up at the scoreboard. A bit surprising the way they've actually moved on at that speed.
Yes.
I think earlier on it was very traditional cricket. It was hit the ball to extra cover, hit the ball, no run. But they've got the ball to third man, square leg. They've beaten the fielders. It's been very impressive.
Sales in again, bowling to Jamie Smith, who drives beautifully through extra cover for 4. Well, we keep saying that's the shot of the day, that's the shot of the day. I think that might have been the shot of the day. That's gone like a bullet past Simon Kerrigan at extra cover. It's rattled the boundary boards in front of the old signal box, and that's 4 of the best runs you'll see. 134 for 4. Jacks to 30, Smith to 49, end of the over. Will Jacks is on 36. Partnership now moves up to 83. And we've still got 47 overs to go in the day. And, well, James Sales just putting his cap on and wandering away slightly ruefully. I don't think he's done an awful lot wrong there. And he's bowled still pretty tidily. 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 39. But that was a gorgeous shot.
Yeah, I think, again, it's been very good batting. I think James shouldn't be too despondent. I think he's bowled pretty nice, actually. But credit to both batsmen. They got through the situation. They both said, actually, that, James coming on, he's inexperienced, and their intent changed, didn't it? As we said, it looked like they were looking to be more dominant, and they've hit some very good cricket shots there. Not necessarily bad balls from James. That was the first one that was a real long half volley. But
well, Jack's on strike here to Kerrigan. He's got long off now, and Jacks will just push this one out into the gap, and they'll pick up a single. One more to Jacks. He moves on to 37, 135 for 4. So on to strike comes Jamie Smith, and again Jamie Smith here. It's been a proper innings this from Jamie Smith. Number of balls he's faced, the way he's gone about it. His 100th delivery this for Jamie Smith. 49 not out, and just changing the field again, and deepish mid-off, not really a long off, deepish mid-off. Sweeper on the cover-up, just making sure extra cover exactly where Rosington wants it, as Kerrigan is in to Jamie Smith, who's up on his toes, looking to force off the back foot, rolls in there towards short extra cover, and there is no run. 135 for 4, Surrey, on this first day, winning the toss, batting first as Jamie Smith goes forward, plays this one straight back up the pitch.
bit of a pivotal point really in this innings, I think now. Add a couple of wickets onto this, and Northampton will be on top again. But they get through this and add another 50, 60 runs. Suddenly Surrey are right back on top.
In again, Goes Kerrigan forward. Comes Jamie Smith. That's why I always think, sort of in these situations, having Ricky Clark coming in at number 8 is not a bad backup, is it, really?
Hell of an insurance policy.
I know, as driving is Jamie Smith. There's his 50. It's been a lovely innings, this, from Jamie Smith. 102 deliveries and 8 fours, I think that is, for Jamie Smith. So, very nice innings from Jamie Smith, and gets a warm round of applause.
Very, very impressive, like you said. 103 balls, he's just batted really nicely. I think he hasn't done anything wrong, really, has he, at all?
Not at all, and just when his side needs it as well. Again, from Jamie Smith, there's Kerrigan is into Jacks. Jacks forward he comes, plays this one back up the pitch, and there is no run. End of the over, 136 for 4. Then Jamie Smith on 50. Will Jacks has 37. Of course, Ryan Patel with 35 going in the over before lunch, but these two have been together since then. At lunch, 61 for 4. Now taking it on to 136 for 4. And as I say, they'll be enjoying this, these two, doing this together out there in the middle, because they've had to work hard, haven't they? They've been made to work really, really hard by Northamptonshire.
The only thing I would say, and I think they've played extremely well, and with plenty of power to add. The only thing I would say, and we were sort of thinking about at this time of the day about thoughts to start to turn to close of play interviews, and I can hear whoever I talk to now saying, once again, drop catches have cost Northamptonshire. Dropped Jamie Smith when he made 10, that chance at to third slip, and Northamptonshire so many times this season. We've talked about the slip catching being a bit streaky, and they've held some. They've had a day when they'll hold everything, as happened. I mean, Bristol was the absolute example of that. First innings held everything that went above ground. Second innings, a couple went down. And if you look over the season, if you go back through my notebook, there's a number of times that drop catches have proved very, very costly for Northamptonshire. And nobody ever drops them on purpose, of course, but it becomes it's becoming a little bit of a theme of the season. And I know.
Well, they haven't found the right combination.
No, they haven't.
They haven't.
They haven't. Well, it's Luke Proctor coming back into the attack to replace James Sales, and straight away, nice friendly leg stump half volley, worked away by Jamie Smith out towards mid-wicket. A bit of combination of the two youngsters in the side, Harry Goulston and James Sales. Goulston flicking it back, and Sales sending in the return, but they come to for a couple of runs, 2 more to Jamie Smith, 52 to him, and Surrey up to 138 for 4. Just looking at game down at Chelmsford, my goodness, that one is moving ahead. Gloucestershire 76 all out, Essex now 32 for 4.
Brilliant.
So that one is moving ahead.
Quick game's a good game.
Well, I think back to...
They're always fun to play in those.
Well, yes.
Fun to commentate on as well.
I was going to say, what's the most wickets you've seen fall in a day? I've had a third. I can raise you a 30 in a day in a championship match. Here's Proctor comes in, and again bowling very full on leg stump, worked away for another couple of runs down to long leg by Jamie Smith. 2 more to him, 54.
That's a naughty day.
Surrey to 100. Well, it was I can always remember it very well. Surrey 140 for 4. It was my birthday, which is why it's sort of easier to remember. And it was at Luton in 1995. And 30 wickets fell on the first day. Game was all over just after lunch on the second. Here's Proctor, and that's a better ball. And Smith covers up, plays it up to Taylor at mid-wicket, and there's no run. In the course of which we had Mark Ilott taking 9 for 19, including a hat-trick. Northamptonshire were bowled out for 46 and won. Won by 2 wickets on the second day with Alan Lamb and Anil Kumble.
Wow.
Taking them over the line. But, there's a story attached to that, which I'll come back to in a second, as Proctor comes in and bowls, and Smith, ball on middle stump, just plays it carefully back down the pitch.
The classic day and a half game.
There were an awful lot of LBWs. I'll find the scorecard, but I think there's something like 13 LBWs of the 30. Bob White, dear old Knocker White, was one umpire. David Constant, well-respected Test umpire, was the other. And we had to go and talk to them after the day's play to see if they were going to report the pitch. Here's Proctor in and bowls to Smith, who drives that uppishly up to mid-on, goes on the bounce to Kerrigan. First bounce, it was in the air for a while, but no harm done. Smith stays on 54, 140 for 4. And they were changing in a caravan, the umpires, because it was a club ground and not a huge amount of room. So they put on a caravan for the umpires, and we went to see them and have a little chat. Here's Proctor in again. Smith behind that, plays it back down the pitch. Proctor fields, end of the over. Smith is 54, Jack's 37, Surrey 140 for 4. And we sort of knocked on the door politely, the assembled media corps, and David Constant came to the door of the caravan, and he said, "Yeah, we'll have a chat with you. That's fine." And he said, "I'll just wait for Knocker to come out. He's got his index finger in a bucket of ice cold water." But it was a remarkable game, and the pitch didn't get done, and it was because it swung all over the. I mean, you know, because you'll have played it at Luton. It does swing.
It does
there.
swing. Yeah, it does a lot.
And it just hooped round corners, and you got Paul Taylor on one side, Mark Ilott on the other, two fairly skillful practitioners, and it wasn't easy batting.
Kerrigan continues on this Lynn Wilson Cricket Centre end, and onto the back foot goes Jacks.
Northamptonshire, the year I was injured, 2014, had a horrible trip up to Durham, where Chris Rushworth got 15 wickets in the day.
Yes.
And we were bowled out twice within 3.5 hours.
God.
That was a bad low.
As forward goes Jacks, picks up a single here into the offside, and that'll be one more to the total.
There are, just when I look back, and there are times you play where wickets seems like the wickets are only ever going to lose a wicket. You can just see this conveyor belt of wickets just going, and you can see it's going to happen. There are times where you just know.
I was talking to Radders about the Surrey game in 2007 at Canterbury, where Harbhajan was playing, as in round the wicket goes Kerrigan, and this is punched off the back foot by Jamie Smith out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. And, well, the groundsman decided to basically produce an absolute Bunsen. And we were done by just mid-afternoon, day 2. And Mark Butcher quite famously thanked the groundsman in his first answer. So Mark, thoughts on the game? I'd like to thank the groundsman for producing this one for Harbhajan this afternoon. But it's extraordinary, really, as Jamie Smith picks up the strike with a single there for Will Jacks, turning it into the leg side, moves on to 39, 143 for 4.
Often they do produce the best games of cricket. Low-scoring thrillers are the most fun to play in. Obviously, again, the last day chase or something.
Again, Kerrigan's in, and this one's turned leg side, and there's no run. I think we all love watching you bat. We love watching you all bat. But watching you all bat on a flat one for 4 days, when it's sort of 700 plays 600, it's like, yeah, it's been great and it's been lovely, but you'd rather see wickets sometimes, wouldn't
120
you?
plays 100.
Oh,
plays
just now and again, it's great.
Yeah.
It really does. It keeps you on your toes, doesn't it? But no, well, there looks like there's a couple of those taking place at the moment. On the first day today, as Kerrigan is in again. And jumping on the back foot is Jamie Smith. Nicely played again. Just pushes out into the offside. Picks up a single. That'll be one more to the total. One more to Jamie Smith. He moves on to 56. 144 for 4.
I've got that scorecard in front of me. Essex bowled out for 127 after being put into bat by Alan Lamb. David Capel 5 for 29. Northamptonshire went in. They were 39 for 2, 46 all out. Mark Ilott, 10.1 overs, 2 maidens, 9 for 19. So Essex go in again, bowled out for 107. Paul Taylor, 7 for 50. And that left Northamptonshire needing 192 to win, far away the biggest total of the match. And a quite superb unbeaten 50 from Alan Lamb, who's we're talking about one of the serious all-time greats there, with a bit of help from one of the men out there in the middle, Russell Warren, got 25, and they just about saw it through. Here's Proctor starting another over to Jamie Smith, pushes it up to mid-on, fielded by Kerrigan, and there's no run. Warren 25, Kevin Curran 24, 161 for 8. It was still in the balance, and then Lamb and Anil Kumble saw it through. Won by 2 wickets just after lunch on the second day.
Amazing game of cricket, that.
It was eventful, yes. Here's Proctor in, bowls straight drive onto the stumps, and has he managed to? No, he hasn't. I just wondered. He got. I think he got a boot on it.
I think it was a foot, wasn't it?
Got a boot on it, and it went onto the stumps. Fortunately for Will Jacks, because that is just such an awful way to get out. He was back in his crease, and the question was asked of umpire Mark Newell, but he says not out.
Bit of footwork from Proctor.
It was.
Nice touch, that.
Nice. I'm going to give him a spike on it, maybe.
Right.
That was trying to hit the middle of his boot, and I think it was a
ball just inside the box for the.
Well, you'd know with your footballing prowess, Wakers. Here's Proctor in again. Bowls, again, a good length, good line, round off stump, pushed up to mid-off by Smith, and there's no run.
I've been keeping an eye on Histon, actually. There are times I look at it and think, I wish I'd have carried on playing a bit more, but then I actually realised that my knee isn't the best, so I'm actually quite happy I'm not.
It's a dangerous business, I would imagine.
Great fun, though. I mean, it's just totally the opposite of cricket, though. No, it's completely different.
Good win for the Cobblers yesterday. At any rate, is Proctor in bowls to Smith. Push it out to backward point, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run.
Well, Beefy used to go off and play for Scunthorpe,
He did.
didn't he, in the winters?
Well, that was who the Cobblers beat yesterday.
Oh, right.
2-0. John Brady's Claret Army.
Doing all right.
Yeah, made a good start to the new season in League Two. It's amazing to think now that until 1994, of course, they were playing on the other side of this ground before moving up to Six Fields. Here's Proctor in again, and nice on drive, not really timed by Smith, fielded there by Kerrigan at mid-on, and there's no run. And it's interesting, Mark, we were talking about the spectators around earlier, and I suspect probably since the last time you were here, one thing that has changed is the fact that the seating is now all white, and I think it makes it look much more like a cricket ground than it used to. Here's Proctor in again, another lovely straight drive, and I think Proctor just about got a boot on that as well. Deflected it past the stumps. Fortunately, Kerrigan was backing up behind and cuts off the possibility of a single. End of the over, 144 for 4. Luke Proctor gets his footballing contract for. Actually, he's hobbling a bit.
Definitely felt that one.
Hit fairly firmly by Jamie Smith. So, Luke Proctor might need a few running repairs. I think Gus Miller's just come on with a cap. He might find himself fielding for a bit. 144 for 4 it is. Smith is 56. Jacks is 39. Partnership worth 83. And I just think, I mean, obviously until just a couple of years ago, the seats were all different colours around the ground. And I just think it makes it look much more
especially
like
on a day like today as well, with the sun reflecting down. It's a lovely ground, Wantage Road. I've always loved coming here.
Well, it's home, you know.
Well, no, it's a lovely ground to watch cricket.
I mean, I've only ever played here, and it was tired. It used to be quite tired, and it just needed to freshen up. And pretty much since 2013-14, gradually things have just got better and better, and it's.
Well, I think as well, wherever you are in the ground, you get a good view of the cricket,
and you're close.
You're close to the action as well.
And then I tell you what, playing a quarter final here, or when you've got everyone on your side banging the boards, it's scary actually.
As Kerrigan is in, coming round the wicket to Will Jacks.
And you're standing at deep square, or long on, long off, and you've got everyone. You can hear everything.
Going
they're right.
You.
And that's great. That's what it's all about.
That's what home advantage is. 10th over this for Kerrigan. He's in again. Forward goes.
Well, it depends how we're playing, because sometimes it's advantage.
There is that. There is that as well. But yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because obviously, Surrey, if they sell out a 2020 game these days, it's 27,000 inside the ground.
Amazing.
But then you come here, or Chelmsford, say, and it's full house, and it feels like 50,000 some nights as Forward goes Jacks, plays this one back up the pitch.
I've always said I've never got the chance to play in a full house at the Oval, but often you go to Trent Bridge, say, and you'd have 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 people, and it would feel empty. Whereas if you had 6,000 or 7,000 people in here, it feels like an amphitheatre.
Driving is Jacks. Gave that one a lot more air, actually, Kerrigan. It's interesting this, because Will Jacks, you can feel, wants to. He's just reining himself back at the moment with Kerrigan. He knows that if he sticks around, there's a score here for him. He's on 39. He's just backing away to one that goes on with the arm. Pushes it down to backward point. Nicely bowled, nicely played.
Yeah, they've not really tried to do anything to Kerrigan. They've just been happy to sit in. Obviously, the deep cover boundary's been where the majority of the runs have been scored.
Kerrigan in again. Jacks forward. Just plays this one respectfully back up the pitch to Kerrigan. End of the over. Nice one from Kerrigan again, and 144 for 4, sorry. Smith 56 and Jack's 39. Yeah, and I think it can, in many ways, actually, sort of, it can be very intimidating coming to Wantage Road or Chelmsford with that many people in, all rooting right on top of you. Whereas sometimes, I suppose, at the bigger grounds, you know, A, they're quite a long way away, and B, for the opposition as well, in front of 27,000 people, you lift your game. But sometimes when it's a sort of 6,000-7,000 all rooting for one side, it can feel like 100,000.
Sometimes in London, you get a lot of corporate there as well.
Yeah, you do as well,
not necessarily,
of course.
it's neutral support. Whereas if you're an opposition, I remember David Willey when he came back from to play in a game here, and he had pints thrown at him and all sorts.
Here's Luke Proctor starting afresh over to Jamie Smith, which runs that down to backward point, followed by Safe Sabre. There's no run. It's just while we've been talking there, we've seen the early stages of one of the great joys of covering Northamptonshire cricket, which is Rob Keogh's warm-up routine. I think he may be possibly going to have a little bowl and bring his off-spin on, and I would say it looks like a cross between a yoga lesson and a Strictly audition. We'll get the salsa feet going in a minute, won't he? Here's Proctor. In again, bowls to Smith, defensively back down the pitch. Proctor fields in his follow-through, loops the ball on to Ben Sanderson.
Yeah, Rob has to. He's got a bit of a dodgy back, has for years. And we were in Barbados, and he was my roommate. He woke up one morning, and his spine had shifted, and he literally couldn't stand up straight. So he was just bent. And ever since then, he's had to look after his back, and his routine takes a long time.
It does. He has to start sort of 5 overs ahead of time. He's a bit of advance notice as Proctor bowls again to Smith, plays it out to the aforementioned Rob Keogh, who's going to bowl this one up to Ben Sanderson as part of the process.
Might be a good move actually to bowl Rob. I think Surrey have been, both these batsmen have actually played this whole situation perfectly. They've been quite happy just to sit on Kerrigan, but I think the longer they can bat, the more pressure they put on Kerrigan. It's mean that Rossington is going to have to bring back some of his frontline bowlers, and they're going to be tired. Just the one slip in as Proctor bowls again to Jamie Smith, plays it out once again to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. It's like when Rob Keogh goes into bat as well. He obviously got this little thing to get the feet moving, isn't it? And it looks as though it belongs in a Zumba class or something like that, rather than on a cricket field. But as long as it does the job for him, fair enough. Getting on a bit now, isn't he? 30, you know. Proctor comes in, bowls to Smith on leg stump, turned away nicely through mid-wicket, beats Tom Taylor, and there's a bit of a chase around the boundary for James Sales, and they're able to come through for an easy 2. 2 more to Smith, 58 to him, 146 for 4.
With COVID, though, I knew the crowd was different for 2020 this year when Surrey went to Taunton, and it was members only at that point to let them in. And G. Batty walked out the bat and got a round of applause. And I thought, well, that's not your normal T20 crowd at Taunton.
Just a tad partisan. Here's Proctor in again, bowls short and tempted to pull away by Jamie Smith, and just rolls down off the thigh pad. Did he get a bit of bat on it? I think he did.
I think maybe he needed a bit of glove in there.
Yeah, Adam Rossington has to run down towards the fine leg boundary to retrieve, so a bit of a trot out for the captain. 1 more onto the total, 147 for 4. Smith 59, Jacks 39, end of the over.
I always found that it was the outgrounds actually where you got the most stick, because generally there'd be a line of seats right next to you as you're standing on the boundary, and you turn around and you go to get yourself a drink, and someone had just come up with some snarky remark. Colwyn Bay, actually, I remember.
Oh, Colwyn Bay.
Colwyn Bay. I think it was a T20, and it was a Sunday afternoon, and everyone had had far too many beers. The sun was right, and you get a barrage in this thick, strong Welsh accent. But actually, you have to smile. You have to just take it on the chin.
We sort of noticed, because drinks break here with Surrey 147 for. But what we noticed during the 50 over competition is, you know, there are those firms that if you're having your stag weekend, they'll sort of arrange the weekend for you in Croatia or somewhere like that. Well, obviously you can't travel at this point. You couldn't travel. So what we noticed during the 50 over comp was a lot of blokes were having their stag do's at 50 over cricket and having a great day. We had one at Guildford where the gentleman arrived as an inflatable flamingo, the stag, with his zookeepers with him.
Brilliant.
Then it rained. They went to the beer tent. Well, I've never seen a more dishevelled-looking flamingo in my life by 3 o'clock. Poor lad, crawling back. But we noticed
Animal rights skills,
absolutely. But we noticed a few. There was the 50 over fancy dress, because you can't go anywhere. So I think maybe that's a new way of marketing the 50 over competition. But no,
Forget Prague or Tallinn.
exactly. Come to Colwyn Bay for Glamorgan Northants. Yeah, Colwyn Bay is a lovely ground, though. I remember when I used to do the Surrey highlights, the only way I could get them on at Colwyn Way was buy myself an all-day bus ticket because of the Wi-Fi on the bus was better than just going up and down the road in an evening, just trying to get the highlights to load up. We're back after a drinks break.
Wonderful.
And we used to...
Modern journalism, that is.
Well, absolutely. Mr. Edward Bevan used to... The power for the ISDN came from a house behind us, their kitchen, and most nights we needed to be done by 6 o'clock because the gentleman took the plug out to put his microwave back in for his dinner. We just got locked off air, and that was all just part of it, really. As Kerrigan comes round the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's forward, and pushes this one out into the offside.
There's a book to be written, I think, about reporting cricket from outgrounds.
It's amazing.
I mean, they're lovely, and we love them dearly, and they're a wonderful part of English cricket, but not always the easiest to work out.
As forward.
I bet you could write a fair through about the proper grounds as well, though, to be fair.
Yeah,
we've been to some.
Well, we've been to test grounds where you plug the old ISDN in and nothing's happened, and you're like, oh, can you patch it through to somewhere else? Remember Cresselli as well. Yeah, basically, the game was on a farmyard as forward goes. Jamie Smith plays this one into the leg side. The ISDN was up a pole in the middle of a field behind where our tent was. Then we found that and managed to get on air. Then the wind got up and blew the tent over. There was a delay in the game because the tent was on the outfield. And then right at the end, real tension, forward goes Jamie Smith playing this one into the leg side. I think Mark Butcher was batting. The farmer let his cows out. Because it was 6 o'clock, and it just all these cows started just walking across the outfield.
Brilliant.
So yeah, it was an amazing afternoon. As Kerrigan's in again, forward comes Jamie Smith. Plays it back up the pitch and there's no run.
It does make you wonder. I think a lot of outgrounds that we've been at and reported at over the years, I think with the health and safety legislation, it wouldn't be allowed now, would it?
You wouldn't. As forward again goes Jamie Smith, playing this one back up the pitch. I remember dropping my ISDN extension out at Canterbury, out the window, straight on Andrew Simon's head. And looking out the window, go, sorry. Literally just dropped it straight out, bang, straight on the top of his head. You wouldn't get away with any of that now, would you, Rudders?
I think health and safety across the board from a player's point of view as well. I remember when we were in Rotterdam and obviously playing over there, and it had rained for 4 days, and we for some reason we couldn't get the bus to the ground, so we had to find our own way there. And I remember piling in the back of a van with 3 or 4 other players, full of kit bags, and the door shut, pitch black. It's just travelling into a professional cricket game. And just things like that, which is people you'd never thought of. You think everything's all professional and coaches and people do everything for you. Yeah. I can tell you they don't.
Well, it just reminded me as well that Surrey had a game against Scotland at the Grange, another one of the games at the Grange. So the coach turned up, everyone got on it, coach driver's driven around, and I was thinking, I'm sure this isn't the Grange. You know, this is an hour before the start, an hour and a half before the start. He's pulled up outside this cricket ground, and there's a big sign outside it saying nursery. And there is a cricket ground, but there's no one there. But the worst bit of it was half the Surrey team got off, didn't even notice, dragged their bags in, and he'd taken them, and he refused to believe there was another cricket ground. So in the end, they had to flag down a cab for him to follow the cab to the ground.
I love it.
Here's Rob Keogh. So the warm-up routine has worked, and he's into the attack, bowling his first ball to Will Jackson. Finds an inside edge, runs down just behind square on the onside for a single. Takes Jacks to 40, and Surrey up to 148 for 4.
Rob Keogh's first ball, maybe?
It was first one, just did a little bit. Rob Keogh's bowled, I suppose, around about 100 overs this year. He's picked up just 5 championship wickets, but he's picked up 1 or 2 handy ones. And bowled, I thought, pretty well on the last day against Gloucestershire at Bristol. That ball finds Smith pushing forward, into the offside.
I think his bowling's underrated sometimes, actually.
Yeah, I do.
Obviously got some. How many players have got a double 100 and a 9 for? Not very many in the same.
Here's Keogh in again, bowls to Smith, who's defensively back down the pitch. I think Rob Keogh generally is one of those sort of slightly underrated county pros around the circuit. I made the point before. Keogh comes in, bowls, and Smith taking a step down the pitch, and Keogh sees him coming. Nice bit of bowling, plays it back down the pitch. Keogh fields. If you look at his record and look at the company that he's in terms of particularly his first-class hundreds, there's Keogh in again, flights that one up, pushed back down the pitch by Smith, and there's no run. He's in company with players who, supporters would say are among the all-time greats, and you think, well, yeah, he's Rob Keogh, and we tend to sort of forget all about him. Nicely played there by Smith. Comes down the pitch using his feet well, drives it up to wideish mid-on, long on really, coming in off the boundary is Luke Proctor, and they're able to come through for a single, and he nicks the bowling. End of the over, 60 to Jamie Smith, 40 to Will Jacks, 149 for 4 at the end of the over. And, he's up there with players that, going way back, the Percy Davises and people like that, and Dick Woolley. And he's up there, and he scored more hundreds than a lot of players who, as I say, are much more highly rated and will be in the pantheon of Northamptonshire cricket. He's got a very, very good record, and he's such a valuable member of the side. And this year in particular, as Wakers was saying earlier, he's had a really good season. And over all the formats, with the possible exception of Ricardo Vasconcelos, he's been, far and away Northamptonshire's most consistent, most prolific batsman.
Well, it was a tidy first over, as Simon Kerrigan is coming into Jamie Smith, who's forward. That just bounced a touch more on Jamie Smith from Kerrigan. And Jamie Smith pushing that down with soft hands towards backward point, and there's no run, but just a little bit of extra bounce there, I think, for Kerrigan on that occasion. Well, the sun's out, pitch is baking as in comes Kerrigan, and this is turned leg side by Jamie Smith.
If you look down to your right, Mark, there's the pavilion balcony down there, gentleman in the yellow shirt. He could play a bit. Roy Virgin.
Oh, is that Roy Virgin? I can't see through the window. Hang on.
Northamptonshire.
Stick my head out the window now. That'd be a bit embarrassing for him.
Before that,
amazing.
Somerset, of course.
As Kerrigan's in, forward goes Jamie Smith. Pushes this one out to backward point, and there's no run.
A most loyal supporter, I'd say, these days, isn't it?
Doesn't miss much. Doesn't miss many games.
Oh, fantastic. Kerrigan in once again. Forward goes Smith and pushes it out into the offside, into his 12th over now, Kerrigan. None for 27, so very tidy figures, but as Alex Wakely described it perfectly, these two have just sort of sat on him at the moment, as playing this one into the back. The leg side is Jamie Smith. Rolls in there towards short mid wicket, and there's no run.
I feel like he's bowled very nicely, but they haven't really, it hasn't looked too threatening.
No. He's in once more. Tosses this one up, and Smith just waits for this and then guides it out into the covers. Takes a single, sensibly played again by Jamie Smith, and that's the 150 up for Surrey. So 89 these two have put on now. 150 for 4, 89 in the session. So 61 for 4 before lunch, and now 89 without loss after lunch, with 6 to go till tea time, I think.
And I've spotted David Sales. He's down if you look down by the main scoreboard, he's down there with one of his other lads, Ben, I think, and Northamptonshire's chairman, Gavin Warren, and vice chairman, Ian Peck. A little chat down there in front of the scoreboard. Must be a very, very proud man today, David Sales, seeing his son become Northamptonshire's 531st first-class cricketer. Here's Rob Keogh starting another over. Driven out past extra cover, where Emilio Gay is, and it goes up to Ben Sanderson. Just coming round to his left from mid-off, and they're able to come through for an easy single for Jamie Smith, who goes up to 62, and Surrey to 151 for 4. Partnership up to 90 for the 5th wicket. Here's Keogh with slip in place. Bowls to Will Jacks, who goes for the reverse sweep and absolutely nails that one. And it runs away for 4 runs. And Jacks, when the opportunity arises, he's basically going to turn down no opportunity to score. Likes to get on with it, as we know. and played that beautifully. 44 to Jacks now. And Surrey up to 155 for 4. And if the first session was Northamptonshire's, second session so far at least has certainly been Surrey's. 94 runs added without losing a wicket. And again, reverse sweep by Jacks. He's just going to pick up a single this time, as didn't hit that one quite as well. He hit it a little bit not quite as fine, and allowed Kerrigan to come round from his fielding position, sweeping on the cover boundary in front of the West Stand to field. One more to Jacks, 45 to him, 156 for 4, partnership to 95. Keogh in, bowls to Smith, who drives crisply up to mid-off, fielded by Ben Sanderson, fairly deep at mid-off, and there's no run.
I think he's just in Ben Sanderson territory, wherever that actually is. That goes where he wants.
Yes. Comes in bowls again to Smith, who plays that down into the covers. Again, doesn't hit it too hard, and so there's an easy single there because Emilio Gay is again fairly deep in the covers, so an easy single to be had. Takes Smith to 63 and Surrey to 157 for 4. Keogh tall, bowling his off spin over the wicket, outside the off stump, well outside the off stump. Just hanging it out there, but Jack's not to be tempted. Lets it go through into the gloves of Rossington. He stays on 45. And Jamie Smith is 63. And Surrey 157 for 4 at the end of the over.
Yeah, I think Jamie Smith has looked in complete control since ball 1. Will Jacks has as well, actually. It's been a very controlled innings,
Very much,
hasn't it, from Will Jacks so far?
Well, we were saying he was twitching, wasn't it? It was that way. We were like, right, this is an important stage for him now. But that said, he's been really positive, and the choices he's made have been the right ones, haven't they?
Absolutely.
And it's just been very, very good batting.
What number were you, Mr. Wakely?
8. As in what?
Cap number for Northampton.
Radders?
Radders will know, won't he?
He will.
There he goes. Here he
I can
goes.
tell you, hang on.
There he goes.
Because
that as well, to me, being an old bloke, that's amazing to be a number. As round the wicket goes Kerrigan, and this one's whipped by Jamie Smith through the leg side. Not sure my wicket's got anything on that. That'll go away for 4. Got down the pitch that time, got to the pitch a bit, and then whipped it through the leg side away for 400 partnership indeed. Comes up between Smith and Jackson. All that hundreds come since lunch. So a little punch of the gloves between those two. No, I knew what your squad number was. I can remember. I'm not that bad.
That's not what I can remember.
I'm getting old, but I couldn't.
Well, I can only remember one numerical digit, so that's...
Yeah, well,
the answer to your question is 453.
453. Thank you very much indeed. 453. As round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan. Forward goes
Definitely
Smith.
be something I'll probably get my cap framed and have it all. That's kind of thing that for me, while I was just playing, I never really was interested in that sort of thing. It's playing, but when I'm done now, I look back and very proud of that.
No, so you should be. As forward goes Jamie Smith, pushes this one out into the offside. Because as I say, from the outside looking in, that sort of thing, cap presentations, your numbers, it's amazing.
It is, and it always should be.
But when you're playing, as you say, you're just busy playing cricket. As this one's pushed by Jamie Smith.
It's been
into
one
the
of
offside.
my big bugbears over the last few years. It's meant less and less because the old idea of a cap was you hit a certain pay salary. It was services to the club, whereas now that's all gone.
Yeah. Driving is Smith. Tempter from Kerrigan gave that a lot more air, but Jamie Smith just sort of horizontal the bat there. Complete control, just pushes it away for another single.
The old traditions don't mean as much as they used to.
But it's why I like the caps, because it's the
isn't
braided
it?
because it's a tangible. It's like the Yorkshire cap with the different badge. It's a tangible sign of being having reached a certain amount of seniority.
As punched off the back foot again goes Jackson. That's out towards the sweeper on the cover rope. Well, it's ironic, isn't it, that not that long ago, really. There was more of that in county cricket than there was when you played for England. Because, there wasn't the number on your shirt or any of that stuff for England. You literally turn up, get thrown a jumper and your cap, and off you go. Whereas now, obviously, there's all the different caps and they do it properly. But, it used to be I think I'm right in saying, Rad, is it that used to be more county than England, didn't it? That whole numbers and caps.
Well, as far as Northamptonshire were concerned, we're by no means the first county to do the whole business of numbers, but it was the late John Scopes, who was cricket chairman here, and Wakers will certainly remember him. It was his idea that we should do it here. He asked me to look after it, and so that was a winter's work, going through all the first class games, and then of course once you've done it, it's easy just to update it, and so hence we have James Sales today at 5-3-1. Rob Keogh starting a fresh over, bowls to Will Jacks, who flays that away through the covers, but there is a man, as we've been saying, sweeping on the cover boundary. Simon Kerrigan, just almost in the shadow of the West Stand.
I like the way
Jacks keeps to a single, 47 to him, 164 for 4.
I like the way there's always something to strive for as a player. I look at Surrey, you have a second team cap, don't you, before you get a first team cap. I really like that.
Here's Keogh in again, on drive by Jamie Smith, up to Luke Proctor at long on, and he's through for a single, 68 to Smith, 165 for 4.
But it's the same at the grounds. You were talking about here, and but even back at the Oval, until they had a new front of the pavilion, what was that, 6-7 years ago? There was no honours boards up for internationals.
Here's Keogh, and that's paddle swept. I think he was looking to play that rather finer. In the end, it went out to mid wicket, where James Salesfield's coming in off the mid wicket boundary. It's one more to Jacks, who goes to
I think it was. I think got some backspin on that one. just blew into the middle pocket.
To chalk it, 48 to Jacks, 166 for 4. Brings Jamie Smith back onto strike. Cuts that away through backward point for a single. Kerrigan runs round a field. One more onto the total. Just milking Rob Keogh here a little bit. 167 for 4. Smith up to 70.
But there was a little video doing the rounds last night, I think, of Rohit Sharma's 100 being engraved up on the honours board at the Oval. But even that wasn't there a few years ago.
Keogh in again, and Jacks taking a step down the pitch. On drives up to Proctor again. It's long on, and he picks up another single. 49 to Jacks, 168 for 4. So 5 balls, 5 singles in the over so far. Can Rob Keogh finish with a dot? He's in bowling to Jamie Smith, who's down the pitch. Yes, he does, because Smith, having got there, just plays defensively back down the pitch. Keogh fields, end of the over with Smith on 70, Jacks 49, 168 for 4. Rob Keogh's bowled 3 overs for 14.
Yeah, I mean, it's a good test for this, Rob, because I'm very good friends with Rob, and over the years, Rob is a very good attacking bowler. He's the kind of bowler who will get you wickets. But settling in as a defensive bowler, which sometimes you need to do, especially in the first innings of games, that's never normally his strengths. Whereas obviously with Simon's very comfortable doing that role. But again, sorry, last time we did it, they were at 140. When we were looking, you look up at the scoreboard now, it's nearly up near 170, 168 for 4. They're in a very good position.
And just knocking the ball around at the moment and taking their singles.
Coaches will be very happy. No risk. That's what they like to say.
Solanke, Stewart, Johnson, they'll be sat there happily watching away at the moment as Simon Kerrigan comes around the wicket, and Will Jacks pushes off the back foot for his first championship 50 of the summer, and it's been a very, very good one, this, from Will Jacks. Just at the time that Surrey needed it, Will Jacks moves to 50 from 85 deliveries, and 7 fours, as you've just heard there over the loudspeaker, but a very nice innings this from Will Jacks. And I think actually the word he's controlled. He's just been in complete control throughout. He had that one little patch where is he going to try and whack it out the ground, but he hasn't done that as Kerrigan is in, and this one's pushed by Jamie Smith back up the pitch, and there's no run. And he's such a talented lad. You always hear about transferable skills, and is he a white ball cricket? He's good enough to play any coloured ball, I think, because here is Kerrigan again. Oh, hello. Now, he's just pushed that one a little bit wider, and Jamie Smith's just had a little nudge at that. That's gone past his outside edge and nicely taken by Rosington behind the stumps. Just pushed that one a little bit wider.
It did go as well, actually.
Yeah, a little bit of turn, I think. As Kerrigan's in once more in bright sunshine. Forward goes Jamie Smith. Plays this one back up the pitch. Yeah, but Will Jacks, he's just got all the talent in the world.
Yeah, he could play all formats.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. As Kerrigan's in again, Smith turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
I guess with all the opportunities available now, it'll be up to him to work out what he wants to do in a way.
It was very interesting with Jamie Smith, actually. It was Will McPherson who did the story in the Standard. As forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. But Jamie Smith didn't want to be a wild card for the 100. He wanted to play the 50 over stuff. So when asked, he said, no, I'm going to play the 50 over stuff, and ended up captaining Surrey and having a very good competition. So interesting there as well, that he sort of set his stall out.
Right, in my estimation, instantly.
Well, there you are, Ed. It's an interesting one.
A very fine chap.
A bit like Emilio Gay. Emilio Gay, in a different position, but Emilio Gay's come through wanting to play Test match cricket.
Right. Yeah.
That's what all he's aspired to do. He doesn't see white ball cricket as the top of the game in any format, even if you win a World Cup.
Absolutely right. No, and he said that a time or two to me, and it's rather reassuring. Here's Rob Keogh starting a fresh over, bowl short, and that's pulled fiercely at Tom Taylor at mid-wicket, who does very well to get something on that, and saved 3 runs. They come through for a single. Jack's up to 51, 174. Hit that very, very hard.
I think he tried everything he could to not get it.
I don't think he was.
Slap bang in the middle of the hand.
Yeah, well, Tom Taylor might be feeling that for a while. Anyway, as Rob Keogh and again bowls to Smith, he plays it up just gently on the onside for Taylor to come through from mid-wicket to field. He's still gazing somewhat ruefully at his right hand, and I don't blame him. Here's Keogh in again. Bowls to Smith, drives handsomely away, through extra cover for 4. Ben Sanderson, who's been sort of, as Alex Wakely was saying an over or two ago, slightly sort of loitering at deepish mid-off, made a sort of cursory attempt to get down and field it, but in the end it was just too well timed and it raced away for 4. Smith to 74 and Surrey up to 174 for 4, and they really have had a terrific session here. 113 runs scored. There'll be this over and then one more before we break for tea.
Looks a good wicket now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does.
It's a very good wicket.
Absolute bounce now.
Well, I think when I know, Alex, when we first saw it this morning, you said it looked a very, very good pitch, and I think that's about right. Here's Keogh in again, bowls, and it repeats the dose, and again, it went exactly the same place, and with exactly the same result. 4 more runs to Smith, 78 to Jamie Smith, 178 for 4. This is good batting. They've, as Phil Rowe would say, they've earned the right, because they've gone through the hard yards early on. After lunch, 61 for 4, had to regroup a bit, and they've played this very, very well, and the partnership now worth 117 for the 5th wicket, and they've been together, where are we now? This is the 64th over, so they've been in 35 overs. On drive this time by Jamie Smith for a single, up to Proctor, jogs in off the boundary in front of the Spencer Pavilion, and they're through for 1. Smith to 79, Surrey to 179 for 4.
I suppose the other thing for Rob Keogh there is that those two to James, they weren't bad deliveries by any stretch of the imagination, but he's just lent on them.
Great.
And it means he has to completely change his game plan now.
Beautifully timed. Here's Keogh in again, and Jack's looking to play that one up towards long on, basically looking for long on again for the single, but Tom Taylor is able to come round from mid-wicket and cut it off. At least there's no risk of bruising his hand with that one. 179 for 4 at the end of the over. Keogh's bowled 4 overs for 24. Jack's is 51. Smith is 79. And the partnership is up to 118. And we have 1 over to go until tea.
Yeah, it's been lovely stuff. Talking about squad numbers there, Gary Wilson, he was extraordinary. You could say to Gary, 8 Northamptonshire, and he would know it was you.
Yeah,
and you could do it.
I've actually done this with Gary before.
Have you done it?
I have done this.
It's an extraordinary skill.
Yeah, Noel O'Brien spoke about this actually.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah.
We did it once with him on video because it was his only skill, he said. And but he honestly, I was coming out. I did loads of research, came up with the most obscure sort of number of it, and straight off the bat, didn't miss a trick as Kerrigan. Comes around the wicket to Jamie Smith, who's forward.
that's got to be a transferable skill into something. Whatever he does afterwards.
Well, we said something like stars in their eyes or something like that, or you bet on ITV, but sadly it wasn't on anymore. But something like that would have been amazing.
Like the memory man from 39 Steps.
Absolutely, as forward comes Jamie Smith, pushes this one into the leg side, and there's no run. But he was extraordinary. He just could remember everybody's numbers. Or I tried to turn it round and sort of go, I don't know, Niall O'Brien or whatever, and I didn't know the number straight away. And unbelievable, as up on his toes goes Jamie Smith, pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, picks up one more, moves on to 80.
Rossiterton's tried to block that gap as well. He's moved. They sort of had 2 extra covers at one point, but it looked like it was too easy to forge it through. So they moved 2 to backward point, and he's still got it through.
He's played very nicely, hasn't he, for this 80 runs? Will Jacks back on strike on 51. Forward he goes, Will Jacks. I think again there, Kerrigan, just a bit of attempt to throw that one up a bit more to him, and he was just happy just to push it straight back down the ground. Just seen Mrs. Stewart and Johnson wandering back from the net area. As I don't think they've been having a net. As forward goes Will Jackson, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
I still back Stewie to get a few.
Yeah, he probably would actually. I think
he'd be gritty, wouldn't he? He'd be determined to do it.
I think R. Johnson would still probably get some wickets. Forward again goes Will Jacks, plays that one a little round his front pad, but that will be tea, and that's been a very, very good session from Messrs Smith and Jacks. Smith 80, Jacks 51, 119 they've put on, and Alex, wait, you just have to give credit to the bowlers this morning, you give credit to those two this afternoon.
Superb, that. They haven't put a foot wrong there. You can't follow them. I think the template for batting for that session was absolutely perfect. Northamptonshire bowled okay. Probably didn't ask as many questions as they did early on, but both batsmen have just been happy to put the boundary, to put the ball to the boundary when it's been on offer. But in between, they've just been very calm, very solid in defence, and just ticked over. And the scoreboard's gone on to 180 for 4, and they're in a very good position now.
119 runs in the session, of which Jamie Smith made 66. He's gone from 14 to 80, and Will Jacks, of course, came in at the start of the session, has moved on to 51. So applause, and well-deserved applause, for the 2 Surrey batsmen, Jamie Smith and Will Jacks, as they come off for tea, as do the Northamptonshire fielders and umpires Newell and Warren. 180 for 4 it is at tea. We've had 64 overs bowled, so 32 more to go through to the close of play. Still beautiful, cloudless sunshine on this early September Sunday afternoon here in Northampton. We're going to go and try and find ourselves a cup of tea. Suggest you do the same, and we'll be back with you in around about 15 minutes' time.
who also keeps wickets.
Oh, good afternoon. Welcome back to County Ground at Northampton, where in bright sunshine the Northamptonshire fielders and the Surrey batsmen are making their way back out to the middle for this final session of the opening day's play. The County Championship match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. Surrey are 180 for 4. And we've seen this terrific partnership this afternoon developing between Jamie Smith and Will Jacks. So far put on 119 for the 5th wicket. Smith is 80 not out. Jacks is 51 not out. They came together at 61 for 4. Northamptonshire breaking through again on the stroke of lunch. And Tom Taylor's picked up 3 of the wickets to fall so far after Ben Sanderson got the first one. But since lunch, it's been all Surrey. And if the first session was emphatically Northamptonshire's, the second one has been emphatically Surrey's. And I'm Andrew Rad from BBC Radio Northampton. Joining me on commentary for the whole of the match, Mark Church and former Northamptonshire captain Alex Wakely. And well, it's an interesting one. We're going to see Saif Zaib come into the attack to bowl a bit of left-arm spin straight after tea. What do you make of that?
I think Saif's under-bowled, actually, in Championship cricket, for starters.
Well, he's taking over from Rob Keogh, who bowled his off-spin from this David Capel M4 team, and he starts off with a respectable enough delivery, just turned into the onside by Jamie Smith, no run.
They're either trying to switch things around, which I can't really see why that would be the case, or Saif is the man that makes things happen sometimes.
Well, here he is, bowling his left-arm spin round the wicket, and bowling again to Jamie Smith, who pushes up on the onside, fielded by James Sales in there at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Yes, Zaib's picked up just 3 wickets in Championship this year. That ball again turned into the onside once again. It's fielded by James Sales, and there's no run. But as you say, Wakers, he does make things happen with bat and ball, and in the field as well. We did drop a catch this morning. 4th ball pushed up on the onside of the pitch. Zaib just trotting across to cut it off, and there's no run.
He'll end up bowling as he is here, get through his overs, bowl like a one-day bowler would bowl, try and bowl stump to stump.
Just a slip in place as the close catcher. Down the pitch comes Smith on drives up to Luke Proctor at deepish mid-on, and they're able to come through for a single. First run of the session. Smith to 81 and Surrey to 181 for 4. Also, like Simon Kerrigan, gets through his overs fairly swiftly. Will Jacks, who just slightly sort of overrun the crease at the far end, him coming through for that single, just checks his guard with umpire Newell and prepares to face his first ball of the session. And Zaib's into him, full toss, driven up to mid-wicket, well fielded on the half volley by James Sales. End of the over, conceded just a single. Smith is 81, Jacks 51, and Surrey 181 for 4.
Yeah, and interesting again how Smith and Jacks go about this after tea. Was spot on after lunch. How they put on their 120-run partnership now, but 119 in that Championship 100 under his belt. And Will Jacks has one Championship 100 under his belt as well from a few years ago now. So opportunities for these two this afternoon.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this is a time now, if Northampton are going to bowl 2 spinners for a period here, it's that stick or twist, isn't it? It's, you know, these two are very positive in their natural game plans. But like you said, the way they batted in that session between lunch and tea was a great template. And realistically, do they need to do anything different here?
Yeah, absolutely. If they do the same again for this session, Surrey will be in a great position by stumps, and they both will be as well. So Jamie Smith waiting for Simon Kerrigan, comes down the wicket to him. He's forward, pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And Kerrigan into his 16th over now. None for 36 so far. Kerrigan's in again. Here goes Jamie Smith using the feet, driving. What a stop that is. In there at short extra cover, because that was travelling. Is that Taylor in there?
Yeah, that's Taylor again.
Whoa.
Still can't feel his hand from before lunch, before tea, sorry.
I was looking towards extra cover boundary there. Terrific bit of work, as Jamie Smith gets a short one, pushing this one into the offside. Taylor again does the fielding, moving round to his left. He's got a sweeper out there on that extra cover boundary. There's Kerrigan, a couple of steps, and round the wicket he goes to Jamie Smith. Will get a single, just nudges this one into the leg side. And Jamie Smith moves on to 82. Surrey moving on to 182 for 4. Went outside again during the tea break, and it's warm out there. It really is. Lots of people sort of wandering around in the car park, talking about the weather, basically. 182 for 4.
What's this song? Where does this
Absolutely.
come
Nobody
from?
knows what to do with themselves at the moment. A little paddle sweep from Will Jacks, nicely played. Sanderson will come round to do the fielding. They'll pick up a couple more. 2 more to Will Jacks. His first runs after tee. In fact, he moves on to 53, and Surrey move on to 184 for 4. Just a reminder, Surrey were in the 12th over 15 for 3, and at lunch 61 for 4. Northamptonshire outstanding with the ball in the morning session. Slog sweep from Jacks, got hold of this one. It's nothing more than a flick of his wrists from Will Jacks for 6. Over the leg side, and that's Will Jacks. As I say, nothing more than a flick of his wrist.
Does he play hockey by any chance?
Well, I'm not sure he does anymore, but if he did, I'd have him doing my penalty flicks without a shadow of a doubt, or my short corners without a doubt, because that was, Mr. Whaley, nothing more, as I say, than a little flick of the wrist and sails away for 6.
It was just a good ball. I think that's what the slog sweep does. The idea of any sweep shot is to put the bowler off their length. And, well, I think we've got our answer. It looks like they're going to be positive and proactive. And I don't think that's a bad thing, because it will make Northamptonshire have to think about going to another plan. Can't do what they want to do.
That was a terrific shot. 190 for 4. Partnership goes up to 129, and his safe Zabe starting his second over on his left arm spin round the wicket to Jamie Smith. Turns it into the onside, fielded by James Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Only close catcher is a slip. Ricardo Vasconcelos in there. Here's Zabe in again. Bowls to Smith, who's pushing back down the pitch for Zabe to field, and there's no run. Other than that, 3 on either side in the ring, saving 1. And a deep mid-wicket, and man sweeping on the cover boundary and a long off down beneath us, and very full jam down on it by Jamie Smith. Back up the pitch. Zabe again fields, and there's no run. And once more from the Simon Kerrigan school. He's back at his mark straight away. Bowls again. Smith defensively forward, pushing up to James Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run. We'll bring you up to date with what's happening elsewhere in the country. There are some frankly bizarre scores around in the Championship today. This is one of the more normal games, if you like, inverted commas, as Zabe forces Jamie Smith onto the back foot there. He just plays it calmly back down the pitch. Zabe to field. And again to finish the over. Down the pitch, meets it on the full, driven up to mid-on. They come through for a single as Luke Proctor fields. And sends in his return to the wicketkeeper Adam Rossington, but Jack's certainly easily back into his ground. 1 more to Smith to end the over. 83 to him, 59 to Jacks. 191 for 4. Zabe's bowled 2 overs for 2. So elsewhere around the cricketing world today, in the Test match, India 445 for 8. So leading by 346, 2 wickets standing. So I think prospects of an England victory maybe evaporating fairly fast. I think can't see them chasing down best part of 400 tomorrow somehow, but we shall see. Now in the County Championship, I'll let Mark describe this over, and then perhaps we'll come back to that at the end, because we've got Kerrigan, so he's going to be about a minute before he's
well, the other thing
with
this is that with these two going, the new ball will become available pretty rapidly. As using his feet here is Jamie Smith, playing this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I mean, I'd imagine that was the plan. The plan was to rattle through some overs,
and then
get a hard new ball in there.
Smith and Jacks will be thinking that as well, because we saw with the new ball this morning it was tough. As Kerrigan's in, forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one down into the leg side, rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run, because we're in the 68th over already. So we're absolutely flying through these overs now, as Kerrigan's in again, driving is Jamie Smith. Nicely bowled that by Kerrigan.
I mean, Smith's role is just a bat, isn't it? It's just a bat all the way through the innings. Will Jacks is definitely going to be proactive and be positive, and that's the way he should be.
Waits again to Jamie Smith on the back foot, quicker one from Kerrigan, just pushes in there to extra cover, and there's no run. Before Radders does the updates, the Glamorgan Durham one is an absolute belter at the moment. As round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan, forward goes Jamie Smith. It reminds me of there was a game at Lord's where Justin Langer was captaining Somerset and won the toss and decided to bat, and I think 20 minutes before lunch, as forward goes Jamie Smith, turns this one into the leg side, and they'll pick up a single. I think Somerset was something like 80 odd for 9, and he declared, because it was just doing all sorts, and thought there's no point in us batting, and Middlesex was something like 300 for 2 at stumps on day 1. So it was one of the worst days ever, I think. 192 for 4 at the end of the over. Jamie Smith has 84 and Will Jackson on 59.
OK, well, in Division 1 at Scarborough, Somerset were bowled out for 134, Yorkshire 47 for 1. Yorkshire going for back-to-back victories in a good position there. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 211 for 4 after being put into bat by Lancashire. And at Edgbaston, Hampshire 89 all out, Warwickshire in reply 40 for 5.
Steady.
So that one's moving ahead. Here's Safe Save, about to start another over round the wicket to Jamie Smith. Just pushes forward into the covers. Rob Keogh trots in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. In Division 2, here we go, Glamorgan 97 all out, Durham 117 for no wicket.
Hey.
So not a good day for the Welshman so far. That ball played up to mid-wicket, James Salesfields, and there's no run. At Chelmsford, Gloucestershire bowled out for 76, Essex 71 for 4. They were 32 for 4, so they've recovered a bit. Forward defensive this time, Jamie Smith back down the pitch to Zabe, and there's no run. At Derby, Leicestershire 193 for 2 after batting first against Derbyshire. Clipped down the ground for a single there by Smith as it goes down to mid-on, fielded by Proctor. One more to Smith, he goes to 85, and Surrey to 193 for 4. Tea at Canterbury, Worcestershire 133 all out, Kent 72 for 3. So there's been a lot going on one way or another around the country. Here's Zabin again, bowls to Jacks this time, he just pushes it back down the pitch. Zabe fields and there's no run. So I suppose the game at Derby is making a reasonable sort of normal trajectory, likewise here, but elsewhere there's all sorts of shenanigans going on. Here's Proctor in again, he chips that up to mid-wicket, fielded by James Sales, really stopped by James Sales, just deflects on to Luke Proctor at mid-on, end of the over, 193 for 4, Smith is 85, Jacks is 59, partnership worth 132. So I think here, say it's, I just wonder actually whether we may become, Wednesday when the game's supposed to be finished, we may be the only game still playing.
Yeah, it could be.
Us and Derby, and that'll be about it.
Well, as I say, I'm sure you'll be going to Chelmsford on Tuesday.
No, I don't think so.
I'm sure you'll be going to Edgbaston on Tuesday. Well, you might not be going to Edgbaston after tea tomorrow, the way that one's going. It's extraordinary. Do you mind if I just quickly wish the South East Stars good luck as well? They're in the final this afternoon of the Charlotte Edwards Cup down at the Ageas Bowl against the Northern Diamonds, who won the Eliminator this afternoon. As Kerrigan is in, forward goes the right-handed Jamie Smith, pushes that one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. So good luck to Bryony Smith and the South East Stars in that one. First 2020 cup up for grabs. It's round the wicket once again. Kerrigan, and this is use of the feet from Jamie Smith and then going over the legs. So I'm not sure he's quite there, but he still went through with it, got it up and over the infield and away to the boundary rope for 4, and it moves Jamie Smith onto 89, and it moves Surrey onto 197 for 4.
Yeah, I don't think it was quite where he wanted to get it, but it was the right decision. He did like a bit of air there from Kerrigan. Used his feet. I've just been really impressed. He's been very proactive. Generally against spinners, some English batsmen can get a bit stuck on the crease. They either go forward or back. Both of these two, if they've been forward, they've been right forward really positively, and the same thing on the back foot. It's been very impressive.
Waits again to Smith. Kerrigan's into him. He's forward here and just defending this one down into the leg side. And I think as well, it's sort of what we were saying with the spinners going quickly. They know the new ball's coming. It was difficult this morning against the new ball, so try and not so much cash in, but be positive. You've done all this work against the spinners before that new ball arrives, which will make it interesting again. Sanderson and Taylor with the new ball will be interesting this afternoon. Extra man goes in on the leg side as Kerrigan is in to Jamie Smith, and Smith is pushing off the back foot out into the offside, and there's no run. Saw it yesterday in the Test match. Nothing had happened, and then Robinson got the new ball. It's had 2 wickets straight away.
Well,
so
it does. It just off the seam, if nothing else.
In again goes Kerrigan. Forward goes Jamie Smith. Turns this one into the leg side. Yeah, I think that'll be a hell of a chase from England tomorrow now. They were talking about anything over 250. Well, now it's 346, the lead for India. Great day, though. Head to Mark Rovers. In goes Kerrigan again. Forward goes Smith. Just nudges this one into the leg side. Gets him into the 90s. Jamie Smith moves on to 90. 198 for 4. But I suppose the sun will be shining. Full house, as we've heard.
Yeah.
Be a great day tomorrow,
you just hope that England go for it.
Yeah.
That's the...
Which they won't.
That's...
Which they won't.
They'll do well to defend it out all day.
It'll be a great day's cricket either way, I think.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because,
Need Hashim Amla in there to do his...
Yeah, absolutely. Unless Hashim... He's got a triple 100, hasn't he, in a test match at the end?
Yeah.
Maybe he could do the old 37 not out.
That's what I was. That's what I was sort of more thinking about than getting a triple century. But that'd do very nicely, wouldn't it? Proper cricket.
Channel your Hashim Amla.
198 for 4. Surrey needing 2 more runs to pick up their first batting bonus point. Here's safe save, starting another over, and it's cracked away off the back foot by Jamie Smith. Well fielded at extra cover by Rob Keogh, and there's no run.
Do you think the modern generation of cricketer could do that?
No,
Obviously,
and the reaction of the crowd would be something, wouldn't it, if somebody did do that tomorrow?
Yeah.
Here's Zabe in again, bowls very full to Jamie Smith. It just jams down and it rolls up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. I can think of 1 or 2 individuals from the early part of my cricket watching career who would relish the opportunity. Down the pitch comes Jamie Smith, and he's hit that high and handsome and straight over the sight screen for 6. Thought it was coming in here for a moment, just dipped a little bit, and it would have dropped down near where the Surrey players will be watching down below us, and takes Jamie Smith to within 4 runs of a century. 204 for 4. It takes Surrey to their first batting bonus point, and with Jamie Smith closing in on 100, Mark, you take it away.
Oh, well, I wouldn't put it past him to do it again. That's the way he went to his first championship 100. It's waiting here, Jamie Smith just pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run, but that was a lovely, clean strike of the ball again from Jamie Smith.
This ball, I reckon.
Yeah, this ball. In round the wicket again to Jamie Smith on 96. Oh, you're almost right. He tried it. He came down the pitch looking to go leg side, and he was looking definitely to go up and over the top on 96. As I say, brought up his first championship 100 against Leicestershire, going inside out over long off for 6. Off Parkinson, that was, as he waits again, and he's forward this time, very studiously. Jamie Smith, and playing that one straight back up the pitch, but that was a lovely, clean strike for 6 down the ground. And as he sort of came down the pitch, you knew what was going to happen. It was just a beautiful, clean swing, and a batting point for Surrey as well.
Yeah, it was just, again, we said it a lot today, he was in full control. You know, that last one there, he just tried to hit it a bit too hard and tried to recreate it. Probably the first time he's actually done that, where he's lost his shape. Yeah, like, I keep saying it, they've been very impressive. And you just look at the Northamptonshire body language, you know, they're not quite on it at the minute. This is that period where they can't, 9 overs to the new ball, they can't just afford to drift through, because 9 overs with these 2 batsmen, that's a lot of runs. It'll be interesting to see what they do here. I don't think they can just stick with the 2 spinners all the way through.
I think what also has made this such a good partnership is where Surrey were when these 2 came together at lunchtime, at 61 for 4. And Smith has just been controlled throughout, but we were saying with Will Jacks as well, he's sort of reined himself in a touch here for the team. But he's played some lovely shots, that little slog sweep for 6.
And you think what, Jacks is 22, Smith is 21. Future's very bright down at the Oval.
We tend to forget it as well, that they are only 21 and 22, and same with James Sale's 18. But I say this all the time, I always forget with Sam Curran and Ollie Pope how young they are. It's like you expect so much of these young lads. Kerrigan, it's coming into Jacks, and Jacks is forward and plays this one straight back up the pitch, and there's no run.
That is a bit sport in general. That the modern sportsman is younger and younger, and that, you know, we were joking with Rob Keogh being older now. That retirement age in sport is younger and younger because players play from such a young age.
Kerrigan's in again. Forward goes Jacks. Little outside edge, but he'll just pick up a single down towards third man. 1 more to the total.
It makes you wonder if any of these will be doing a Darren Stevens or a Gareth Berg or a Ricky Clark and still...
No, not anymore.
You can't see it.
The modern and you play more now.
Absolutely.
It's more. it's relentless on the body.
Yeah.
They're travelling, they're playing three formats,
schedule
four
this year,
formats.
the schedule this year, which has been balmy anyway.
Yeah.
96 not out is Jamie Smith. Kerrigan into him. He's forward and just prods this one down towards backward point, and there's no run. Yeah, just the schedule as much as anything. And you're playing so much anyway. As he waits again, does Jamie Smith, drives into the ground and up again. To extra cover, just for a second.
I wasn't sure they were right.
No, I had just driven that straight to extra cover, but it was into the ground and up again. 205 for 4. Kerrigan in again to Jamie Smith. Quicker ball, just turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. But yeah, if you think the amount they're playing at 21 and 22 at the moment, there is no way they're going to get to 40 and still be playing. As round the wicket again goes Kerrigan, driven by Jamie Smith up towards mid-off, and he'll pick up one more.
I also think the difference is now financially they won't need to.
No, absolutely.
That's probably the big thing that's changed in the last 20 years. These guys playing, especially these two, they've got, they could play for England, they could play franchise cricket. By the time they're 30, 35, they're going to be in a position where they can make their own choices.
Yeah, absolutely. 97 now for Jamie Smith, 206 for 4. Yeah, well, if you think about Jacks, of the two out there at the moment, Will Jacks has played Big Bash already, was in the 100 already. They'll be sniffing around him IPL-wise at some point. I'm absolutely convinced on that. He's got himself into that one-day squad for England as well. So, yeah, you just have to go well for a few games and suddenly the whole world's your oyster. Is Smith on 97 is turning this ball into the leg side, and there's no run.
Well, as Chris Benjamin's proved this year, it's come almost from nowhere at Warwickshire. In his debut against Northamptonshire. I'll be able to say I was there.
As here goes Jamie Smith again, using the feet, drilling this one all along the floor, up towards mid-off. Safe save, not giving this too much air at the moment. Smith on 97. Forward he comes again. Just studiously plays that one out into the offside. Well, we were joking about it, but, Tim David, extraordinary 2 weeks, really, if you think about it. Now out in the Caribbean Premier League, now off to the IPL. Waits again, does Smith. Just a little quicker this time and pushed into the leg side by Jamie Smith.
Well, we saw Tom Banton when he went through that same sort of really quick career-changing moments, life-changing moments.
Smith waiting once more, and again just forward, nice over this, just turns it into the leg side, giving it any air after being bunted down the ground for 6 in the last over. Might be tempted though, because Jamie Smith would be tempted on 97. Dived in once again to him, and Smith forward he goes, plays it back up the pitch. There is no run. End of the over, 206 for 4 then, and Smith has 97. Jacks is on 60.
Makes me think about the late Tom Maynard. I played a lot of cricket growing up with. We went on plenty of tours together and played all our junior cricket together. And you think what he'd have been worth in the modern game. I've never seen a cricketer be able to hit the cricket ball so cleanly.
It's so interesting you say that. I was only having a conversation about Tommy the other day, and I was saying he was so ahead of everybody else, so far ahead of it. He would have been out there when England won the World Cup without a shadow of a doubt. He would have had 6-7 years of England cricket under his belt by then.
Playing in pretty much every franchise tournament around the world, he'd have been
unbelievable talent, that boy.
Oh, with a massive smile on his face as well.
Absolutely, unbelievable talent. As Kerrigan is into Jackson has bowled him. As Will Jacks has come down the pitch and looked to go over the top. And in the end, it was a bit of a yahoo, really, from Will Jackson. He's bowled for a very well-made 60, but he'll be disappointed with that. Looking to be positive. 206 for 5. Kerrigan with the wicket, and Will Jacks goes for 60.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. He's done all the hard work, both of them. They've barely played a shot in anger, and that one wasn't the best. Did he even york himself? It's hard to see from this angle.
I think he did.
He was coming down there regardless, I think, and the position he got himself into didn't look too pretty, but he has played brilliantly there. These two have dug Surrey out of a massive hole, and they're now in a really good position. The downsides of that is obviously someone, Ricky Clark's coming in now. Few overs to get himself in, and then the new ball's there. The last thing they want now is 2 new batsmen in when the new ball comes.
Yeah, but a nice innings from Will Jackson. I just think that's an opportunity missed. Did all that work, and then but that's it. That's the way he plays, and it's attractive to watch. It really is. But very well made 60. Good partnership as well between Messrs. Smith and Jacks. So Jordan.
Did I say Ricky Clark there? I did, didn't I? I meant Jordan Clark.
Jordan, it's Jay Clark. I always muddle these two up. One's got an E and one hasn't. And this is Clark without the E. Jordan Clark has had a good season for Surrey, as Jordan Clark. Good cricketer all round, Jordan Clark.
And he's not going to just hang around either, is
No,
he?
he's positive by nature as well, is Jordan.
98 balls, 1674s.
Thank you very much indeed, Radders. So, yeah, Jordan Clark out there in the middle. It's been a while since we've seen Jordan Clark. He's been off doing 100 stuff, but back in now for the Championship. And it's been virtually never present for Surrey in the Championship this season. Just missed one game, I think, through injury. As he waits for his first delivery, as Kerrigan's into him, and he's punching that first one off the back foot down towards backward point, and there's no... I know that there was a game, 2011 I think it was, which Kevin Beatson was playing in with Tom Maynard as Kerrigan's in, forward goes, Jordan Clark plays this one back up the pitch, and it was at New Road and he'd not seen him bat before. And I know for a fact he watched him for 20 minutes and rang Andy Flower straight away and said, you have got to get this boy on board because he's special, special talent. As forward again goes
He really
Jordan
was.
Clark.
I saw him do some incredible things. I actually saw him get a 90 odd here, I think. He might have even got 100 against Northamptonshire, and it was just phenomenal.
As forward again goes Jordan Clark, pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
He used to do things in training when we was 15, 16, 17, 18, and people said, you can't do that. They're not allowed to do that. Hence, it's now what everyone does naturally in everyday cricket.
Absolutely. This goes wider of the crease. Does Kerrigan, or Jordan Clark stabs down on this one, and it potters into the leg side. So Jamie Smith still waiting on 97. Will Jacks has gone for 60. Radders, you pick up commentary because Jamie Smith's taking forever to do this. 206 for 5. But yeah, no, and the other thing with Tommy was he was just such a natural athlete, and he made everything look so easy. And a lovely bloke. That was the other thing with Tommy. So yeah, I think, well, you obviously knew him really, really well, but he was way ahead. And as I say, I'm absolutely convinced he'd have been on the field for that World Cup win.
I agree.
Unforgettable talent, wasn't he? 206 for 5. Here's Zabe starting another over to Jamie Smith, who, there it is, there's the 100. A beautiful stroke. Little punch to himself of satisfaction. It came down the wicket, opened up the offside, stroked it beautifully away through extra cover. And that's a century for Jamie Smith. His second Championship century of his career, second of the season. Previous one against Leicestershire, 101 not out. And 210 for 5, Surrey. Well played, Jamie Smith. Super knock. And still, as we've said earlier, plenty of time and power to add. Is Zabe in again. He goes onto the back foot and punches it up to mid-on, where Luke Proctor fields, and there's no run.
Fitting shot to bring up his 100 as well. Really elegant. It's been a very classy, elegant innings all the way through.
Oh, it's been very easy on the eye, isn't it? Lovely stuff. Here's Smith, who tried to play a very similar stroke away through the offside, didn't quite get there and finished up scuffing it away off the inside edge up to mid-on. Wasn't quite so aesthetically pleasing. Here's Zabe in again. Bowls to Smith, turns it round the corner for a single. Goes out to mid-wicket where it's fielded there by James Sales. One more onto the total. Smith to 102. Surrey to 211 for 5. 212 balls for the century, with 6 and 13 fours.
Very prepared to soak up a lot of pressure early on as well.
It's been
Never really came out of his bubble early on.
An impressive innings. Here's new batsman Jordan Clark playing defensively up to Keogh at extra cover, and there's no run. Clark yet to get off the mark. Just come to the crease with a fall of Will Jacks. Wicket Northamptonshire badly needed. It's forward defensive again down the pitch. Zabe fields, and Northamptonshire, as we've been saying, absolutely rattling through the overs here. They've bowled 75, 21 to go in the day, and more immediately 5 to go until the second new ball is due, and I think it will be a major surprise if Northamptonshire don't take it as soon as it is available. 102 to Jamie Smith, Jordan Clark here to get off the mark, and Surrey 211 for 5. I ought to mention that partnership, 145 in 45 overs for the fifth wicket. I was just looking up Surrey's fifth wicket best against Northamptonshire. It was in an extraordinary game here. 288 was the record by Alan Peach and Andy Duckett here in 1920, and that was the match in which Percy Fender scored his 35-minute century, which of course stood for donkey's years as the best.
Century.
Well, and they scored 414 runs in a session.
It's been a good day, that, hasn't it? As here's Kerrigan, and this one's down the leg side, and Jamie Smith looking to tuck it down towards fine leg. Not sure he's got anything on that. He has. Bit of bat on that. That's why there were a few oohs and ahs off the face of the bat. Been a hell of a take, that, from Rosington going to his left, but it's away for 4.
When was that, Rad? Is that
1920.
1920. They must have just kept everybody in.
Surrey were 160 for 4. I wrote a piece about it when I've got up here. Surrey were 164 for 4 at lunch, 574 for 5 at tea.
That's remarkable.
As Kerrigan comes round the wicket to Smith. Smith's forward and plays this one into the leg side.
They must have just kept everybody in.
Yeah,
And
I
just
would
kept
imagine.
saying,
Keep
"That's a
attacking."
Wonderful shot, great shot.
Fender was in just under half an hour before tea and went in 93 not out at tea in about 28 minutes.
Forward goes Jamie Smith, pushes this one out towards cover.
That'd be the first £10 million cricketer in there.
Don't worry, lads. He'll stick one up in the air in a minute.
Well, he was dropped twice, although one of the fielders years later denied that he'd actually got there.
As Kerrigan's in again, forward comes Jamie Smith on 106. And turning this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Ned Freeman, who's a Cobblers footballer, who was on as substitute for Fanny Walden, who was a brilliant fielder, one of the best in the side. He dropped Fender early on, and then let you carry on because Kerrigan's in again.
Forward goes Smith, turns leg side. They'll take a single. Smith moves on to 107-16 for 5.
And on 34, there was some of the reports claimed that a chap called Stuart Humphrey, who later became a very prominent eye surgeon, had dropped one, but Humphrey years later said, "No, I didn't get it in. Wasn't a catch."
Round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan. Forward goes Jordan Clark. Well, I suppose if you were an eye surgeon and a prominent eye surgeon, you're not going to argue with them, are you? You're not going to say well, they're going to be. You're not going to argue with somebody like. But that's one of those horrible ones where you drop them and think, "Oh, is that going to cost us anything?"
Well,
then by tea time,
he went out after tea. It was 93 not out at tea in about 29 minutes. Reached his century in another 6 minutes, but they didn't record ball's face. That's the sort of slight problem with it. But he was 113 not out. Fender 5-6 in 16 fours, had batted 42 minutes, and the scorebook doesn't add up. Because I've looked through it. Only the Northamptonshire scorebook survives. The Surrey one went for salvage during the war, but Northamptonshire scorebook is still in existence in the Northamptonshire record office. The safe Zabe starts another over, rolling round the wicket to Jamie Smith, who plays it back down the pitch. Zabe obviously delighted that Percy Fender isn't out there at the moment, although Jamie Smith's doing a good enough job for his side. But no, it doesn't add up. Here's Zabe in again. In fact, it doesn't add up. It's a dot ball play back to the bowler. It doesn't add up in a number of particulars. But I think that obviously the rate of scoring got a bit too much for the scorers. Leo Bullimer was scoring for Northamptonshire. Forward defensive goes Smith, pushing it out again, just down the pitch for Zabe to field. Still coming round the wicket, still with just a slip in place. Zabe in again, bowls to Smith, who works this away into the onside, only as far as James Sales at mid-wicket, and there's no run.
yeah, that's a tough old session, that, isn't it?
Yeah. Wonder what they said in the dressing room. Is Zabe in again, bowls to Smith, pushes it out into the covers, fielded
As
by
captain, how would you have drawn team up?
I don't think you can say anything, can you? Really?
No, just don't go in.
No.
Here's Zabe in again, bowls
Gets a whiskey out, I
Smith,
think.
pushes it out in the offside dot ball to finish the over. Tidy over from Save Zabe, 216 for 5, 77 gone, so 3 to go until the new ball. Smith is 107. Jordan Clark yet to get off the mark. Yeah, the quote from the local paper was that the Northamptonshire attackers, the Northamptonshire attackers has rarely looked so cheap. The bowling was flogged unmercifully, but it was a serious game. I think it was like a lot of runs scored in the game, because although Northamptonshire lost, they put up a decent account of themselves. But crikey, what a game to watch! But yeah,
how annoyed would you be if you just arrived at tea time?
Yeah,
missed that session.
Yeah.
Scorebook has
Scrolling after work.
Fender on 112 rather than 113. Alan Peach 195 instead of 200. Duckett 142 instead of 149. And Surrey 604 as opposed to 619. But obviously it just got a little bit too much for the scorers.
Surprise though. As Kerrigan continues, long old spell this for Simon Kerrigan, driving his Jordan Clark out into the offside. Tumbling stop in there at extra cover. He's into his 22nd over now. 1 for 58 for Simon Kerrigan. As round the wicket he comes again to Jordan Clark, and Clark is forward and prods this one straight back up the pitch. And there is no run. Hello, Laurie Evans. Very good to see you. I almost got here. He's just jumped on my shoulders. That's nearly the end of me. As in round the wicket comes Kerrigan, and this one's pushed by Jordan Clark up towards mid-off. They'll take the quick single. That'll be one more to the total, and one more. A first run for Jordan Clark. He's off the mark with a single. 217 for 5. As Jamie Smith back onto strike once again. As down the pitch he comes and pushes this one back to Kerrigan.
He'll be moaning he needs a break soon, though, Keggs. I know he loves bowling, but gets to a point where his body. He's not young anymore.
He's in again. Forward goes Jamie Smith. Turns this one into the leg side. Well, the new ball is available in 2 overs time, so 2.1 overs time. So he might get a little break then. Otherwise, I'm not quite sure what's been going on. As forward goes Jamie Smith. Plays this one down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket, and there is no run. And 217 for 5, Smith 107, and Jordan Clark has 1. Radders, Laurie Evans is sort of signalling, would we like to talk to him for 20 minutes? Would we like to talk to him for 20 minutes?
Why not?
Why not? Give Mr. Wakely a break. Not that I'm just, but I can't really say no to him. That's the thing.
You're going to pull the chair out from behind you.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I thought they were reminiscing about Laurie's illustrious career for Laurie Evans' illustrious career for Northamptonshire. Holds one of the highest averages, 73.5, I think.
Well, it's very nice to see Laurie Evans there. I feel like I've sort of taken over a bit.
Is Safe Zabe starting another over short, and Jordan Clark off the mark, clubbing that away over mid-on. First bounce for 4. Rattles into the sight screen down below us. Clark is away. He's 221 for 5. Just to go back briefly to that Percy Fender match, which I don't think even Laurie Evans would remember. 1,475 runs scored in the 3 days at 4.5 and over. It makes you wonder, and it makes you wonder with 414 runs scored in a session, why they didn't slow it up a bit.
414 in a session, Laurie Evans.
My sort of cricket.
Down the pitch comes Jordan Clark, drives up to mid-off. Mid-off fairly deep, Ben Sanderson, and there's no run. He stays on 5. 221 for 5. And Zabe already back at his mark. 1 over after this before the new ball becomes available. Short, and again clubbed away by Jordan Clark, and that's gone all the way. Smashed into the boundary boards, you probably hear on the effects, and that's half a dozen. 6 to Jordan Clark. He goes to 11. 227 for 5. And looking to cash in on these overs of left arm spin before the new ball becomes available. And it seems that Ben Sanders has now inherited the team sun hat instead of Simon Kerrigan. Here's Zabin again, bowls to Clark, turns it round the corner. Emilio Gay just behind square. Cuts off any chance of a single. 227 for 5. It stays. Here's Zabe in again. Bowls to Clark, who again plays that same stroke, pulls it away. over mid-wicket this time. First bounce for 4. 15 to Clark. 2.31 for 5. And all of a sudden, this is slightly unravelling for Northamptonshire. If they were thinking of just trying to get through a few harmless overs before the new ball, Jordan Clark, since he's been in there, has taken a heavy toll in this over, certainly. 14 from it so far.
Yeah, and, well, that's Jordan Clark. He's a strong old boy, and when he hits it, it tends to go a long way. But, yeah, the runs are rattling round now.
Here's Zabe to finish the over. Bowls, and that's driven down the ground by Clark, down the pitch, I should say, fielded by Zabe in his follow-through. End of the over, 15 to Clark, 107 to Jamie Smith, 2.31 for 5.
Yeah, and Laurie Evans is here. How are you, Laurie Evans?
Good afternoon, gents.
It's very good to see you. How are you?
Good to see you.
Yes. How are you?
I'm fine.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All good?
I'm a lot better now than we were.
Yeah, well, it looked
4 down
hard
for not
work
many.
when you were out there this week, nipping around a bit, wasn't it?
I think, yeah, there was an element of movement, but sort of you'd expect that, first morning of a 4-day game, and you don't often see Hashim Amla leave a ball and get out. I mean, that was something I was a bit surprised by. But then, to be 4 down at lunch, obviously not the ideal start, but the 2 young guys settled down after lunch and played very nicely. Will Jacks is having a great summer in all forms of cricket, and Jamie Smith is just carrying on his way to. I mean, the sky's the limit for him.
As Kerrigan comes round the wicket again to Jamie Smith. He's forward, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. Yeah, this has been a lovely knock so far from him. Second championship 100s, looked in control throughout. He's just in good nick. As in round the wicket again goes Kerrigan. Driving is Jamie Smith out into the offside. Won't get a run on this occasion.
All we would say, Laurie, is it's probably worth better off playing here than some of the other grounds in the country where the wickets have been clattering.
Some quick games going on.
Yeah.
Elsewhere. As in round the wicket again goes Kerrigan. Forward comes Jamie Smith.
I'm not a massive watcher of scorecards, but I did notice that there's a lot of wickets being, going down all over the place. And
There's a possibility of a 2-dayer here and there.
There is.
quick game's a good game.
Well, absolutely. As forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one down into the leg side, and there's no. Hampshire 89, Warwickshire.
They were 5 down.
71 for 5.
Yeah, okay.
Yes,
I think they were 40 for 5.
Yeah, that's moving on. Essex are leading Gloucestershire already, but they're 5 down. As forward goes Jamie Smith.
It does stimulate a very interesting conversation around, what is the best for the game? What's the best for Test cricket?
Yep. As in comes Kerrigan once more.
Forward
goes Smith.
Sorry, Chachi. I know I've said quick game's a good game and scoring quickly and positive cricket. Obviously my talents lie in 1-day cricket, but I still have an interest in what's best for the game. And obviously I started when pitches were almost flat and draws were the currency. If you got a win, great. If you got 5 or 6, you might win the championship. And then it went the other way, and we've taken away the heavy rollers, taken away the toss, and we found that teams were almost playing toss of the coin cricket. I do think there's somewhere in the middle we need to sort of strike.
Yeah, definitely, without a doubt, absolutely.
There's nothing better as a player and as a group of players than winning a game on the 4th day.
Yeah.
And everyone loves it, and it produces. It's best for the game. It produces. Guys have to raise their game all the time. Because you have to bowl a good line and length, because you know that if it's slightly offline, the pitch is going to be good enough. The batters then get into better habits. People don't play counter-attacking cricket as much. Techniques get better. I just think there is somewhere we need to sort of move back towards it.
It's a very good point. I mean, Northamptonshire's previous game down at Bristol, the internet, there is a break for drinks at the moment, so you're not missing any cricket while we chat. Yeah, I mean, Northamptonshire's game in the previous round went down to last 4 overs on the last day. Terrifically paced chase on the last afternoon by Gloucestershire, who had been apparently dead and buried. They were 9 down, still 25 away from avoiding the follow-on. Finished up winning by 6 wickets with 4 overs to spare.
What's fascinating is hearing that from this bloke, who has won games on his own single-handedly in 1-day cricket in 2020 and the 100, but still saying there's nothing better feeling than 4-day game, having worked really hard and getting over the line as a team.
Yeah, like I say, I started really in the 4-day, game. I didn't come into this game like a lot of guys do nowadays. Someone like Jaxie, he started in T20. I sort of started playing 4-day cricket. I used to block the whoop out of it, when I was a youngster.
Started as no.
Yeah, so I had to develop the power side of my game, but what was the currency was can you bat a long period of time? And in the last few years, batsmen have felt like they're going to get out before, so then they go the other way and play more aggressively, which then doesn't promote a good technique and an ability to play the ball on its merit.
Well, the new ball has been taken, to the surprise of no one at all. Ben Sanderson is going to be bowling with it from this David Capel end. 231 for 5. Slips have reappeared, 3 of them to be precise. And Sanderson bowls to Jordan Clark, who gives possibly a hint of to his approach to this particular challenge by smashing that ball on the bounce to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. I want to ask you, Laurie, while you're up here, brief career with Northamptonshire, but a very successful one, 73 and 74 down at Swansea.
What can you say? I mean, 1 game, 1 win.
Yeah.
Average, what do I average?
73.5.
There you go.
100% win rate.
Can't ask for more than that, can you?
What happened? Yeah, what happened? Where were you? Here's Sanderson again. Bowls. Appeal for LBW and out, says Mark Newell. So the second new ball breaking through for Northamptonshire almost at the earliest possible opportunity. Second ball, Clark is LBW to Sanderson for 15. Second wicket for him, and Surrey 231 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, Sanderson, as he always does, on the money with the new ball, just offering a little bit of shape. Looked like it nipped back off the wicket, I would say, and it's just caught the inside half of Jordan's pad there. Classic opening new ball dismissal.
And certainly a classic Ben Sanderson dismissal. I just wonder, we talk a lot about Ben Sanderson, and Wakers was saying he's absolutely fed up with facing him in the nets, of course, for a number of seasons. When you're going out and facing someone like Ben Sanderson, what is the mindset? Because you know pretty much what you're going to get. But it doesn't. But I imagine it doesn't make it any easier necessarily to negotiate.
Yeah, from a batter's point of view, and again, I've spoken about the start of my career. It was all about swing bowling. You were taught. I was a little medium pacer back in the day, and you were taught to swing the ball. And can you just swing the ball time after time on the top of off stump? In the last sort of 5-6 years, we've seen bowlers develop this wobble ball, where the ball, they look to try and just nip the seam either way. And, so as a batter, I think it's the hardest thing to face. I remember seeing Mark Ramprakash get out. The only really time he did get out was nip back, through the gate. That was the only ball I used to see him get out to. And I think since then, obviously, someone like Ben Sanderson's just mastered it, and he'll either nip the ball in or away.
Well, as we were saying, in 6 full seasons for Northamptonshire, he's taken about 280 wickets in red ball cricket, which is a pretty solid record. And he's just picked up his second wicket of the day, having collected one in the 5th over without a run on the board when Cameron Steele was LBW for naught. He strikes with a second ball, with a second new ball, and 231 for 6. A chance for Northamptonshire perhaps to get back into this game a little bit as Sanderson comes in bowls to the new batsman Ricky Clark, who on drives to mid-on, fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. Ricky Clark, like Alex Wakely, of course, in his testimonial year.
Indeed he is.
Which you're heavily involved in.
I am indeed, yes.
You on the board? Or you leading?
I'm on the committee.
Committee, sorry, wrong.
I've never been asked to be on a committee before.
Have you not?
I'm not sure I will again. but
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I'm loving it. And it feels quite nice to be invited to a committee meeting.
Absolutely, yeah.
Put a tie on.
No, it's all via Zoom.
No, that's all right. All right. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Ricky Clark, whose front foot pushes it up to mid-off, fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Jamie Smith at the non-striker's end, just doing a little bit of shuffling, keep the feet moving.
Big part of the game here, from Surrey, with my Surrey hat on, obviously. Not easy for Clarkey to come out, having seen a lot of runs in the last sort of hour or so, to come out against the new ball, and Jamie Smith's got to take us through this new ball and get us up to if we can get up to above 300, 350, then massive.
Sanderson in again, bowls to Ricky Clark, again pushes up to mid-off, fielded by Rob Keogh. That in mind, Laurie, I just wonder how big a wicket that was with losing Will Jacks. They played so well, those two, put on 145, batted 45 overs together. And we were saying up on commentary that they would have been looking to see it through to the new ball, because what you don't want, obviously, is new batsmen in with a new ball being taken. And it was just, from Northamptonshire's point of view, quite a timely wicket, just nipping out Will Jacks there for 60 beautifully, though he played.
Yeah, Jackson played brilliantly, didn't he? Come in just after lunch and got into his work pretty well.
Hugely impressive knock. Here's Sanderson in. That's on driven. And it would have been 4 had Luke Proctor not dived across, belying his years, and manages to get a left hand to it and accepts the congratulations of Rob Keogh, who was in there at mid-off, end of the over. 231 for 6, second wicket for Sanderson, who's now bowled 15 overs. 9 maidens, 2 for 20. Surrey 231 for 6. Smith is 107. Ricky Clark yet to get off the mark.
Well, it's going to be a good day at the Oval tomorrow. England need 368 to win.
Too many.
Do you reckon? You're not doing that.
Too many.
I said, just for the Surrey, and you of all people know this, for the Surrey marketing department though, A, it's going 5 days, and B, if Pope and Burns, can you imagine? It's bad enough when you walk up the street to the ground now, and there's just massive posters of all of them on the lampposts staring down at you.
I'm still the most local Surrey player we have, though.
Yes.
But I was born in St Thomas's Hospital.
There you go. So that is local. Very, very local. Very.
Just have to remind people.
Yeah,
that,
absolutely.
Just arrived.
As Taylor is in over the wicket, and short delivery. First up from him, back into the attack. Tom Taylor bowled very nicely this morning. And this one's tucked away by Jamie Smith out towards deep backwards. Actually, funny enough, every time I went to the test on the first day, and every time I turned to my left, all I could see was a massive Jordan Clark head smiling at me from one of those pictures up the tunnel. And it was literally every time I turned left, there he was, just in my eye line.
He's a beautiful man.
Grinning, well, yes, grinning away at me. But no, when you go now to a test or one day, or 2020s or whatever, there's just those massive posters, aren't there? Jason, Rory, Sam, Tom. It's like, it's Popey staring down at you. As in over the wicket comes Taylor, forward comes Ricky Clark, plays this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Because unfortunately in this game, of course, you won't have Northampton-born Sam Curran.
Sam Curran, of course,
doing the business.
Absolutely.
Is that are you claiming him?
Absolutely, of course, Laurie. Of course, we're claiming it. When in the ODIs, it was pointed out that you had Northampton-born David Willey opening the bowling with Northampton-born Sam Curran. We'll settle for that.
Yeah,
not too many Northamptonshire-born international players, but there's a couple of them.
There's a couple.
Absolutely.
Taylor, over the wicket he comes once again to Ricky Clark. Clark's pushing this one down. He's lost it completely. Is it in his front pad? Yeah, it is, but he's just pointed towards gully. So then lobs the ball out towards extra cover.
I think Sam Curran might actually been born in the same hospital as me, just down the road.
Right.
Barratt Maternity Home, just down the road here. When his dad was captain here.
Of course.
Yeah.
Well, as I say, you walk up the Harleford Road now and massive pictures. Well, they're everywhere. There's massive pictures of you in the ground, in the shop and things.
Come on,
forward goes Ricky Clark. I walked into the shop and there you are, stood in all your glory.
Are they for sale?
Can you get there afterwards, get the poster afterwards? But staring down in your training top at me.
I had a horrible haircut for that as well, and I clean shaved.
It wasn't the best.
Stupid.
I remember when they used to put them on the tube as well.
Oh, thank God.
Jade used to spend hours getting ready for the photo shoot, knowing it was going on the side of a bus.
Yeah.
As over the wicket comes Taylor again. Outside edge from Ricky Clark and gone. Nicely taken by Rosington. It's this new ball again. And Ricky Clark, he's only just got in there. It's a good area, that really, from Taylor early to a batsman. And Ricky Clark pushes forward, thick edge, and Rosington diving away to his right-hand side. And, well, Laurie Evans will know this. I do come in with some hard-hitting comments at times, but mine would be, this looks like a new ball pitch to me at the moment, Laurie Evans.
Definitely. We said first, 30 overs, just, obviously on hindsight, the first 30 overs of any ball, any new ball are just going to be so crucial. And Taylor's bowled well, he angles the ball into you as a right-hander, but then every so often it just carries on its line, and it looked like Ricky, just a nice delivery, nothing major, but just good line and length bowling.
Absolutely, and it means Gus Atkinson makes his way out there into the middle, the coolest man. Well, it was you, I think, that came up with the MS Dhoni Atkinson for the way in that 2020 game when you got them over the line, but he just strolled out there and smashed a 4, and that was the end of the game.
It always surprises me he doesn't walk out there with shades on. Under his
He
helmet.
is one of the most laid back, isn't he? He really is. So he's just strolling out there now, is Gus Atkinson.
Jamie Smith not far behind.
No, but
Gussie very much.
Absolutely.
Yeah, miles ahead.
But that way, I think, yes, you did describe him as MS Dhoni Atkinson for the way he just came out and whacked the ball away, and that was the end of the game.
It was. Good job as well, because I was exhausted.
So he's out there now facing the red ball, and it's Taylor with 3 slips in there, coming over the wicket to Gus Atkinson, and he's just pulled the bat inside the line of this one, as Laurie Evans perfectly described, just comes back. End of the over, 232 for 7. Well bowled Tom Taylor, his 4th of the day, and 4 for 33 now off 15. And actually, it sort of sums it up, really. These two have bowled 30 overs between them, 6 for 53.
Yeah.
So outstanding from Taylor and Sanderson.
I first faced Taylor when he was at Leicestershire, and I was impressed then. And obviously, this is a few years later, and he looks like he's come back from an injury, has he?
He's played pretty much all season this year. Yeah, in fact, he's. I think he made the observation to Northamptonshire's head coach David Ripley that he reckoned he'd never played as much cricket in a season as he has this year across all formats. He's missed very few matches, and he's been an absolute Trojan this year. I think he's been terrific. I'll come back on that in a second as Ben Sanderson comes in to Jamie Smith, who's well set, 108 not out, and plays that back down the pitch. Sanderson to field. Yeah, I mean, we were talking earlier, Laurie, and it's been a bit of a thing of mine throughout the season, but I think if you look at Tom Taylor's figures, I mean, he's picked up 4 today. So he's taken 22 championship wickets this year at 30-odd, which is okay, but it's nothing on the face of it that special. But I just think he's bowled so much better across the season than those figures would probably suggest. And from a Northamptonshire point of view, it's quite nice today to actually see him getting some slightly more tangible reward for it. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, who again is just pushing forward up to mid-off, fielded by Rob Keogh, and there's no run.
Just commenting on, obviously, I experienced the dressing room, for that week, and having always played against North, I've been at Warwickshire and played a lot against Northamptonshire then, and we never, it's easier when you're a big club or the perceived big test match grounds to look at other smaller counties. Sorry, I'll let you.
Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Smith down the leg side, shapes to try and turn it away, just doesn't flick a glove. Fortunately for him, goes into the gloves of Adam Rossington, and there's no run. Sorry, carry on, Lloyd.
Yeah, and it's easy to sit there on your high perch at a test match ground and look at down the list and not take what's in front of you as seriously as you might. But I experienced something completely different when I played here. I enjoyed my cricket here more than I've almost done in so many years for that week.
It's nice to hear. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, again defensively forward, pushing it out into the covers, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run.
And the other thing you realise is how skillful, some of the guys were that were in that dressing room. And the trophies that they had won wasn't just out of anything, but probably great planning by Rips, hard work, good leadership by Wakers, and some talented cricketers in the dressing room. And, they've probably won more trophies than Surrey have over the last 10 years.
Absolutely.
Won the T20 twice, of course, in 2013, 2016, both under Alex Wakely and David Ripley, as Jamie Smith rocking onto the back foot and pushing that out into the covers, fielded by Harry Gouldston, trotting in from backward point. Well, it's good to hear, and I mean, I suppose the battle now for counties like Northamptonshire, and particularly in the light of the 100 and all the rest of it, which obviously Northamptonshire were not involved with. Nearest match was 55 miles away. Is to remain relevant, and there are various ways that I'm sure other counties of comparable size to Northamptonshire are thinking of different ways to do that. Is Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, who's playing that back down the pitch. Sanderson fields himself off his own bowling. End of the over, 232 for 7. Sanderson 16 overs, 10 maidens, 2 for 20. Smith is 108. Atkinson yet to get off the mark. And one of the ways, as far as Northamptonshire are concerned, is obviously to strengthen relationships with the neighbouring national counties. You know, Beds, we were talking about Milton Keynes earlier, Huntingdonshire. And to make that, if you like, the sort of cricketing hinterland for Northamptonshire, bring in their most talented players into the player pathway at Northamptonshire, which is already being done. And that, I know, is regarded as being a very important piece of work here.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, isn't it?
I was just looking at your player number, Laurie. We were talking about this earlier, the
yes,
numbers.
your number.
501.
501. Same
Sean,
as Brian Lara. Yeah.
Oh,
Sean Terry was 500.
As over the wicket comes Taylor, then to Gus Atkinson.
did we
He's
play in the
forward.
same game?
You may well have done.
I think we did.
Yeah.
Or he might have played the game before.
Yeah, he was also on loan. And,
Yeah, because there was a huge shortage of players. You must have injuries.
we had a big injury issue that year. And, Sean Terry came in. He was number 500. And my colleague Alex Winter, I remember asking him if George Thompson, obviously number 1, whose biography I'm working on at the moment, and he asked him if he'd ever heard of George Thompson. He admits he hadn't, but he promised to look him up.
Oh, good.
So
well, that's
he probably
good
got
to know.
Google out.
As Taylor is in again. This one's left alone by Atkinson outside his off stump.
I obviously I got called back after that week because I guess Warwickshire didn't want me scoring any runs for anyone else but them, which I was furious at, because the week later I actually played against Surrey and went into a dressing where I didn't really feel like I was that wanted, and you know, I played one game and then got dropped, and then I was like, why have you done that? You know, I was happy where I was playing cricket, and I think ultimately that's all what it's about.
As Atkinson allows this one to go outside his off stump.
I think the loan system should be used more in that respect. You know, players like the bigger grounds, they do have a wealth of player, and it should be encouraged to see players actually playing cricket. That was what I wanted.
Well,
I just wanted to play cricket.
Well, that's your job at the end of the day.
Yeah, I
that's
mean,
what you want to be doing.
But it's going to be short-lived.
Yeah.
You know, at some point, I'm not going to be able to do it.
No.
So
You want to play as much as you
I
can.
want to try and squeeze out as much as I can and enjoy as much as I can.
As Taylor. Over the wicket he comes to Atkinson. He's forward,
Sure.
driving. Good-looking shot. Well fielded up at mid-off as well by Proctor. They'll pick up a single to get Atkinson off the mark. He had to scramble, but he picks up a single and off the mark with 1. Atkinson, and Surrey moved to 233 for 7. And you were in the middle of it. How was the 100? From a player's point of view?
Yeah, it was great. Obviously,
Yeah.
you know, to play in front of packed crowds every game on TV, on terrestrial TV. I think, you know, people came up to me and said how much they were enjoying it. I had a guy tell me that kids' camps were...
Taylor's in again, and this is a good-looking shot from Jamie Smith down towards third man, all along the floor. 1 more to the total.
So a guy came up to me on the train and he was taking a kids' camp, and he said, usually it's all Premiership football, it's all football. And he said, it's all about the 100, which I felt, you know, from the ECB's point of view, obviously, first and foremost, to make some money, but secondly, to encourage young players to get into cricket. I felt like that's job done, tick.
Yeah.
Obviously, there's, you know, as we know in cricket, there's members who, some members feel strongly for the opposite.
As Taylor's in again, and forward goes Atkinson. Nicely played again, just drills it up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
I think it's a really interesting take on it. I mean, I think you can understand why counties like Northamptonshire feel a bit uncomfortable about it,
of course.
because, you know, we're sidelined from it. We have nothing to do with it. We've got very few players involved with it. The nearest match is 55 miles away, and there is quite a widespread perception that it is part of the sort of thin end of the wedge to cut down the number of counties. I know it's denied, and but we'll see. So yeah, I think maybe, and we had this discussion up at Old Trafford earlier in the season, that I think the attitude probably varies from some of the bigger Test match counties will feel slightly differently about it to counties like this one. I think that's probably a fair point.
I'm sure they do.
But as a player, though, and with sort of members and what, as a player, how good was it to play? It's a game of cricket, and as you say, you want to play as much as you can.
It's a game of cricket with the best cricketers in this country and some around the world.
There's Sanderson starting a fresh over, pulled away by Jamie Smith, and well fielded down on the boundary by James Sales. who's having a busy-ish day on his first-class debut, and they're able to come through for a single. One more to
Be
Smith.
honest, though, Laurie Evans, how long did it take you to sort of work out the 100-ball thing and remember what was actually going on?
I'd be lying if I said I was sat there waiting to bat, thinking, do I face or do I not face?
Wonderful. 235 for 7 is like club cricket when the rules change every year, which they invariably do in local leagues. I speak from experience. 235 for 7. Gus Atkinson on strike. An extra slip goes in. But he turns that one away down to long leg for a single, when it's fielded down there by Simon
I
Kerrigan.
tell you what, I bet you like walking through that archway thing as well, didn't you, when you went out to bat?
Well,
It's right up your street.
Yeah,
Bit of
I
smoke
mean-
and the name coming up.
yeah, I mean, trust me to turn up on a Saturday night, when I needed to. But
Yeah,
it
that
was
was
before
perfect
that, I
timing
was
from
just
you.
trying to just get a bat at the start. I was waiting to try and get in.
No, it was...
No, it was good fun.
Yeah,
Like,
well, that's the
like I
most
say,
important
was
thing
good
from
fun.
a player point of view.
But in there is an argument. I personally think we played far too much cricket.
236 for 7 is Ben Sanderson. Can't seem to get enough of it at the moment. It's played up to mid-off by Jamie Smith, and there's no run. Rob Keogh fields. Smith on 110, Atkinson on 2.
Nice kit as well.
Yeah, happy with the kit.
Yeah, I think look at the helmets were quite shiny.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, but yeah,
They weren't cloth, they
they were
painted.
Yeah, and the helmet cam was interesting as well.
Do you like helmet cam?
No, it was all right. Yeah, it was all right. But no, I thought the kits looked okay.
Yeah.
Especially under lights, fluorescent glow to them.
The oval kit looked better on TV than it did in up close.
Sanderson to Smith plays that up to mid-on, fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run.
Did you get lots of it though?
Yeah,
Quite a
I
lot
mean,
of
far
stash.
too much.
Good,
but
excellent.
I've given it away to all my cousins.
Well done. Quite right too. No, the helmets were interesting. Very interesting.
I think it was, if you're going to invent a new tournament and want kids to, get
Yeah.
interested in it, then you've got to go the full Monty.
Yeah,
You've got to go
absolutely.
in. Don't dip your toe in.
Go the whole hog.
Go all the way.
Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Smith, who pushes that out in the offside. Fielded in the covers by Safe Sabe, and there's no run.
But here's my thing when I say we play too much cricket. I would like to see, instead of 14 games or whatever it is of 4-day cricket, I'd like to see 10 games so that Ben Sanderson can run in and feel fresher every game rather than feel like he's just trundling in at 80 miles an hour. I'd like to see him push and go for 85.
Here's aforementioned Ben Sanderson in, bowling to Jamie Smith. Just skews down to his backward point, where it's fielded there by Harry Goulston, end of the over. Smith is 110, Atkinson is 236 for 7. We've got well up with the overs, 11 to go, and we've still got about 45 minutes to go, so we may actually get more overs in.
We might get a few extra. Do one more over with
No
Laurie
worries.
Evans and then Alex Wakely's back. Be honest though, because I only saw bits and pieces of it, right? But I did see you walking out to bat through the archway with the smoke going and all of that. Was there any part of you that was thinking, it's a bit like the Olympics, this? You know, when you,
Olympics?
the 100 metres or this is like walking out at Glastonbury or something like that?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it had the effect they wanted. Like, I think they wanted a bit more fireworks going off and, lasers and all sorts.
As Taylor comes in over the wicket to Atkinson, he's letting this one go outside his off stump.
Because most guys sort of towards the end were just sort of walking on like they would do normally. So I don't think that will stay.
No.
I don't think that will stay.
Was there any chat about what your entrance was going to be like? Was there any in the
What,
dressing
like
room?
any
Was anyone
backflips or anything
thinking,
like that?
anyone coming up with anything new for coming through the archway at any point?
I think, to go on the laws side of it, I think that like everyone said, the new batter facing first ball will come into T20.
As in over the wicket comes Taylor, forward goes Atkinson, plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run. On a serious point, you think that will come in?
I think that'll come in because I think that was one great thing. Bowlers always moan and go on about how it's a batter's game, blah blah. Well, there you go. As a bowler, if you take a wicket, you bowl well,
You get the new
should
person.
get the new person
Yeah.
on strike, and be rewarded for that.
Yeah.
But next year, if the archway is still there, I'll do a cartwheel.
Lovely. Heard it here first. As forward goes Atkinson. He's almost drilled this straight back to Taylor. He'll get a single up towards mid-off. One more to the total. 236 for 7. And 37 for 7, apologies. Atkinson moves on to 3. Well, you heard it here first. Now you've got to do it now. Next year, through the archway. Laurie Evans.
Here he comes, number 501.
Yeah.
Exactly,
Backflip.
yeah.
Backflip through the archway. How? I'm not sure that would end well
Do you know, well,
with all your gear on as well.
I'd have to drop the bat.
Yeah,
Then
and
do it,
especially
and then
if you're
go
wearing
back.
helmet cam. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor. Forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one down into the leg side of
You've
there's
also
no
got
run.
to get there in, 60 seconds. You've got
Yeah.
to face up. So.
Yeah.
Apparently, they're talking about doing that in the Big Bash, where if you're not actually there by 60 seconds, then you lose a wicket. Yeah.
And what, you have to run back?
Well, if you're not there to face a ball within the 60 seconds, because obviously at the minute it's get there in 60 seconds, but no one does anything.
You lose.
Apparently.
That'll hurry everybody up, won't it?
Oh.
There'll be players sprinting left, right and centre. As in over the wicket once again comes Taylor. Forward goes Jamie Smith, plays this one back up the pitch and there's no run. Interesting that.
Yeah.
Heard that here first as well.
Yeah, I'm just
You're
full
just
of
a man full
I
of
am.
exclusives this
You want the
afternoon.
gossip? I've got it.
Absolutely, you are just 235 for 7.
Worth every penny that we're not paying. isn't it?
Absolutely,
Exactly.
absolutely.
I'll send my invoice in.
No,
don't
he's,
worry.
he's very good at all this stuff, is Al Evans. Are you going to do your podcast again, by the way?
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
it was a
you
lot.
did
it
a
was
brilliant podcast.
6-episode wonder.
Yeah, but it was good.
It was
you had
all right,
some
wasn't
brilliant guests on there,
Yeah.
like proper
Rebecca
proper,
Adlington.
Yeah, proper guests.
Gred Searle.
Yeah, we had like
Carlos
Olympic.
Brathwaite.
I know.
Luke Wright.
Proper guests. As in over the wicket again comes Taylor. Forward goes Jamie Smith. Drives this one up towards mid-off. And there's no run. On that bombshell, we'll leave Laurie Evans. But thank you, Mr. Evans, for coming to see us.
Great to see you.
Joy.
Feel free to
Thank
come
you.
up again.
Yes,
No
please
worries.
do. But next time, can you let me know you're coming so you don't? I'm an old man now. You
Sorry.
can't do that to
Sorry,
me.
mate.
You'd
I'll
have
hand back to a
you'd have got
sensible
away
man.
with it
Alex
15
Wade.
years ago, wouldn't you? But, God, dear. That really...
Well, it was great to get some really fascinating insights there from Laurie Evans. And you're saying about six editions of the podcast. Well, they did 12 Faulty Towers, didn't they? Each one is regarded as a classic.
Keep them wanting more.
Absolutely.
Quality, not quantity. Yes, indeed. But no, they were very good. Very good, his podcasts. How he got any of those people on with him is beyond me, but he did.
It's Laurie, isn't it?
Oh, but
Everybody
absolutely.
loves it. You can't not.
Absolutely.
Yeah, number 501. I think he's quite pleased with. He realised the link with Brian Lara. He's Northamptonshire player 501. So one after Sean. So one of the things I do tend to do during the winter months, being a serious saddo, is when you're looking at particular players and the player numbers, because obviously a lot of former players will ask what their number is, and it's looking at the ones either side, because I think they're always quite interesting to see who made their debut immediately before and immediately after. We talked about Laurie there. 500 is Sean Terry, as we mentioned, is Northamptonshire 500th. The Sanderson comes in running away from us, and he's beautifully caught by Adam Rossington. And that's a terrific catch to get rid of Gus Atkinson. He pushed forward, took an outside edge. It flew low to Adam Rossington, who took off, dived away in front of first slip. Not sure it would have carried to first slip. That was a super catch. Atkinson goes for 3. Third wicket for Sanderson, and Surrey 237 for 8.
Yeah, that's a special cut. I'm with you there. I don't think that's carrying to first slip. That's a specky. You know, Rosser doesn't get the credit he deserves sometimes. You know, he's a big man. We can't deny that. But he moves well. He's athletic. He's always up there when when it comes to the running and the fitness and all that sort of thing. He might be a big man, but he's full of athleticism.
That was a heck of a catch, that. Really was.
That really was a very fine catch. As I say, it flew very low, and he had to take it at full stretch. And I'm pretty sure that wouldn't have carried to Vasconcelos at first slip, so he was absolutely right to take off. And I must admit, at first, I wondered if he'd actually got the glove underneath it, because it flew so low, but indeed he did. And Atkinson goes for 3, 237 for 8, and this is with the new ball, 227 for 5 when the new ball was taken. And New ball game, as we were, as Mark Church revealed exclusively early on. How right he was.
Hard hitting from me.
3 wickets of
It's new ball pitch, this.
3 wickets have gone for 10 since the second new ball was taken.
I nipped up to see the coaches actually during my break, and they said exactly the same thing. They said this morning it's kind of wicket that it will get pretty flat. Interestingly, the reason they bowled so much spin there in the middle was because everyone's not quite fit enough.
Oh, I see.
They're carrying
right.
a couple of injuries. They would have hopefully liked to have bowled a seamer there.
Yeah.
But they're relying on these two quite heavily here. And,
Yeah, well, it was interesting because you talk about Laurie Evans was touching on the whole loan thing as well, and saying he thinks it perhaps should be used more than it was, which was an interesting observation. But David Ripley actually told BBC Radio Northampton, and I had a chat with him after the match down at Bristol, that they were seriously thinking about trying to get somebody in on loan as a bowler, because they are a bit short of bodies at the moment. New batsman is Reece Topley, and he just plays inside that one as it passes outside the off stumps. 3 slips in place, and Northamptonshire will be dearly love to try and knock this over as soon as possible. Will also be interesting to see if that affects the way Jamie Smith plays now, because obviously he's been in for a long time. He's played beautifully for 110, but he's now seeing wickets go clattering at the other end. So he were 206 for 4, now 237 for 8, 227 for 5 when the new ball was taken. So 3 wickets have gone for 10 runs with the second new ball. And here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Topley, who comes right across his stumps, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on. Adam Rossington had both arms in the air, thinking if he hadn't managed to get some bat on that, they would have had something to say about it, but he did.
So we're saying, how much does Jamie Smith trust the last two?
That is in effect what I'm saying. Yes, yes.
Well, actually, Reece Topley,
He can play.
he can play.
Yeah. Amar Verdi, I don't think I've ever seen bat.
Has his moments.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Topley, pushing that out into the covers, fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. It's been nice to hear. I mean, we said it's not a massive crowd, but it's been a decent-sized crowd, especially with such a beautiful day as it's been. It's been nice to see them, to hear them, and sort of slightly getting into it a little bit at various times.
Well, they've had a good day of cricket, haven't they? Because I'm just looking at Taylor and Sanderson together again into the 35th over, the two of them together, 7 for 58. Outstanding.
Hugely impressive from these two, isn't it? Here's Sanderson in again, bowls outside the off stump. Topley just watches it go through into the gloves of Rossington, and there's no run.
Then you've had that partnership of 145 between Smith and Jacks, and Smith's still there on 110. So it's been a really good day of cricket, this.
Proper longer format cricket.
Absolutely.
The ebbs and flows within the day.
Absolutely.
That's what the purists love to see. And it has been. It's been enthralling stuff.
It certainly has. We've still got a bit more to go. It's about 35 minutes or 9 overs. Of course, close of play 5:30 scheduled. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Topley, plays it up to mid-off, fielded by Keogh. End of the over. Topley yet to get off the mark. Smith is 110, 237 for 8, and applause. Well-deserved applause for Ben Sanderson. His figures now reading 18 overs, 11 maidens, 3 for 22, 237 for 8.
Ridiculous, really. That is incredible.
Yeah, outstanding. Well, I was talking about the figures of Keith Barker, but these are right up there. 18 overs, 11 maidens.
But he just hasn't bowled. And it's not like they're even trying to block out. They're trying to score runs.
But that was an interesting comment that Laurie made. I'll run it past you, Way, because he was saying about he would actually like to see fewer championship matches to give the likes of Ben Sanderson the chance to run in all the time.
I totally agree. I think any of the bowlers would, well, firstly, they would love that, just from their own body point of view.
Taylor coming over the wickets. Jamie Smith, short ball. He's not taking the single. Jamie Smith, he whips it out towards deep mid wicket, but stays where he is.
I'll probably look at it from 3 different points of view. You've got one is obviously just the preservation of the bowler for the longitude to prolong their careers. You want to prepare bowlers to play Test match cricket. That means you want them bowling as fast and as in the best physical state that they can be. And we do play too much cricket. And the third one is, I think you're just going to get more competitive county cricket by players being fresh and always in the right state of mind to play cricket.
Taylor's in over the wicket again to Jamie Smith, who drills this one off the front foot up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
The other side of that, of course, though, is that you then end up potentially with a situation where I'm thinking about members and supporters here. They're saying, well, You know, especially if the 100 continues in its present format based on the Test match grounds, predominantly on the Test match grounds, and nothing is played here. Why should I become a county member if I'm not going to have enough cricket to watch?
No, it's an ultimate poison chalice, isn't it?
Wow.
It's a brutal thing for the ECB to have to manage. And
Over the wicket once again comes Taylor. Driving is Smith. That's a nice looking shot from Jamie Smith. That'll race away to the extra cover boundary for 4. And Jamie Smith moves on to 114, 241 for 8. And that was a gorgeous shot again from Jamie Smith.
brilliant shot that was.
Yeah, it has been a lovely innings, this.
Just going back to that point for me, ultimately it's about basic economics, isn't it, from the ECB's point of view? You know, if they start playing less cricket, there's not going to be as much money coming in, and unfortunately, that's the ECB aren't in a position where that's something that they want. Whether that's right or wrong, we've all got our own opinions on it.
It's a tricky one. As over the wicket again comes Taylor. This is worked into the leg side by Jamie Smith. He'll pick up another single. One more to him. One more to the Surrey total. Smith's on to 115, 242 for 8.
Been very impressed with the way Smith just sort of been completely ignored what's happening at the other end, and he's just gone about his business in the same way that he has all day. Especially for a young player, it can. We were talking about, is he going to do anything different? Or actually, he's not at all. He set his stall out to bat all day, and we probably could have said that when after he'd faced sort of 20 balls. It looked like he was here for the long haul.
Absolutely, and he's just a very calm individual. Stood up there at the non-striker's end at the moment as Reece Topley comes on to strike to Taylor. Up on his toes, and Topley will do the job he can do, which is just block this back. He just wanders off towards square leg. They're going to stick a man back on that mid-wicket rope if he wants a single now. Reece Topley, and goes back onto the deep backward point boundary rope as well. See the shadow of the floodlight now going across the ground. But perfect. There's no breeze at all today either. The flags are both completely still. As over the wicket again goes Taylor, and Topley's playing this one from the crease down into the leg side. Good job he got a bit of bat on that, but he did. And actually Sanderson here can just pick the ball up. They don't take a single, and Sanderson can stroll up and continue from this David Gable end to
dream
perfect,
for him,
isn't it? Perfect.
Apart from he had to bend
242
down
for
to
8.
pick it up.
Yes, yes. If it could have come on a tray to him, that would have been absolutely ideal.
242 for 8 it is, and in the Test match, England just looking to see out this nasty little session before the close. 11 for no wicket at the moment, so Rory Burns and Hasib Hamid doing a good job for England so far, but so the victory target 368. A quick canter through what's happening elsewhere in the country on a day of tumbling wickets. In Division 1 up at Scarborough, Somerset 134 all out. They've bowled themselves back into contention. Yorkshire 103 for 4. So Somerset have come back into that one a bit. At Edgbaston, Hampshire 89 for 5. Warwickshire 87 for 5 in reply. 89 all out, plays 87 for 5, so 15 wickets there. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire 254 for 8 after being put into bat by Lancashire. At Canterbury in Division 3, Worcestershire 133 all out, Kent 113 for 4. As Sanderson, with just one slip in place, bowls to Jamie Smith, who drives down to Rob Keogh, who's about 10 yards in from the boundary down in front of us. That's deep mid-off, and they don't take the single. It's a bit early in the over for the single to be taken. At Canterbury, so I will mention Worcestershire 133 all out, Kent 113 for 4. At Derby, Leicestershire 260 for 2 against Derbyshire, so that's the outlier, if you like, in terms of the way these games have gone today in the Championship. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls short, pulled away by Smith, but only as far as James Sales down there on the deep square leg boundary, rather. There's 3 men out on the boundary, on the onside, 4 in fact, because there's a long on as well, almost back on the fence. And on the offside, Rob Keogh, say about 10 yards in off the boundary at very deep mid-off, an extra cover. Man at wide third man, and a man sweeping on the backward point boundary just in front of the west stand. So most of the field is out on the boundary for Smith, plus a slip, of course. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Smith, works that one up to Luke Proctor, who jogs in from deep mid-on. That's what, 3 balls gone in the over, so it's at what point Jamie Smith decides he will trust Reece Topley, and now the field converges. As though they've heard there's a couple of cream cakes on the square. They're all moving in.
I always think when this happens, it's like Jamie Smith was really unpopular, but suddenly he's made loads of mates, isn't he?
Suddenly closing in on him. And 4th ball of the over coming down from Sanderson. Bowls to Smith, who tickles that away down towards fine leg. He might get 4 here, and he is going to get 4 runs as it beats Simon Kerrigan, running round from long leg fairly wide. Clever bit of batting by Jamie Smith, who goes up to 119, and Surrey to 246 for 8, 4 away from a second batting bonus point. Just to finish off those latest scores, at Chelmsford, Gloucestershire 76 all out, Essex 127 for 5, and at Chesterley Street, Glamorgan 97 all out. Haven't had a good day. Durham 141 for 1 in reply. I did remember a game here, 1977. We talk about the ultimate sort of bad day, good day. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Smith, who plays that down to point, where it's fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. So 1 ball left in the over. And Jamie Smith will be looking for a single, I'm sure. Yeah, here at in 1977 against Lancashire, I was on the little scoreboard there in the days when you used to get here early and pop your bag with your sandwiches up there and be able to do the tins all day. And Lancashire bowled out for 33. And Northamptonshire finished the day around about 300 for not many, and still didn't win. Edged wide of slip by Jamie Smith, that last ball of the over, diving Vasconcelos to his right, but he couldn't get a hand to it, and it runs away to 3rd man for 4. So there is the second batting bonus point for Surrey, who move up to 250 for 8. Smith up to 123. But it does mean that Reece Topley will be exposed to Tom Taylor for the start of the following over. Yes, it was an extraordinary game because Lancashire in their second innings got 501, I think it was. They scored the lowest and highest totals of the entire championship season in the same match.
Game.
Wow. Well, you were talking earlier about Mark Taylor, 1989. Do you remember? I'm just looking it up now so I get it right, but do you remember the first day of one of the tests? They batted the whole day.
20 odd for no wicket.
Opening day. Marsh and Taylor batted the entire day.
Wow.
As Tom Taylor, that is, comes into Reece Topley outside edge, nicely taken up first slip. And well bowled, Tom Taylor.
First 5 for Northamptonshire.
Well bowled, young man. Very, very good stuff indeed. Deserves that. Vasconcelos with a good catch at slip, first slip to his left, and 5 for 41 for Tom Taylor. And Alex Waitley's been outstanding today with this new ball.
He has. He's been very good all season. Brad has alluded to it earlier. He's often been the unlucky one where the rewards have come at the other end. But he's been phenomenal actually. So that first spell he bowled as well up front was really, really good. He posed lots of questions, and then again every time he's come back on, he's done the same thing. So credit to him, and pleased for him with his first 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, his career best figure is 6 for 47 for Leicestershire. So if he could get one more cheaply, then he could actually get a CB round today.
It's not the same anymore though, because they can't go to the pub. He
No,
used to be one of the things here that it was obviously great to get your CB, but the tab over the road where we went for them, at £5.50 a pint, they were never the cheapest round.
Wow. Well, Amar Verdi is out there now. Jamie Smith still there on 123. That's looking an even better innings now, but this new ball again picked up wickets straight away, and well, now together 8 for 71. Sanderson and Taylor.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And it's that old thing of you always talk about batting in partnerships, but bowling in partnerships as well. But it's so true, isn't it? It is so true.
It is. And it's amazing how much that doesn't happen in the county game. Bowling in partnerships is a massive thing. Often, the way the game's gone, you have a senior player at one end and a junior at the other, and they're trying to adapt together. But as you've seen here, when you get two bowlers bowling brilliantly together, it makes the game so much easier.
No, absolutely. They've been outstanding today. First ball for Amar Verdi. With their flourish as always, Amar Verdi comes forward and pushes this one out into the offside to mid-off and gets a roar of applause from the Surrey fans. Away there to our left-hand side. But yes, as I say, Jamie Smith's looking very good now. It's 123. Yeah, 329 they put on, Taylor and Marsh, on the first day of that test match. That's not a great day, is it? As in, over the wicket once again comes Taylor to Verdi. Verdi's hopping at this, turns it into the leg side.
Imagine what the modern day media would be saying now.
Well, that was when the pressure was building on D. Gower, and he nipped off at Lord's.
To watch Anything Goes.
He had a ticket for Anything Goes and just walked out the press conference with, "Sorry lads, I've got a ticket for theatre."
I have so much admiration for that. For what you used to do.
Absolutely brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. How you skippers don't do that more is beyond me, to be fair. But didn't quite go according to plan, that series. I think that was when England played 27 players.
Awful lot of players.
As Verdi's letting this one go outside. So, Atherton made his debut, I remember. John Stevenson made a debut in the last test at the Oval.
Phil Newport
played in that as well. A lot of people got a go in that series.
Nick Cook, I think, was brought back. He made his international comeback in that series.
Right, he did.
And then, of course, at the back end of it, there was another unofficial tour to South Africa.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah, that was it. Just right at the back end. Yeah, that's right. As in, over the wicket once again comes Taylor, left alone by Verdi, eventually, and taken by Rosington.
I was looking at that 77 match. It was, I exaggerate slightly, Lancashire were bowled out for 33, Northamptonshire 264 for 5 at the close. With a century for the man we were talking about earlier, sitting down to our right. Roy Virgin made 106, runs for Steele, Mushtaq, George Sharp. And then in their second innings, Lancashire 501 all out with a century for Frank Hayes.
Tom Taylor with 5 for here today. It's into Verdi looking for his 6th, but Verdi gets bat on it and plays it out into the offside. So very well bowled, Tom Taylor again. 5 for 41 for him. 250 for 9. Sorry, 6 overs to go tonight. So it's not beyond the rounds of possibility now. But Northamptonshire will have to go out and have a little bat tonight as well, which might not be that much fun.
No, well, especially as you've seen, facing the new ball looks hard enough, let alone for a horrible little period where you can't really gain anything. It's got to be the worst time to bat as an opener, where you're tired, you've been in the field all day, you've got nothing to gain. You're going out there for 2 or 3 overs, and especially if you're the younger of the senior player and the night watchman's involved, and you're generally the person that will have to go out there when the senior player gets to stay in the sheds.
Horrible. In fact, actually, that test match I was talking about with the Marsh-Taylor, that was Atherton's debut. So Atherton made his debut in that one, and Devon Malcolm made his debut in that one. Nick Cook played in it as well. Tim Curtis as well, Rudders, was playing in that.
I forgot Tim Curtis was involved,
Yeah, but what about that one? On day one, 329 without loss.
The debrief at the end of the day. What do you say there?
The dressing room door might have been shut for a while. Here's Ben Sanderson starting to bowl his 20th over of the day, and again Jamie Smith with number 11 in for company now isn't going to be tempted to take a single in the early part of the over. Cracks that out to long off, where it's fielded by Rob Keogh. The field now 2 slips, then a third man on the boundary, point on the boundary, extra cover on the boundary, long off on the boundary, long on the boundary, deep mid wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary. There is, as they say, a theme. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Smith, drives, second bounce, third bounce up to long on, where it's fielded by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. We have 5 overs of the requirement to go after this one. I'm not quite sure, I think they're going by the pavilion clock, don't they, down to our left, which has got to be, the other one having got to be reset at midnight, we were hearing earlier, the digital one at the other end, which is somebody's got to come in at midnight and reset it, apparently. Good job for someone.
Great job, that, isn't it?
It's a great job, yeah.
Put in a claim for overtime. But
Good job if you don't sleep much.
Well, that's true, yeah. It's a good one for the insomniacs. 11 minutes past 5 local time at the moment. So, yeah, as Mark said, there's a possibility Northamptonshire might still have to go out there. Here's Sanderson in. No ball called by umpire Newell. Driven out to the man on the extra cover boundary, Harry Gouldston. But 2 more onto the total. Ben Sanderson can't believe it. He's not happy. He's got to bowl that one again. 252 for 9. James Sales is limbering up down on the boundary at deep mid-wicket. Whether he's had the nod from Adam Rossington or whether he's just trying to suggest that he's full of beans and wouldn't mind another little roll before the close of play. Can't see them getting the ball out of Tom Taylor's hand at the moment with 5 and a chance of a career best. Here's Sanderson in again and he's bowled him. And Jamie Smith's excellent innings ends as he tries to swing that one away on the leg side. And Smith is out, last out, bowled by Sanderson for 123. And Sanderson with 4 wickets to go with the 5 for Tom Taylor, and Surrey are all out for 252. And I'll shut up while you listen to the applause, well-deserved applause for Jamie Smith. Super innings by Smith. 123, came in at 15 for 3. Last out at 252, and Waker's terrific knock.
Yeah, brilliant knock for his team there. Did exactly what he had to do. When he came in, it was a horrible time to bat. Northamptonshire were bowling really well. He sunk up pressure early on, and he reaped the rewards later. I was very impressed with that. His template all the way through. He was in control all the way through. And I think he's got Surrey into, from where they were, he's got them into a competitive target. Suddenly Northamptonshire lose a couple of early wickets tonight, and it's been a really good day for Surrey.
265 balls, I think, for Jamie Smith. 1-6 and 17-4. Second championship century of the season. Second of his career as well. I think Leicestershire was the first one, wasn't it? I'll just run through the bowling figures for you. Just waiters, applause for Tom Taylor, who's been given the ball and is holding it up to the crowd. His first 5-wicket haul for Northamptonshire. And as I say, I think for those of us that watch Northamptonshire every day, Tom Taylor has so deserved that 5. He's bowled so well all season, and finally he's got a little bit of tangible reward to show for it.
Definitely, and he's a great young lad. He works very hard at his game. I've been very impressed ever since he came here. And like you said, he has been so unlucky. Often the wickets have fallen at the other end. And we're talking about bowling in partnerships, and he's the dream. You know, him and Ben Sanderson together. They're 2 great bowlers that you want bowling for you. And this is going to be a tricky time now for Northamptonshire. I thought Northamptonshire kind of took their foot off the gas a little bit in the middle there. When Surrey were batting, they put a nice partnership together. It looked like they were a little bit flat. But yep, they're sitting at 252. Well, it does look like a flat wicket here. We don't, obviously, you never really know until both first innings have happened. But I think if you're Surrey here, you're quite happy. You're chomping at the bit to get out there for these few overs.
I'll just give you the bowling figures for those of you who like to keep your cards up to date. Ben Sanderson, 19 overs and 3 balls, 11 maidens, 4 for 32. Tom Taylor, 19 overs, 6 maidens, 5 for 41. James Sales on debut, 10 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 39. Luke Proctor, 7 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 25. Simon Kerrigan, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 59. Usual sort of holding operation for him. Rob Keogh, 4 overs for 24. And Save Sabe, 8 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 28. 12 extras, comprising 8 no balls and 4 byes. And Surrey all out for 252. So bonus point situation. Surrey have 2 for batting. Northamptonshire making up the maximum 3 for bowling. But now, as we say, Northamptonshire again have a nasty little session. Potentially, I think, 3 overs to face.
Yeah.
So 3 overs to face for presumably Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gale. Will we see what we saw in that match at Luton that we were talking about earlier with the 30 wickets in the day when Northamptonshire sent in a sort of night watchman opener. In fact, you talk about David Ripley and his long career with Northamptonshire. I think the first time he played, one of his first outings for the first team was against the West Indies in the tour match down at Manor Fields in Bletchley down in Milton Keynes. And he came out as night watchman opener when, I can't remember, it was either Cook or Larkins didn't go in to face Milton Small and all that lot on a club pitch at Bletchley, and various people. He was 17 years old then, and people asking if his mum knew he was out, or if it wasn't past his bedtime.
No.
I mean, he looked
Asking
fairly
for ID as he
well,
walked on.
He looked fairly boyish for most of his career, and imagine at 17 he looked extremely boyish. And I do remember him going out as night watchman opener to face the West Indies.
Unbelievable.
Great fun, happy days.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I have to say it's just been, and I mean, we say it so often, and I know we're fans of county cricket, but believe us when we say it has been another absorbing,
It's been
fascinating
absolutely
day's
brilliant
cricket,
day.
and
Absolutely
made
brilliant.
even better by Alex Wakely making a cup of coffee, which is extremely
I'm
welcome.
two I've had from the great man today.
To keep us keep us going.
Made an old man happy. Just again though, together that bowling together thing, Sanderson and Taylor, 38.3 overs, 17 maidens, 9 for 73. It's all right, isn't it? As a captain, you're quite happy with your opening pair there, Mr. Wakely?
I'll take that. I think generally you accept that, not everyone's going to fire at the same time whenever you take the cricket field. And more often than not, you don't often get two performing, especially in tandem together. So when you get two together performing, like, especially that first session, as a captain, you're so happy because you don't have to do anything. The bowler's in full control. You don't have to make any tactical decisions. The game just happens in front of you, and they're the times where it's a pleasure. And then you saw latterly for Adam Rossington, where the period in the middle where Surrey were in full control. That's the time as a captain where you just think, what do I do here?
Yeah.
Looking around, you see some of your bowlers turning their back on you, trying to not put their hand up. You've got to try stuff. Whereas when you've got two guys going back to that point, when you've got two people that just, they love bowling, you can't get the ball out of their hand, and they're performing, what better combination? What better combination is there?
I suppose, though, from a sort of Surrey bowling perspective, with 3 overs tonight and what you saw from those two, you want the openers playing every single delivery tonight, don't you? You don't want them letting balls go at all, because you've seen that there is going to be something there, and Surrey would be hopeful to pick one up tonight, I would have thought, with what they've seen today.
Yeah, sometimes these when you've only got a few overs on the board, you can run in and try and be really aggressive, be in the face of the opposition. Where actually, I don't think you need to be. I think you just need, like you said, you've got 3 overs here. They need to be playing at the majority of the balls, and not letting too many go outside the off stump.
Just wondering who will take the new ball. I'd have thought Topley, and you'd be sorely tempted to give it to Ricky Clark, because he's going to do that for you. So and it'll be interesting to see who takes the first over, because they'll get 2 of them.
Yes, of course.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
So it'll be very interesting. There'll be a bit of a chat about all of that, I would have thought, before they get out there. But no, it's been a terrific day of cricket. It's all set up very nicely for this game now, because we know the weather's going to be all right as well. And nicely set up. It's moved forward the game, but at the right sort of pace so far.
Yes, it hasn't been like some sort of Keystone Cop stuff that they've seen elsewhere in the country. England still hanging on in the Test match, doing all right. 24 for no wicket now, coming towards. Obviously, still a bit of time, because they're a bit behind us, aren't they? Or ahead of us, depending on how you look at it. But 24 for no wicket, England still needing another 344 to win. Just run through the other scores as the players take the field for the start of the innings. At Chesterley Street, Glamorgan 97 all out, Durham 163 for 1. So crikey, that is turning into a seriously good day for Durham and a bad one for Glamorgan. At Chelmsford, Gloucestershire 76 all out, Essex 139 for 5. At Derby, Leicestershire still plodding on, 268 for 3 after winning the toss and choosing to bat. At Canterbury, Worcestershire 133 all out, Kent 139 for 4. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire have slipped away a little bit, 264 for 9 after being put into bat by Lancashire. At Edgbaston, Hampshire 89 all out, Warwickshire 87 for 6. And at Scarborough, Somerset 134 all out, Yorkshire 122 for 5. So
it's been some interesting games.
Games moving
so far
ahead.
Well, it's going to be Rhys Topley to get us started. And out come Messrs Gay and Vasconcelos to get started for Northamptonshire. It's interesting who sort of ran in from this David Capel end. Both Clark and Atkinson both ran in. Atkinson's heading off down towards fine leg. But it'll be interesting to see who does actually take the ball from this end that we're sat at, the David Capel end. But it's going to be Reece Topley with his left arm seam. From the Lynn Wilson Cricket Centre end of the ground. 3 slips in there. Clark at first, Jacks at second, Patel at third. Laurie Evans is away in the gully. Jamie Smith, of course, with the gloves on after his very fine innings of 123. So what could Surrey do with 3 overs? Well, not a lot at the moment because he started there, but Mr. Gay down at the non-strikers' ends, gloves were actually on the floor. Now Vasconcelos isn't ready, so we'll try again. So the left-handed Vasconcelos ready for the first delivery from Reece Topley. Topley's in to him. Wow. That just climbs on Vasconcelos from back of a length. He's played that extremely well first up.
It's a bit of a mismatch, though, isn't it? It's a very, very tall man against a very, very short man.
But he did play that pretty well. You'll probably be glad it's not the quickest of wickets, actually.
Yeah.
But Reece Topley immediately gets him playing, though. That's the key thing. Sort of hit the splice of the bat and went downwards into the gully. Topley's coming towards us, left arm over the wicket to Vasconcelos, who's letting that one go wide outside the off stump. I was just looking, Topley started the season with a 6 from memory up at Bristol, or down at Bristol, or across at Bristol. But then they used him every other game to sort of, because when he came back, it wasn't so much to play red ball cricket. It was he'd had all his back problems, and it was a miracle he got back bowling at all. So they didn't want to overwork him. But so far, 15 wickets, and this is his 5th game in the Championship, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Vasconcelos. So in the games he has played, he's made a real impact.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good bowler. I did some work experience at a company called CSM, who they look after Reece. When I was down there actually during the time where he was in that transitional stage, and there were a lot of teams very interested.
Oh,
I mean,
absolutely.
Northamptonshire, we were interested, but more in his white ball pedigree, but he's a handful with the red ball as well.
Absolutely.
Don't underestimate that.
As in over the wicket he comes once more, and Vasconcelos looking to let this go, and it just hits the bat involuntarily and flies off down to the 3rd man boundary rope for 4. So first runs for Vasconcelos, first runs for Northamptonshire, 4 without loss. In reply to Surrey's 252 all out. Almost forgot about bonus points until you said that, Radders. So yes, so Northamptonshire's 3 bowling points, of course. Surrey a couple of batting points.
Every little helps, as they say.
Yeah. Well, I'm still getting my head round when you say and in Division 3 when we're doing the live updates. Yes. Over the wicket once more is Topley, and this one's left alone, just going away from Vasconcelos. A little bit of shape there for Reece Topley, but doesn't have to play that one. Vasconcelos, it looks like it's going to be Gus Atkinson from this David Capel end, who is a very interesting bowler. Gus Atkinson, quicker than you think, hits the bat. Everyone says hits the bat very, very hard, but with no sort of ambles in. Yeah, absolutely. As Reece Topley in over the wicket once again, and Vasconcelos, that's the one, plays at that, and that beats the edge. Nicely bowled by Reece Topley. So through the first over, 2 to go tonight. Northamptonshire 4 without loss in reply to Surrey's 252.
Bit of carry there, actually. I mean, like we're saying, Reece can bowl a heavy ball, but he's a big, tall lad. And there was a couple of deliveries there that they were going through above waist height, whereas in Northamptonshire innings, Alan Rossington didn't get too many above his ankles.
Well, Gus Atkinson has deposited his chocolate-coloured Surrey cap over the boundary rope down at 3rd man, and he's just coming up to bowl the first over from this end, from the David Capel end. And I'll say I think my first view of Gus Atkinson, I'm trying to think the only time we played Surrey, of course, this year was down in that.
He was away at the 100.
That's right, he wasn't involved in that one. That was in the Royal London Cup when we had a severely truncated game down at the Oval. Very enjoyable day, and terrific to see the wonderful new developments at the Oval.
We didn't see much cricket.
But we didn't see very much cricket. We had a good chat with Jeremy Coney, but didn't have much to say. Anyway, 3 slips and a gully in places. Atkinson comes in over the wicket, bowls to Emilio Gay, and immediately probing that line just outside off stump, short of a length, and Emilio Gay letting it go through to Jamie Smith behind the stumps. This comes down as a little prod of the pitch. The weather has stayed absolutely beautiful all day. It's a lovely evening now, but is quite noticeable now. 5:30 coming up to, and it's just the sun has started to go down. Here's Atkinson in again, bowls outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay shoulders arms. Lets it go through to Jamie Smith. Northamptonshire would dearly love to get through this nasty little session unscathed, with the openers still there. If they do that, I think they'll feel they've had a pretty good day. But as Mark's been saying, the figures of the two opening bowlers today quite outstanding. The rest really playing walk-on parts, supporting roles. Wide outside the off stump goes Atkinson, and Emilio Gay doesn't need to think about playing it, and doesn't. Goes into the gloves. After it had gone into the gloves of Jamie Smith, he just ventured a little square cut with a shot that he probably would have liked to play. But discretion the better part of valour in this sort of situation.
First thing I can notice is the slips and the keeper are standing quite a long way back compared to any of the Northamptonshire bowlers.
3 slips and a gully as Atkinson comes in, bowls to Emilio Gay, pushes that down into the gully where it's fielded by erstwhile summariser Laurie Evans.
Well, at Scarborough in the one-day game, from the Trafalgar Square end where there is some bounce and carry, he bowled a couple of bounces that the batsman didn't even see. They weren't halfway through the shot and it was cracking them straight on the top of the head. So he can bowl a very quick ball, Gus Atkinson.
He's running in again from this David Capel end, bowls outside the off stump. Emilio Gay lets it go through, and Jamie Smith tumbling away to his left has to take that in front of first slip. So Gus Atkinson hasn't really made Emilio Gay play what he's been able to leave 4 out of 5 in this over so far.
He's got a bit of Ollie Stone about his action, I was thinking. I was trying to work out who it was. Someone, Ollie Stone / Richard Gleeson from a Northamptonshire point of view.
Well, here he is running into bowl the last ball of this over, his last ball of the day, and that's down the leg side, and Emilio Gay shaping to play it down there, and it comes off the pad, and Jamie Smith takes it and is diving away to his right, and Ricardo Vasconcelos has already haired through
That was
for a single.
Strange, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. I thought it had gone for 4 byes.
Because it was actually in Jamie Smith's glove as they came through. I wonder if Ricardo Vasconcelos knew that it was actually lodged in the glove, it was a slightly risky venture to come through for the leg bye. Nevertheless, he did. It means that Emilio Gay is going to have to face the last over. So well played, Ricardo.
Yeah, actually very clever. I didn't
Yes,
think.
I was just
very
thinking.
smart back.
Over to you,
Last ball of the over,
partner.
Go on, lad.
I'll watch from this end, even though the ball's in the keeper's gloves. I'm going for a single.
Ricardo Vasconcelos at 23 as vice captain has pulled rank. I think there.
Senior pro out there.
5 for no wicket it is with an over to go.
So this is the last over of the day, and it's going to be Reece Topley into Emilio Gay. And Gay, he's playing at that. And again, from Reece Topley, he's getting bounced. Just back of a leg. Tallest bowler we've had on show today. And Alex Wakely, he is getting that ball to carry into the gloves of Jamie Smith.
Yeah, like I say, understanding the carries can be quite tough, and I'm sure obviously the Surrey boys used to that carry at the Oval. They're naturally going to be standing quite a long way back, but they're significantly further back than any of the Northamptonshire bowlers, and Reece is going to get to carry, so they're in the right spot.
Got 4 slips now, and the gully is Topley's in, and this one's left alone by Gay. Just walks off towards square leg because Laurie Evans has moved into 4 slip, and Cameron Steele has gone into the gully. Although it looks like they're about to swap, and Cameron Steele's going to go 4 slip, and Laurie Evans is going to go into the gully. Ashley Mamla stood up there in his white floppy sun hat at mid-on.
Until he starts running.
And then it will just fall off. As Topley's in, and he lets this one go. Good leave that. Outside is his off stump, just probing away at the moment, is Reece Topley. But no, I think today has set this game up very, very nicely. I think tomorrow, that first hour, it's going to be absolutely fascinating.
Definitely. I've got this feeling that at some point within this game there's going to be a big partnership somewhere. But it is a good wicket, and it's just when that comes is going to be the crucial
and that
thing.
Middle period again, won't it? As Reece Topley is in once more. Forward goes... Okay, he plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
What about something like an Adam Rossington counter-attack?
Yeah.
You think it would be the sort of pitch that he'd probably quite enjoy batting on, and you can see the scenario, maybe lose a few early on to the new ball.
Yeah.
Rossington goes in at 6 and gives it a bludgeon.
Absolutely. It's going to be a lot to look forward to tomorrow, as Topley is in once again, and this one's left alone outside the off stump. And this is absolutely nothing against James Sales, Luke Proctor, but I'm just thinking of who Surrey have got as that first change, second change. You know, Ricky Clark, Jordan Clark, again, two pretty tall men, and then a bit of Amar Verdi. So that'll be fascinating as well. But Jordan Clark and Ricky Clark in a couple of games this season have been the two that have suddenly turned sides upside down. As Topley in again, and this one's just punched short and wide by Gate. He'll like that just before the close. And cracks that one out towards the cover boundary ropes off the last ball of the day. Gay picks up a couple of runs, and it will mean Northamptonshire close a wonderful day of cricket. 7 without loss. Vasconcelos 4, Gay 2, and Alex Wakely, what a terrific day that's been.
Yeah, it has been. We keep saying it. What a great day of cricket. I think, to sum it up, really, Northamptonshire were on it right from the start. Sanderson and Taylor bowled brilliantly up front, gave Surrey absolutely nothing. The Surrey batsmen then sort of weathered the storm a bit, and Will Jackson, Jamie Smith put on a fantastic partnership, a partnership that they didn't really do anything wrong whatsoever. They got their side back into the game, and Northamptonshire, when they took the new ball again, managed to pick up a few quick wickets. Surrey sort of been bowled out for 252. I think a very competitive score, but they certainly had taken that from where they were. And then Northamptonshire getting through the close there. I think we're all set up for a really good game of cricket, and hopefully for all 4 days.
Yep, it's been a terrific opening day, and at the end of it, Northampton just 7 for no wicket, replying to Surrey's 252 all out. Plenty to talk about. And of course, Mark and myself will now be heading downstairs to get some reaction from some of the leading protagonists, which we'll be able to hear on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London. But I hope you've enjoyed our commentary today. I hope you've enjoyed the coverage from me, Andrew Rad, from Mark Church, and from Alex Wakely. We'll be back tomorrow morning. Hope you'll be here to keep us company. We'll be on air at around about 5 minutes to 11 for day 2. For now, from Mark, Wakers and myself, have a very good evening, and we'll be back with you tomorrow morning.